Our story takes place in a secluded mansion deep within the mountains. Inside the mansion is a small gathering of people assembled around the central area, where an elderly man referred to as the Great Elder is making an announcement. He reveals that Prince Yixian, the third-generation prince of the Yi family, has been stripped of his title, and Yi Lang has been appointed as the new prince. The reason behind this decision is attributed to Yi Xian's perceived lack of talent and accomplishments. The crowd erupts in celebration upon hearing the news. However, amidst the celebratory atmosphere, a voice of opposition rises from the midst of the crowd. This voice is from a girl, who openly expresses her dissatisfaction. She challenges the elder, questioning the legitimacy of her brother's removal from his position. She firmly asserts that her brother fought valiantly for their family's mining rights in Nanshan and demands an explanation for the seemingly baseless excuse provided by the elder. The girl's impassioned words are met with a disapproving response from the crowd. Despite the backlash, she firmly maintains her stance, emphasizing that her brother had risked his life for the sake of their family, and thus, it is unjust for him to be treated in such a manner. However, her protestations are abruptly silenced when one of the men slaps her across the face. Yi Lang, seizing the opportunity to assert his authority, berates the girl for disrespecting the elder in a public setting. He threatens her with a severe punishment of 30 years of imprisonment, and he orders his subordinate to carry out the punishment for disturbing the ancestral hall. The man cruelly grabs hold of the girl's hair and begins dragging her away. Just as the oppressive atmosphere hangs heavy, a thunderous shout resonates from the entrance of the gate. With a swift movement, Yi Xian delivers a powerful punch to the man who was mercilessly dragging his sister. The force of the blow renders the man unconscious. Yi Xian places his feet on the head of the already unconscious man, but Yi Lang confronts him for hurting his man. Yi Xian replies by squashing the head of the unconscious man, threatening everyone that no matter who it is, if they hurt his sister, they'll eventually be sent to hell in no time. With a concerned look, Yi Lang questions the situation on why Yi Xian is here when he already sent someone to kill him. Enraged by Yi Xian's defiance, the old man channels his anger into his fist as he prepares to strike. Their forces clash, resulting in a momentary collision of blows. Although Yi Xian is pushed back slightly, the crowd observes with astonishment that the disparity in power between the two combatants is not as significant as expected, despite the noticeable gap in their cultivation levels. Being his opponent, the old man is the most surprised about it. Yi Xian confronts the elder, seeking answers for his dethronement. The elder reveals that Yi Lang is a recently awakened chosen one and the rightful heir of the family. This revelation catches Yi Xian off guard. The chosen ones are individuals favored by heaven and earth, and they are extremely rare, with less than 10 in the entire Jiang kingdom. Yi Xian challenges Yi Lang, asserting that as the new prince, he cannot refuse the challenge. Yi Lang accepts but proposes that they fight in the life-or-death arena. He questions if Yi Xian still dares to face him. With a confident smile, Yi Xian agrees, displaying his unwavering self-assurance. Yi Lang notices this and questions whether Yi Xian is fearless or simply confident in his ability to kill him. He announces that the fight will take place in 1 month, with everyone as witnesses. Yi Xian agrees and departs from the scene, carrying his weakened sister. The elder questions Yi Lang about his confidence in defeating Yi Xian. Yi Lang responds that after 1 month of awakening his soul, no one in Qingqing will be able to match him. Moments later, Yi Xian checks on his sister. She asks him why he accepted the life-or-death battle with Yi Lang. He assures her that he will emerge victorious, putting an end to their mistreatment. The sister blames herself for being a burden, but Yi Xian dismisses her concerns, urging her to rest and sleep. After leaving his sister, Yi Xian slumps on the floor as he removes his upper garment, revealing a wound on his stomach. Yi Xian thinks back to his recent encounter, where he is surrounded by lifeless bodies as he interrogates one of the assassins, seeking information about their employer. The assassin simply scoffs at Yi Xian's desperate situation, mocking him for being a waste now that his dantian is already ruined. Returning to the present, Yi Xian realizes that the assassins were likely sent by the elders. With a blood-stained finger, he retrieves a ring from his garment, and vows to his mother that he will protect his sister and find a cure for her illness. As his blood comes into contact with the ring, an unexpected reaction occurs, and suddenly, he finds himself standing before a towering structure emanating a menacing aura. Despite its ominous nature, Yi Xian opens the door, revealing a seated skeleton, a sword, and bloody writings on the floor. The inscription explains that the skeleton is the legendary Heavenly Sword Master, imprisoned for over 1,000 years, and his only hope lies in finding an inheritor who will safeguard the Heavenly Sword sect. Filled with determination, Yi Xian is confident that once he masters the sword technique passed down by the Heavenly Sword Master, he can defeat Yi Lang. However, his confidence is interrupted by a female voice, which informs him that with his shattered dantian, he will be unable to inherit the legacy. The female observer examines Yi Xian and recognizes why the Boundless Tower has chosen him. She acknowledges his exceptional talent but notes that his dantian is destroyed, meaning he must seek an alternative path for cultivation. She suggests a technique that would allow him to harness his sword as a substitute for his dantian, enabling him to cultivate a sword body. With this technique, he could bring the world to its knees if he desires. Suspicious of her motives, Yi Xian questions her reason for helping him. She reveals that Yi Xian is the new lord of the tower, and she requires his assistance in recovering the scattered 9 Dao principles of the tower, hidden within the celestial sky realm. As he collects these principles, he will grow stronger and gain the ability to control the tower's most powerful beings. However, a failure would result in the shattering of the seal, unleashing the tower's most formidable entity, and putting his life at risk. Yi Xian realizes that his discovery of the tower is both a blessing and a curse. He inquires about the 3 swords at the top of the tower, and whether he can use them for his training. She reveals that those swords are too powerful, and if he is not afraid of death, then he can use them. She presents him with the sword of the skeleton, explaining that it has been trapped for countless years and has lost much of its spiritual power. Despite that, absorbing it into his dantian is still dangerous. Yi Xian, fueled by his unyielding resolve to protect his sister, agrees to take the risk. The female observer assures him that she will protect him throughout the process. Yi Xian prepares to absorb the sword, fully committed to the path that lies before him. In the 3rd chapter, the 2 elders engage in a conversation about Yi Xian's broken dantian, a fact confirmed by the survivor of the Li family. The white-haired elder admires Yi Xian's audacity to fight with a broken dantian, and sees it as an opportunity to showcase Yi Lang's abilities and harm Yi Xian's sister. Meanwhile, in a room, Yi Xian awakens from his slumber, realizing that he has advanced to the 6th grade of the Qi refinement realm. With wounds all around her, Yi Ling greets him and reveals that he has been unconscious for 3 days. Filled with concern for her, Yi Xian seeks information about the person who harmed her and learns that it was the kitchen chef who also served them rotten food. Determined to seek justice, they set out together. Later, Yi Xian locates the chef in the company of an elder. The chef discloses that the elder intends to arrange a betrothal between Yi Xian's sister and himself. Enraged by the mistreatment of his sister, Yi Xian swiftly retaliates, delivering a powerful punch and severing the chef's hand. The elder intervenes, preparing to strike and demanding Yi Xian's submission. However, Yi Xian's anger reaches its peak as he confronts the elder's audacious decision to betroth his sister to such a despicable individual. As their fists collide, the sheer force of Yi Xian's punch sends him flying backward. The elder is left in disbelief while Yi Xian, fueled by fury, places his foot on the elder's head, prepared to deliver a final blow. Before Yi Xian can act, the great elder steps in, questioning his loyalty to the family for daring to kill an elder. Yi Ling panics upon seeing the elders, but Yi Xian swiftly reassured her. In response to the elder's presence, Yi Xian boldly announced that he is indeed feeling rebellious, and even challenged the great elder, questioning if he also desired a fight. Yi Lang's voice interjected as he declared that they should be the ones to engage in combat. Noticing his cultivation level, the crowd, along with the great elder, praises him for accomplishing the remarkable feat of reaching the Qi transformation realm in a mere few days. Modestly feigning humility, Yi Lang downplayed his own achievements. Unwilling to waste his time on this charade, Yi Xian chose to walk away, leaving the scene behind. Just as the great elder was about to call him back, Yi Lang intervened. He smiles maliciously as he lets Yi Xian enjoy his remaining time. Within the confines of the training ring, Yi Xian found himself under the guidance of his new master, who divulged the secrets of a hidden realm, the Golden Body State, which resided between the realms of Qi transformation and Qi control, unbeknownst to most. It was in this state that he could double his strength by cultivating his physical body. Eager to embrace this method, Yi Xian agreed to follow his master's teachings, delving into the art of physical cultivation. Moments later, a colossal beam of light erupted from the heart of the Yi family's household, piercing the heavens. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, lost in deep meditation, his master showered him with praise, acknowledging his prodigious talent akin to that of a monstrous being. She revealed that the golden body held the potential to produce a vision of heaven and earth. Mistakenly attributing the celestial display to Yi Lang's talent, the members of the Yi family knelt in gratitude towards the heavenly forces. Meanwhile, Yi Lang's inquisitive mind questioned the true identity of the individual behind the wondrous vision. Assured of his own capability, he concluded that it must have been him, as within the Yi family, no one else possessed such extraordinary talents. Emerging from his deep meditation, Yi Xian experienced a substantial surge in power, which inadvertently fueled his overconfidence. Fortunately, his master intervened, guiding him back to the right path. Curious and hopeful, Yi Xian turned to his master, inquiring about a solution for his sister's ailment. She responded, revealing that she held the means to cure his sister's disease. However, the condition was that Yi Xian had to bring his sister inside the ring. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yi Xian resolved to confront Yi Lang first, and then make his way to the capital immediately. In a moment of rest, Yi Ling informs him of the celebratory atmosphere within the clan, as the vision of heaven and earth had been attributed to Yi Lang's attainment. Dismissing the news, Yi Xian reassured his sister, promising to emerge victorious in their impending battle regardless of the circumstances. To ease their minds and enjoy a brief rest, Yi Xian invited his sister for a leisurely walk through the bustling streets. As they strolled, his sister's appearance caught the attention of a woman clad in a familiar garment. Beyond the city walls, a striking woman rode gracefully atop a horse, confirming that it was in this very location that the vision of heaven and earth had manifested. Delighting in their time together, Yi Xian and his sister suddenly found themselves amidst a gathering crowd, all fixated on the arrival of a person whose name echoed through the air. An Langshu, the esteemed genius of Jiangdou and the youngest scholar in the country, had the distinction of being the first student to receive an invitation from the headmaster of Kongmu Academy. Furthermore, she stood as the sole representative from the youngest generation of the Jiangdou lineage to have achieved the celestial sky realm, a remarkable feat that had garnered her a considerable acclaim and recognition. In the midst of the crowd, Lang Shu's attention was captured by Yi Xian, who emanated the hidden golden body state, capable of inducing a vision of heaven and earth. Mistakenly assuming him to be Yi Lang, she immediately issued a challenge. Yi Ling swiftly intervened, clarifying the misunderstanding and revealing their connection to Yi Lang as their relative. Suspicious of his sister's motive, Yi Xian watches as Yi Ling offers to accompany Lang Shu to their household. However, Lang Shu remained resolute in her desire to challenge Yi Xian, undeterred by the clarification. While accepting the challenge, Yi Xian requested a 2-day delay for their fight. Lang Shu, unconvinced of his qualifications to make her wait, scoffed at the idea of waiting for him. Displeased by her dismissive attitude, Yi Xian grabbed a cucumber and flung it towards her. Evading the projectile with ease, Lang Shu was taken aback when she realized that a lock of her own hair was now in Yi Xian's hand. Surprised by his nature as a sword cultivator, she complimented his prowess while Yi Xian responded with admiration for her silky hair. Realizing his identity as a sword cultivator, Lang Shu retracted her previous remarks as she recognized Yi Xian's talent for being a sword cultivator at such a young age. As they approached the gates of the Yi household, Lang Shu was warmly greeted by the Great Elder, accompanied by Yi Lang and the clan members. In contrast, the siblings were promptly ordered to leave by the Great Elder. In defiance, Yi Xian questioned the elder's concern while flinging the cucumber directly at his face. Puzzled by the situation, Miss An inquired about the context. Yi Lang explained, casting Yi Xian in a negative light, labeling him as arrogant and devoid of talent. He ridiculed Yi Xian for foolishly challenging him to a life-or-death duel, deeming it a mockery of himself. Displeased by the belittlement of someone she personally acknowledged, her annoyance was evident as she demanded clarification regarding Yi Lang's identity. The Great Elder revealed that he is Yi Lang, the chosen one and the one she had been seeking. Waving at her with a sense of self-assuredness, Yi Lang couldn't help but admire her beauty, convinced that his reincarnation had not been in vain. He believed that once she became aware of the prince's cruelty, she would inevitably yield to his advances. Annoyed by the Great Elder's declaration of Yi Lang as a chosen one, Miss An aimed her spear directly at him. She proceeded to insult Yi Lang, comparing his realm to nothing more than a fragile bubble. Angered by her displeasing remarks, Yi Lang demanded clarification, challenging her to explain the intended message behind her words. Unfazed, Lang Shu clarified that Yi Lang lacked the necessary qualifications to compete with her. In response, Yi Lang prepared to throw a punch, daring her to take it if he truly lacked the qualifications. Trying to stop Yi Lang, the Great Elder warns him of Miss An's great talent. Before he could finish his sentence, Miss An swiftly swung her spear, conjuring a dragon-like figure that exuded an intimidating presence. Recognizing it as a manifestation of spear intent, Yi Lang intimidatedly realized Miss An's talent for comprehending such profound knowledge at a young age. She taunted Yi Lang, branding him a coward for hesitating to proceed with his attack, dismissing him as nothing more than a reincarnated trash. Before leaving, Lang Shu insulted the elders and reminded Yi Xian of their scheduled encounter in 2 days' time. While the siblings accompanied Miss An to the gate, the Great Elder expressed concern, inquiring about Yi Lang's well-being. In response, Yi Lang coldly instructed him to leave, expressing his annoyance at the interruption during their confrontation. Moments later, Yi Xian approached his master, seeking information about Miss An. In a surprising remark, the master affirmed that Yi Xian and his sister were on par with her, emphasizing Yi Ling's talent in particular. Thrilled by this comment, Yi Xian couldn't help but inquire if Yi Ling surpassed Miss An in terms of talent. The master scolded him for getting too close and halted any further questioning, redirecting his focus to cultivating a sword technique to further enhance his strength. A sword technique is a type of martial art, and among the martial arts practiced by the Yi family, their most proficient techniques were only at the human level. The master bestowed upon Yi Xian a technique known as One Sword Determines Life and Death, which increases in rank relative to his unwavering conviction in the path of the sword. Delighted by this gift, Yi Xian attempted to embrace his master, but she deftly evaded his advance, reminding him to focus on training instead of indulging in happiness. Understanding her guidance, Yi Xian agreed wholeheartedly. After 2 days of preparation, the stage was finally set for the long-awaited showdown between Yi Xian and Yi Lang at the plaza. Excited by the event, Yi Ling urged her brother to take a look at the arena. It became evident to Yi Xian that the Yi family intended to showcase their prowess to elevate Yi Lang's status. Observing this, Lan Er commented on the elder's biased behavior. The crowd's attention was drawn to the arrival of notable figures, including the city lord, the Zhang family, and the Li family, who came to witness the anticipated fight. Intrigued by their presence, Yi Xian and his sister decided to join the spectators. At the heart of everyone's focus stood the 2 patriarchs and the city lord. The Great Elder warmly greeted the esteemed guests, inviting them to take their seats as the impending battle was about to commence. At this moment, Yi Lang notices that someone is staring at him. True enough, among the crowd is Yi Xian, who is looking at him while giving him the mosaic finger. This agitated Yi Lang, but the Great Elder swiftly intervened, urging him to let it go. Yi Lang agreed, aware that the fight was about to begin. Positioned on the elevated platform, the Great Elder introduced the combatants. The guests murmured disapprovingly, noting how the Yi family displayed narrow-mindedness in suppressing a genius like Yi Xian. Unaware of their comments, the Great Elder declared the start of the fight, emphasizing that once inside the arena, their skills alone would determine their fate, with no interference permitted. Inside the arena, both fighters locked eyes momentarily. Before Yi Lang could utter a word, Yi Xian swiftly introduced his fist to his opponent's face. The impact sent Yi Lang flying through the air, much to the surprise of the crowd, who expressed their astonishment at Yi Lang's defeat by a single punch. The Great Elder accused Yi Xian of launching a sneak attack, but from below, Yi Xian mocked the elder and retorted that the match had already begun. All of the guests sided with Yi Xian, agreeing that the elder himself had declared the start of the match. This angered the elder, who wondered why they were supporting Yi Xian. Yi Lang interjected, admitting that he had been careless and promising to demonstrate the disparity between an ant and a genius. As Yi Lang showcased his qi, The crowd realized that he had already reached the Imperial Qi realm. This left them impressed, labeling him a super genius. Many believed that Yi Xian was about to lose, but his sister offered words of encouragement from the sidelines. As Yi Lang charged at him, Yi Xian readied his smoking fist, which he employed to send his arrogant opponent flying, ultimately concluding the fight. The guests expressed their surprise as they recognized that Yi Xian had been concealing his true strength all along. The Great Elder caught the falling Yi Lang and accused Yi Xian of cheating, commanding a servant to kill him. However, Yi Ling refuted the accusation, and the crowd agreed, asserting that they should not compete if they were afraid of losing. The elder denounced them as peasants and called for the guards, but his efforts were interrupted by the patriarch of the Yi family. The patriarch informed Yi Xian that the Great Elder had been demoted to a regular elder. He urged Yi Xian to forget about everything since he was the prince. To the patriarch's surprise, Yi Xian revealed his awareness of the patriarch's involvement behind the scenes, as well as his plan to use Yi Xian as a means of exerting pressure on the Great Elder so that he can further consolidate his own power. Armed with this knowledge, Yi Xian declined the offer of becoming the prince of the family. The patriarch, far from flattered, publicly declares that Yi Xian has betrayed the family and announces his intention to personally execute him. However, his proclamation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a thunderous spear, which lands between the patriarch and Yi Xian. The city lord recognizes the owner of the spear as Lan Shu. She greets the city lord and floats towards her spear where Yi Xian awaits, reminding him that the time for their fight has come. The Great Elder questions Lan Shu's decision to fight someone like Yi Xian, whom he perceives as a loser. In response, Lan Shu threatens to kill the elder if she hears another word from him. Yi Xian accepts Miss An's challenge and summons a sword into his hand, causing both patriarchs to realize that Yi Xian is actually a rare sword cultivator. The taller patriarch laughs at the Yi family, ridiculing them for chasing away a genius sword cultivator from their family. Beside Yi Ling stands the city lord, who engages in conversation with her. He suggests that it was likely Yi Xian who caused division, adding another layer of intrigue to the situation. Meanwhile, the Yi family patriarch scolds the Great Elder upon discovering that Yi Xian is actually a sword cultivator. He blames the elder for destroying their family. The elder retorts by reminding the patriarch that it was he who agreed to abolish Yi Xian's cultivation and strip him of his previous position. Noticing the negative reaction to his reminder, the elder tries to calm him by suggesting to control Yi Xian by abducting his sister. The patriarch calls him a blind old dog as he points out that the city lord is already protecting Yi Ling. The fight between Yi Xian and Lan Shu begins as they charge at each other. Their weapons collide, but Lan Shu quickly follows up with her spear intent, disarming Yi Xian. She thrusts her spear at him, but Yi Xian manages to evade the attack and seizes the opportunity to hold onto her spear, pulling her into his embrace. Following this, Yi Xian apologizes as he proceeds to create an explosion, engulfing both of them in the process. Witnessing this, Yi Ling's worry becomes evident, but the city lord reassures her. Once the smoke dissipates, Yi Xian is seen atop Miss An, still holding onto her melon. Realizing his mistake, he promptly removes his hand. Miss An kicks him away, ordering him to get off. Yi Xian apologizes for the accidental touch, explaining that he didn't mean to do it. Miss An assures him that she is not petty and compliments his skill in close combat. She reveals that she had to utilize her realm advantage for the final kick she delivered. Concerned for her brother's well-being, Yi Xian's sister embraces him, while he assures her of his safety. Given that he has already left the Yi household, Lan Shu extends an invitation for him to join Kongmu Academy, expressing her desire to have another fight in a few days. Yi Xian doubts his eligibility to enter the academy, but Lan Shu throws him a jade pendant that belongs to her lady. She informs him that the pendant will grant him entry to the academy. Yi Xian gazes at the pendant with hope, as he believes the academy may hold the key to curing his sister. Hearing the mention of the academy, the Great Elder kneels in despair. The patriarch orders the guards to cripple the elder's dantian and imprison him in the dungeon. Under the moonlit night, Yi Lang sits outside while vowing revenge against Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian apologizes as he leaves, remarking on his own nature of swiftly eliminating the root of the problem. Unbeknownst to him, Lan Shu, accompanied by an elder, observes his actions. She questions the elder about Yi Xian, and the elder praises him for his decisive nature. However, the elder concludes that they are from different worlds and therefore Yi Xian is unworthy of her. Dismissing the elder's overreaction, Lan Shu remarks that no one in the world is capable of capturing her heart. 3 days had passed since the duel, and now a carriage emerged, drawn by an impressive steed. Driving it is Yi Xian, accompanied by his sister. Curious, Yi Ling turned to her brother and asked if they had arrived in the capital. Yi Xian replied, revealing that they still had a distance to cover but were nearing the city of Qianxian. There, they would board a cloud boat to reach the capital. Yi Xian motioned for his sister to enter the carriage, worrying about the strong wind. Suddenly beside him is his master, remarking him for spoiling his sister too much. Yi Xian exclaimed at the sight of his master outside the ring. She explains that she is just an illusion, and only he can see her. Overpowered by his curiosity, Yi Xian reached out to touch his master, unintentionally provoking her anger. With an angry look, she warned him that repeating such an act would result in punishment during their next training session. Realizing his misstep, Yi Xian calmed his master, explaining his innocent curiosity. Seizing the moment, his master informed him that the seal on the second layer had been released and that he needs to find the Tao. Otherwise, no one can save him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian earnestly asked his master where he could find the Tao. She replied with a sweet smile, expressing her own desire to discover its location, revealing that this is why she needs his help. Upon their arrival in the city, the passenger handed Yi Xian a bag of coins containing 500 gold pieces. Excitedly, he invited his sister to join him for shopping. As they strolled amidst the stalls, his master commanded him to acquire the purple ring displayed at the stall on their left. Inquiring about its price, Yi Xian was happily informed by the seller that it is only 10 gold coins. Determined to make the purchase, he agreed without hesitation. However, after already making the deal, a girl interrupted them and demanded the seller to sell her the ring for 20 gold coins. Yi Ling couldn't help but question the girl's actions, provoking her irritation. But upon catching sight of Yi Ling, the girl's expression swiftly transformed into one of admiration. Intrigued, she inquired about Yi Ling's name, and Yi Ling agreed to introduce herself. Yi Xian, not one to mince words, called the girl a pervert, much to her displeasure. However, she swiftly recovered and gifted Lan a heavenly fire-warm jade, explaining that it could temporarily alleviate the cold within her body. Revealing her plan to take Yi Ling away after concluding her business, she offered the ring to Yi Xian for the sake of his sister. With the girl's departure, his master assured him that although the girl surpassed his current level, she harbored no ill intentions toward Yi Ling. Yi Ling beamed with delight as she proudly showed the warm jade to her brother, describing its comforting warmth. Yi Xian gently patted his sister, confirming that her condition was curable. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the city, the girl from earlier engaged in a conversation with a masked woman who addressed her as Holiness. Astonished by the discovery of someone with a special constitution in a modest country like Jian, she revealed her intention to take Yi Ling away immediately if not for her pressing engagement, which is the Heavenly Sword Master's cave. The masked woman inquired about Yi Xian, prompting the Holiness to look down upon him for his shattered dantian and average physique. She ordered the masked woman, emphasizing that Yi Ling was the sole priority and that it doesn't matter if Yi Xian is dead or alive. Inside the ring, a tremendous slash of energy is seen leaving a slash on the floor as Yi Xian sat, exhausted yet triumphant. He informed his master that he had successfully executed the move known as a single blow will determine life or death. However, his master swiftly dismissed his claim, stating that he had barely scratched the surface. She emphasized that if he wished to master the way of the sword, he must delve deep into his own heart. She also reminded him that he had not yet reached the level of Imperial Qi, which explained the backlash he experienced. The move he had performed was merely a manifestation of sword skill, not the genuine article. Regardless, Yi Xian felt a sense of satisfaction in acquiring a new skill that could aid him in battle. The master enlightened him further, explaining that he was underestimating the power of the sword and that with time, he would even be able to fight in midair. She then presented Yi Xian with the ring, unsealing its hidden powers. The ring had the ability to draw upon the strength of thunder and lightning, but it could only be used 5 times. Yi Xian made a jest about using his master's ability so that they could earn a fortune, resulting in her promptly kicking him out of the ring. Outside the ring, Yi Xian complained to his master for taking his comments seriously. He glanced at the precious ring and decided to store it away, recognizing its value. As he sat on his bed, he was disturbed by a commotion outside. Hurriedly, he went to investigate, and discovered his sister being harassed by a disrespectful middle-aged man who seemed to have a death wish. Understanding the situation, Yi Xian swiftly kicked the man in the stomach. Enraged and threatened, the man demanded that Yi Xian kneel and apologize for daring to initiate a fight on the drunken immortal's cloud ship. Undeterred, Yi Xian responded by directing the tip of his sword toward the man's face, prompting the cowardly troublemaker to cower in fear and cry out for help. The guards of the ship promptly responded to the commotion, ordering Yi Xian and the troublemaker to cease their fighting within the drunken immortal's cloud ship. Yi Xian, taking note of their formidable cultivation levels, recognized the strength of the guards serving aboard the ship. Meanwhile, still sprawled on the floor, the troublemaker informs the guards that Yi Xian is trying to take his life. A voice from behind the guard retorted that he could explain his grievances to the denizens of hell, and ordered them to throw him off the ship. Helpless and terrified, the troublemaker could only plead for mercy. The woman who had given the order then turned her attention to Yi Xian, explaining that the rules of her cloud ship applied to everyone beneath the sky, even to sword cultivators. She inquired whether they were prepared to jump or if they required any assistance. Uncertain of their fate, Yi Xian tried to negotiate, suggesting that while a swordsman cultivator was subject to the rules, it might not be the case for a great swordsman. Unbeknownst to everyone else, his master quickly refuted his claim of being a great swordsman. Yi Xian complained, urging her not to blow their cover, as no one would give her the Tao if he is actually forced to jump. Unaware of their covert conversation, the woman expressed her curiosity, mentioning that there were only 100 great swordsmen in Jiang. She gave Yi Xian an inquisitive look, wondering why she was unfamiliar with his existence. In response, Yi Xian exhibited his glowing sword, asking her if what she is seeing is fake, explaining that he had been diligently training alongside his master. To further validate his skills, he suggested that the woman find someone to challenge him if she still harbored doubts. In a dismissive manner, she stated that it was unnecessary, instead ordering someone to assign Yi Xian a special room as he was a student of a hermit sword cultivator. Yi Xian found himself standing in a beautifully adorned room, secretly marveling at its luxuriousness. His sister, on the other hand, openly expressed her amazement at the quality of the accommodations. Attempting to conceal his own awe, Yi Xian playfully remarked that his sister had never seen such opulence before, promising that he would provide her with an even better house in the future. However, his attempt to hide his own fascination was in vain when his sister mentioned the softness of the bed, causing him to inadvertently reveal his own excitement. Just then, the woman from earlier called out Yi Xian's name and presented them with a spread of food, taking responsibility for the earlier misunderstanding. Surprised, she realized that Yi Xian was already seated at the table, assuring her that it was not a problem and inquiring about her name. With her gaze fixed upon him, she introduced herself as Han Shangming, the head of the drunken household, and in charge of the cloud ship they were on. Yi Xian expressed his astonishment that someone as young as Miss Han held such a high position within a prestigious association. Secretly harboring a motive for learning about Yi Xian's master, she also complimented him for being a great swordsman at such a young age. In response to her compliments, Yi Xian broke a sweat, realizing the impending inquiry about his master's identity. To divert the conversation, he suddenly called his sister to join them in the meal, indirectly signaling to Miss Han that she didn't need to pry further and could leave them in peace. Understanding his unspoken message, Miss Han reluctantly announced her departure, a hint of reluctance visible on her face. After reaching her room, Miss Han ponders about Yi Xian and remarks on his peculiar temperament, finding it difficult to unravel anything about him. Meanwhile, an old man warns her that Elder Gu will cause a commotion upon learning that she placed someone in a premium room. With a malicious smile, she responds that it's even better, revealing her plan to use Yi Xian to get rid of the elder. The old man observes her manipulative nature and predicts that she will struggle to find a genuine friendship. On the following day, outside the ship, Yiling excitedly calls out to her brother, marveling at the breathtaking view of the distant mountains. Yi Xian, being the protective older brother, advises her to be careful as she looks at the view. Among the other passengers is a chubby kid who suddenly insults her, mocking her as a country bumpkin and ridiculing her clothes. Unfazed, she explains that she will be content as long as her clothes are wearable, and she has her brother by her side. Every time he boasts about an item, Yiling replies that she has her brother. Growing tired of Yiling mentioning her brother, the chubby kid boasts that his father happens to be the city lord of Qianshan, trying to belittle Yixian's significance. In response, Yiling advises him with composure to keep a low profile, warning him that if he continues to act arrogantly, he will frequently find himself getting beaten up. Yixian, arriving at the two, asks his sister if the chubby kid is her new friend. Observing the close bond between Yixian and Yiling, the chubby kid's jealousy emerges, prompting him to approach his father and request a brother of his own. Inside Miss Han's room, an elder confronts her about the decision to give a premium room to an unnamed teenager. Miss Han responds in a leisurely manner, informing him that the teenager in question is actually a great swordsman. The elder scoffs at her statement, suggesting that she might as well claim that it was some famous figure like An Langshu or An Guisher. Undeterred, Miss Han questions the elder's motives, hinting that he is trying to demonstrate his loyalty to her brother. The elder defends himself, asserting that his actions are simply a result of fulfilling his responsibilities as an elder. He suggested that if Miss Han feels wronged by his words, she can take the matter up with their family. However, before leaving, the elder warns her that if she intends to use her power for personal gain, he will have to personally intervene and address the situation accordingly. After the elder left the room, the old man present advises her against setting herself on fire by manipulating the situation between Yixian and Elder Gu. She disregarded the advice as she believes that the risk will be worth it. Outside the ship, a guard callously throws the belongings of the siblings while Elder Gu confronts them. Elder Gu directs his attention to Yixian, questioning whether a premium room is suitable for a poor kid like him. Yiling steps in, informing Elder Gu that it was Miss Han who granted them the room. Elder Gu, seemingly unimpressed, probes further, asking if they paid for it or even have a valid ship ticket. Meanwhile, the chubby kid from earlier observes the unfolding scene and points out to his father that the siblings are being bullied. The father advises him to observe the situation for the time being. Sensing the tension, Yixian picks up their belongings and addresses Elder Gu with a touch of sarcasm, stating that drunken immoral has truly opened his eyes and that the premium room no longer holds any importance to him. Elder Gu, fueled by his motive, accuses the siblings of being thieves who intentionally entered the premium room without proper tickets. Fueled by a surge of protectiveness for his sister, Yixian suddenly manifested a vision of a gigantic sword, towering over the entire ship. His master, realizing that he has finally grasped the heart of the sword, is taken aback by the manifestation. In a swift motion, Yixian kicks the guard who is threatening his sister. The onlookers are captivated by the intense fight unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the father seizes the opportunity to educate his son, explaining that what they just witnessed was sword purity. Perplexed, the son inquires about its meaning. The father can only facepalm himself, as he scolds his son for neglecting his studies. He goes on to explain that a swordsman can only become a true master of the way of the sword after understanding the heart of the sword. He further emphasizes that there is only one sword master in the entire Jiang country, and that Yixian will probably be the second one in the future. Yixian threatened the elder that he will kill them all if they touch his sister. Responding to Yixian, Elder Gu prepares for an attack as he shouts at Yixian for breaking the rules. The father realizes that the elder is already in the sky realm and that Yixian will not be able to defeat him. A guard suddenly opens Xiangming's door as he urgently reports that Yixian has understood the heart of the sword and that Elder Gu is about to be killed. Surprised by the news, Xiangming accidentally dropped her tea as she realizes Yixian's actual strength and value. The old man nervously urged the young lady to stop Elder Gu as it would be a dumb decision to offend a future master of Sword Dao. In contrast, Xiangming confidently smiles as she announces her time to step in. Returning to the battle, Yixian faces Elder Gu, who is now in a sprawled position. As Yixian was preparing his final move, the elder threatened him that given his position as an elder of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the association will not let him go if Yixian kills him. Unfazed, Yixian coldly replies that it is not the elder's business if the pavilion will spare him or not, since the elder will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. As the mastermind confidently arrived at the scene, With an air of unwavering arrogance, she began to assume a commanding pose as she implores Yi Xian to spare the elder, thinking that she will gain a powerful ally after pretending to help him. However, her fantasy was brutally shattered when Yi Xian grabbed her neck, lifted her off the ground, and coldly revealed his awareness of her involvement in the unfolding events. Yi Xian tightly clutches the neck of the scheming Xiangming as he coldly exposes his knowledge of her devious plot. Seeing the situation, the guards anxiously ordered Yi Xian to let go of their lady. The elder laughs at Xiangming, mocking her as he adds fuel to the fire by revealing her plan of using Yi Xian to kill him, thereby endangering his sister. As she gasps for air, Xiangming desperately denies the accusations, pleading with Yi Xian not to believe the elder's words. Consumed by rage, Yi Xian directs his sword toward the chattering elder, unleashing an overwhelmingly large slash of energy that obliterates his physical form. The crowd watches in awe and astonishment. This display of strength made the father realize that Yi Xian is actually a great swordsman. With a powerful throw, Yi Xian hurls Xiangming, causing her body to slam forcefully into the ship's pole. Despite her offenses, Yi Xian decides to spare her life, issuing a stern warning for her to disappear from his sight forever. Suddenly, a commanding voice reverberates through the air, remarking Yi Xian as arrogant. The perplexed crowd scans their surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Hovering high above them is a white crane with a figure above it. The guy insincerely praises the country for being rich in talent. He inquisitively interrogates Yi Xian about the identity of his backer for daring to kill a member of the drunken immortal pavilion. Yi Xian responds with a hint of sarcasm and arrogance, questioning whether his own life would be spared if his backer possessed sufficient strength. The man, thoroughly amused by Yi Xian's retort, scoffs and remarks that he was just considering if he should also eradicate the forces supporting Yi Xian. City Lord Lu, the chubby kid's father from earlier, steps forward and requests the man's favor, urging him to spare Yi Xian. The man acknowledges Lord Lu but refuses his request, advising him to stay out of the matter as it pertains to the affairs of the drunken immortal. Lord Lu's expression turns threatening as he criticizes the man, the master of the 9th floor, for bullying the two youngsters. Before Lord Lu can finish his sentence, the 9th floor owner swiftly positions himself behind the city lord and asserts that this is a private matter, stating that he will not give anyone face. Yi Xian respectfully bows to Lord Lu, expressing gratitude for his intervention. He adds that there is no point in trying to reason with them since the drunken immortal seeks to bully others. In response to Yi Xian's comment, the 9th floor owner reacts and lectures Yi Xian, emphasizing that strength prevails in this world. He boldly declares himself to be the one who bullies on behalf of the drunken immortal, and Yi Xian should therefore endure it. Pointing his fan at Yi Xian, the 9th floor owner confidently asserts that Yi Xian has no influential supporter backing him. In a selfless act, Yi Ling, being a loyal sister, offers herself to be sacrificed in place of her brother. Supported by the old man, Xiangming attempts to plead with her superior, but she is swiftly silenced and commanded to apologize to his master upon reaching the capital. The 9th floor owner orders his subordinates to hang the siblings' bodies in front of the cloud ship, intending to make a public display of their fate. With arrogance, he reaffirms his position as the bully of the drunken immortal pavilion, challenging anyone who dislikes their actions to come and fight. Agreeing to his audacious declaration, the master revealed herself before the ship while instructing Yi Xian to observe closely as she will teach him the true meaning of bullying others. Yi Xian carefully observes his master's actions, his curiosity piqued by her newfound ability to move outside. With a commanding gesture, she invokes her sword intent, extending her hand into the air. In response, a colossal vortex of turbulent water materializes behind her, swiftly condensing into the form of a sword. The chubby kid directs his father's attention to the dried-out river below, drawing their astonishment. Taken aback by the spectacle, the father peers downward, astonished to realize that even the renowned sword master of the Jiang country is incapable of such a feat. Witnessing this extraordinary display, beads of sweat form on the 9th floor master's face as he cautiously addresses Yi Xian's master. With a cold gaze, she focuses her attention on the once arrogant 9th floor owner. Swinging her sword with precision, she unleashes a powerful beam of energy directly at him. Despite his attempt to defend himself with a strong defensive technique, he proves unable to withstand the attack, leaving him in a pitiful and defeated state. After dealing with the antagonist, the master reveals to Yi Xian that the technique she employed was none other than a single sword will determine the life and death. She inquires if he comprehends the essence of the technique. Trying to provoke another demonstration, Yi Xian pretends that the movements were too fast for him to fully comprehend. However, his master quickly sees through his act and calls him out on it. Turning her attention to the 9th floor owner who is feigning incapacitation, the master orders him to get up. The man tries to speak nonsense, but the master swiftly silences him with a warning. She demands that he summon his most formidable backer so she can demonstrate what it truly means to bully others. Moments later, the crowd notices the arrival of an individual who arrogantly introduces himself as the 8th floor owner. He questions the group for daring to mess with him, but before he can even land on the ship, the master swiftly dispatches him, showcasing his pitiful state to the 9th floor owner who calls him a dumbass. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of flaming wind materializes next to the 9th floor owner, revealing an elder who respectfully introduces himself as the 3rd floor owner. The elder pleads with the master to remain calm and not create further difficulties for them. However, the master reveals the 9th floor owner's previous plan to hang the siblings' bodies in front of the ship. Upon learning the truth, the elder sarcastically praises the 9th floor owner for a job well done. He respectfully apologizes to Yi Xian and proposes on making amends. Yi Xian sighs and suggests to the elder that he should seek his master's opinion instead. In response, the elder swiftly commands his subordinates to hang the 9th floor owner's body in front of the ship as a way to offer apologies to the immortal swordsman and the siblings. The 9th floor owner can only plead for mercy upon hearing the order. As the guards lead away the 9th floor owner, the elder addresses the master, seeking confirmation of her satisfaction. In response, she dissipates her sword, transforming it back into its original form. Observing this phenomenon, the elder is struck with disbelief, realizing that even the immortal swordsman he is familiar with lacks such a capability. Curiosity surges within him as he contemplates the master's identity. Just before she leaves, the master directs her words to the members of the drunken immortal pavilion, echoing the 9th floor owner's challenge. She declares her strength and invites anyone who disagrees with her actions to confront her in battle. Turning his attention to Xiangming, the 3rd floor owner shows mercy for the sake of her grandfather. He commands her to go to the capital to reflect on her deeds and forbids her from interfering in the affairs of the drunken immortal pavilion henceforth. The old man acknowledges their luck for being spared by Yi Xian, but Xiangming expresses regret over missing the opportunity to befriend him. As a gesture of reconciliation, the 3rd floor owner presents Yi Xian with a VIP card for the drunken immortal pavilion. Yi Xian expresses gratitude to the elder, assuring him that the matter has been resolved. Within the ring, the master inquires if Yi Xian feels relieved. Yi Xian joyfully laughs, expressing his immense relief as he embraces his master's shoulder. Curiously, he asks her how she was able to emerge from the ring. Reacting to Yi Xian's gesture, the master firmly disengages from his embrace, maintaining a serious demeanor. She emphasizes the importance of his training, reminding him that he must develop the resolve and strength befitting a sword master in order to protect his sister. Furthermore, she reveals that the 2nd seal will unlock in 4 months' time in exchange for her exiting the ring. With a serious tone, she warns Yi Xian of the dire consequences that await him if he fails to find a means to seal it. After a few moments, the announcer finally informs the passengers that they have arrived at the imperial capital, advising them to remain seated until the ship has landed. As the passengers leave the station, a voice from behind calls out to Yi Xian, addressing him as a big brother. Yi Xian turns around and sees that it is the chubby kid who had been impressed by his strength, and now considers him as an elder brother. Yiling, not one to let this opportunity slip by, playfully asks the chubby kid how he would address her if he called her brother as big brother. The chubby kid, a bit perplexed, hesitantly addresses her as little sister. Flattered by his response, Yiling crosses her arms and raises her head in approval, expressing her satisfaction with his answer. Lord Lu joins the conversation, and Yi Xian respectfully greets him, expressing gratitude once again for his earlier assistance. The city lord, however, dismisses Yi Xian's gratitude, stating that his help was negligible. Considering that the siblings are newcomers to the capital, the city lord extends an invitation for them to stay at his house. Yi Xian declines the offer, mentioning their intention to go to Kongmu Academy. Lord Lu informs him that it would be pointless to visit the academy at such a late hour, and insists on hosting them at his residence. Inside Lord Lu's household, everyone gathers around the table as they are served. Lord Lu proposes a toast to Yi Xian, but his son interjects, urging his father not to delay his training in becoming a sword cultivator. Annoyed, Lord Lu scolds his son for underestimating the challenges of becoming a swordsman. Yi Xian watches the exchange with amusement, and agrees to train the chubby kid, on the condition that he loses weight. The chubby kid is taken aback by the seemingly impossible condition, and everyone at the table shares a laugh at his reaction before continuing with their meal. While enjoying their meal, one of Lord Lu's subordinates interrupts to inform him about the first prince hosting a banquet and extending an invitation to him. Lord Lu, in turn, invites Yi Xian and his sister to accompany him. Perplexed, Yi Xian questions whether they can truly attend the prince's banquet. Lord Lu assures him that every year, MANHWA Academy holds an examination, attracting talented individuals and troublemakers alike to the capital. The purpose of the banquet is to entertain all those who have gathered. Lord Lu assures Yi Xian that he will not have any problem getting into the academy and encourages him to seize this opportunity to network and establish connections, emphasizing their importance in the capital. Realizing the potential benefits, Yi Xian concludes that Lord Lu is right. He acknowledges that the banquet will gather numerous talented individuals and hopes that among them, someone may possess knowledge or resources to help cure his sister's condition. Yi Xian extends his heartfelt thanks to Lord Lu for the favor, and Lord Lu modestly dismisses the significance of his contribution. Noticing her own fatigue, Yi Ling chooses not to join them. Yi Xian suggests that she takes the opportunity to rest until his return. As they arrive at the banquet, a charming lady notices them and warmly welcomes Lord Lu, informing him about the activities organized by the prince for the newcomers. She kindly asks if he would be interested in observing these activities. Lord Lu declines the offer with a suspicious cough and instead orders the lady to guide them to the prince. Intrigued, Yi Xian inquires about the nature of the activities. In response, Lord Lu awkwardly feigns ignorance while wearing a nervous expression. Upon their arrival at the gathering, the lady leads Lord Lu into the room where the first prince awaits. Lord Lu informs Yi Xian that he will need to leave him momentarily to meet with the prince. Observing the luxurious carpet beneath their feet, the chubby kid remarks that it is made from the hide of a red tiger, which costs at least 1,000,000 gold coins. This realization dawns on him, highlighting the wealth of the drunken immortal pavilion surpassing that of his own family. One of the guests warmly greets Yi Xian and expresses curiosity about his background. Yi Xian responds, stating that he is a humble loose cultivator from the city of Qing. At first, Yi Xian is glad to find that the people in the capital are friendly. However, upon learning his background, the guest's attitude abruptly changes, leaving him behind in his greeting position while referring to him as a stray of the party. Meanwhile, the guest swiftly shifts their attention to another attendee, someone with a more esteemed background. Engaging with him eagerly, the guest treats him with enthusiasm and respect. The chubby kid observes this interaction with irritation, commenting on the guest's tendency to look down on others. In a fit of anger, the chubby kid approaches Yi Xian, offering to handle the guest on his behalf. Yi Xian, however, advises him to let it go, explaining that it's unnecessary to get worked up over such behavior as it is common among certain individuals. Aligned with Yi Xian's sentiments, the first prince extends his praise, acknowledging Yi Xian's achievement in gaining the recognition of the city lord. As the crowd gathers and the prince's presence becomes known, whispers and comments ripple through the onlookers. One individual expresses his enviousness of Yi Xian's fortune for receiving praise from the prince. Another voice joins in, expressing a more dismissive tone, emphasizing that empty praise alone is insufficient if he fails to prove himself beyond that. Lord Lu introduces the prince as Jiang Nianxing, and in response, Yi Xian introduces himself. Observing the interaction, the prince privately criticizes Lord Lu, considering him foolish for asking him to recommend someone like Yi Xian. However, upon further contemplation, he realizes that Lord Lu is a cunning individual and that things can't be as simple as they seem. Speculating that Yi Xian is merely a pawn in Lord Lu's plan, he concludes that Lord Lu wants him to appear courteous in front of everyone to attract potential talents. The prince exchanges a meaningful glance with Lord Lu, silently acknowledging his understanding of the underlying strategy. Inwardly puzzled, Lord Lu wonders why the prince is looking at him. The announcer's voice resonates through the hall, declaring the arrival of Mu Suiqing. Upon hearing this, the prince quickly informs Lord Lu about pressing matters that require his immediate attention, signaling his need to depart. Concerned that the prince might overlook Yi Xian, Lord Lu attempts to stop him. However, misinterpreting Lord Lu's intentions regarding Yi Xian, the prince insists on leaving. Intrigued by the unfolding situation, Yi Xian turns to Lord Lu and inquires about the identity of Mu Suiqing, noticing the prince's urgency to meet her. Lord Lu, with a hint of intrigue in his voice, reveals that Suiqing is no ordinary girl. She is renowned as the #1 beauty in the capital. This revelation piques Yi Xian's curiosity, prompting him to question whether Suiqing surpasses the beauty of Anlan Shu. Lord Lu spits out his drink in surprise upon hearing Yi Xian's question. After composing himself, Lord Lu explains that Anlan Shu's fame stems from her formidable strength that has garnered respect from people across 100 countries. Her reputation is not solely based on her looks. Mu Suiqing, on the other hand, is backed by the influential Mu family, becoming a coveted figure for those with ambitions for the throne. Thus, the prince, along with others, seeks to marry Mu Suiqing as a strategic move to gain support and strengthen their pursuit of the crown. Upon learning about the prince's intentions, Yi Xian's perception of him diminishes. Lord Lu, hearing Yi Xian's remark, reflects inwardly, regretting his decision to withhold Yi Xian's true background from the prince. He had been concerned about potentially upsetting Yi Xian by revealing too much about him. As a result, he realizes that the prince doesn't hold any regard for Yi Xian whatsoever. A carriage arrives in front of the building where the banquet is being held. Emerging from the carriage is an incredibly beautiful woman who captivates everyone with her presence. As the prince chuckles, assuming her arrival is intended for him, he remarks that news of her visit would surely make others envious. However, Miss Mu quickly dispels his illusion by stating that she is here for her friend. Xiang Ming extends her hand, laughing at Suiqing's response to the prince and cautioning her that such a response might make the prince dislike Xiang Ming instead. Suiqing responds by questioning if the prince would dare to do so. As the two engage in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the prince, one of his subordinates reprimands Suiqing for her apparent disregard for the eldest prince, insinuating that she fails to grasp the repercussions of her actions. However, the prince himself interrupts, his mind filled with delusions of conquering Suiqing in more ways than one, causing him to drool in anticipation. Upon entering their room, Xiang Ming playfully teased her friend, suggesting that the prince had instantly fallen for Suiqing. In response, Suiqing questioned the prince's worthiness of her affection. Shifting the topic, Suiqing's gaze landed on Yi Xian, noticing Xiang Ming's lingering glances towards him since they entered the room. Suiqing playfully turned the tables and asked if Xiang Ming had developed a secret crush on Yi Xian. Caught off guard, Xiang Ming hastily denied it. Noticing Xiang Ming's reaction, Suiqing took the opportunity to enlighten her friend about the nature of men. She stated that men were merely servants to be utilized for personal gain. Furthermore, Suiqing suggested that Yi Xian's presence at the event might be driven by his ambition to climb the ranks and earn favor from the prince. Xiang Ming reluctantly agrees with Suiqing's assessment but adds that Yi Xian is not a man to be provoked. Intrigued by her words, Suiqing pulls her friend towards the gathering, determined to show her the true colors of men. She confidently states that no man can resist her charm. However, Xiang Ming cautions her about Yi Xian and advises her to at least be polite if she insists on approaching him. As they reach Yi Xian, he reluctantly introduces himself as a loose cultivator. His cold gaze falls upon Xiang Ming as he contemplates whether the drunken immortal intends to seek revenge. Suiqing confronted Yi Xian, questioning how a loose cultivator like him was able to enter the banquet. In response, Yi Xian questioned her identity, demanding to know why she was concerned about his methods of entry. Reacting to this, Suiqing maintained her formal demeanor and formally inquired about Yi Xian's identity. However, Yi Xian appeared disinterested, not even bothering to look at her while she is speaking to him. Lord Lu noticed this and nervously informed Yi Xian that she was the Suiqing they had discussed earlier. Witnessing this interaction, Suiqing couldn't help but assume that Yi Xian was putting on a show of importance. She pondered the idea that regardless of how affection is expressed, the essence of love remains the same. Suiqing put on a facade of sweetness in front of the onlookers, aiming to make it difficult for Yi Xian to reject her. With what seemed like a genuine intention to befriend him, she extended an invitation for him to visit her place. Deep inside, she harbored the confident belief that her invitation would be impossible for any man to refuse. However, Yi Xian politely declined, citing the presence of his friends as a reason why he couldn't leave at that moment. He assured Sui Qing that there would be a future opportunity to meet. Yet, in his inner thoughts, Yi Xian concluded that it would be better to avoid crossing paths with this woman. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as Yi Xian unexpectedly declined the invitation of the renowned beauty of the capital. Sensing the tension rising, Xiang Ming urgently advised her friend to step back and cautioned against pressuring Yi Xian any further. However, much like how Xiang Ming had disregarded the old man's warning about not making an enemy out of Yi Xian, Sui Qing chose to ignore her friend's advice. She started shedding tears, portraying herself as a victim and questioning Yi Xian whether she was unworthy of being his friend, attempting to manipulate the situation to her advantage. Deceived by her act, the crowd grew angry at Yi Xian for making their beloved Sui Qing cry, accusing him of arrogance. In the midst of it all, Sui Qing secretly found amusement in this situation, relishing the public pressure surrounding Yi Xian. However, to her surprise and dismay, Yi Xian firmly told her to go back, leaving her with a mix of anger, surprise, and defeat written across her face. From behind the crowd, a big guy spoke up, questioning Yi Xian's audacity to speak to Miss Mu in such a manner. The person standing before him recognized the guy as Kang Qi, a new student from the Kangmu Academy. In response, the chubby kid stepped forward, demanding to know Kang Qi's identity for disrespecting his older brother. Unfazed by the confrontation, Kang Qi swiftly leaped forward, demonstrating his imposing size as he landed before the kid. With an intimidating demeanor, he extended his massive hands, threatening to break every bone in the kid's body. Trembling in fear, the chubby kid looked up at the towering figure before him. Sensing the imminent danger, Lord Lu called out to his son, ready to intervene. Just as the tension reached its peak, Yi Xian swiftly took action, delivering a powerful punch to Kang Qi's face, rendering him unconscious on the floor. After incapacitating his opponent, Yi Xian redirected his attention to Sui Qing and expressed his preference for forming friendships based on genuine character rather than resorting to manipulative tactics. Standing beside her, Xiang Ming clarified that Kang Qi had no association with them whatsoever. Sui Qing observed her friend's actions, pondering whether Xiang Ming truly had romantic feelings for Yi Xian. At that moment, the prince arrived, curious about the commotion, remarking that the gathering resembled a bustling vegetable market. As the crowd respectfully greeted the prince, Lord Lu, among the onlookers, saw this as a potential opportunity for the prince to recognize Yi Xian's abilities and possibly recruit him. Meanwhile, Sui Qing confronted the prince, questioning his remarks and implying that he had referred to her as a vegetable seller's wife. Concerned by her reaction, the prince quickly apologized and tried to calm her down. He clarified that it was a misunderstanding and asked her to explain the cause of her distress. In her effort to sway the prince's opinion against Yi Xian, Sui Qing expressed her disappointment, highlighting the harm done to Kang Qi and the feeling of being disregarded by Yi Xian. She emphasized that her sole intention had been to befriend him. The crowd, in agreement with Sui Qing's sentiments, voiced their opinions disapproving of Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the prince's expression displayed surprise upon hearing Yi Xian's ability to defeat Kang Qi. The sight of his swollen face lying unconscious on the ground confirmed the severity of the altercation. The prince, observing his condition, expressed concern and instructed his subordinates to take him for medical treatment. The subordinates acknowledged the order and replied affirmatively to carry out the task. Confronting Yi Xian, the prince inquired about his name in an interrogative tone. His subordinate promptly informed him that the individual in question was Yi Xian from their earlier encounter. Wearing an expression that seemingly conveyed his disdain for Yi Xian, the prince asserted that he had already grasped the situation. He expressed his understanding that Yi Xian had insulted Miss Mu and caused harm to Kang Qi, and sternly demanded an apology from him. After demanding an apology from Yi Xian, the prince turned his attention towards Sui Qing, attempting to impress her by reassuring her that he would seek justice on her behalf. Lord Lu, observing the situation alongside Yi Xian, apologized for the unexpected turn of events. However, Yi Xian quickly dismissed Lord Lu's apology, stating that it had nothing to do with him. Lord Lu, recognizing the severity of the prince's actions, inwardly concluded that the prince had completely offended Yi Xian. With a mocking smile, Yi Xian commented on the prince's transparent attempt to enhance his image and recruit more talented individuals. In response, the prince, feeling called out, raised his fan and warned Yi Xian against speaking nonsense. Masking his intentions with a facade of goodwill, the prince offered Yi Xian a choice: either kneel down and apologize or face the consequence of being prohibited from leaving the drunken immortal pavilion. In his inner thoughts, the prince believes that sacrificing one of them to impress Miss Mu seemed like a worthwhile trade-off. Noticing the tension escalating, Lord Lu intervened and requested a favor from Miss Mu, suggesting that they let the matter go. Mu Suiqing, pretending to be interested in befriending Yi Xian, responded with a mocking smile and stated that Yi Xian had offended everyone, making it pointless to try to convince her otherwise. Lord Lu, at a loss for words, stood with a perplexed expression, uncertain of what his next course of action should be. Observing the scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the pretentiousness of the woman. Noticing his laughter, Suiqing confronted him and demanded to know what he found so amusing. In response, Yi Xian replied that he found amusement in someone like her, who is so consumed by her own beauty and family background. Yi Xian proceeded to mock the crowd, referring to them as a bunch of fools who were making a spectacle of themselves by blindly following someone who only observed from the sidelines. He then directed his words to Suiqing, informing her not to bother pretending to befriend him because he had no interest in her, even if she were to pose naked in front of him. Recognizing Suiqing's inflated ego, the prince and the crowd stared at her with nervous anticipation, awaiting her reaction. Consumed by anger, Suiqing charged a burst of energy in Yi Xian's direction. However, Yi Xian effortlessly neutralized her attack and pushed her back in the process. As she realized the true extent of Yi Xian's strength, Suiqing composed herself and maintained a calm demeanor. Instead of backing down, she decided to compliment Yi Xian and issued a challenge, testing his limits to see just how much he could endure. However, before she could attack, Xiangming stepped in, taking responsibility for the situation despite clarifying that it wasn't her intention for things to escalate. Confused, Suiqing questioned her friend, asking if she was taking Yi Xian's side. Begging Suiqing not to cause any further trouble, Xiangming pleaded with her to let it go. However, Suiqing retorted that she couldn't simply brush it off due to the severity of Yi Xian's words. The prince, in agreement with Suiqing, assured her that nothing would happen to them and added that he would ensure Yi Xian faced the consequences for insulting Suiqing. Just then, after declaring his dominant word, an assertive voice from a room silences the crowd as it sarcastically praises the prince for being powerful. After looking above, the prince sweats profusely as he realized the identity of the person who was addressing him. Everyone proceeded to greet the national warrior of their country, and she proceeded to descend as she remarks on the rarity of talent in the Jiang country, and that the prince had made a stupid move by provoking one of them. The prince replies with concern as he points out that Yi Xian is merely a loose cultivator who insulted Suiqing and harmed Kang Qi. In response, Lang Shu questions him if he is implying that he is better at recognizing talents. The prince hastily denies it, not daring to offend her. After the prince confirmed his mistake, Lang Shu removed him from being the host to the new students and prohibited him from being a host for 5 years. Reacting to the severe punishment, the prince pushes his opinion that Yi Xian is just a loose cultivator. However, Lang Shu doubles the time of his punishment. The prince pleaded with her, invoking his father in an attempt to mitigate his punishment. In return, Lang Shu doubles the punishment once again, totaling it to 20 years. Hearing this, the prince raises his hands in resignation, finally accepting the punishment. After reprimanding the prince, Lang Shu requested Suiqing to provide a concise explanation for her immature behavior, considering her role as a representative of the Mu family's younger generation. Xiangming quietly whispered to Suiqing that she was being addressed by Aunt Wisher. As Suiqing remained silent, Lang Shu questioned whether she held a grudge or remained unconvinced. Growing impatient with her lack of response, Lang Shu directed a spell at her, causing her to grip her neck in pain. Witnessing her friend's suffering, Xiangming pleaded for Suiqing to be spared, appealing to Lan Shu for the sake of the Mu family. Lang Shu agrees to this request. However, with a threatening gaze, she instructed them to inform the patriarch of the Mu family that Yi Xian was her friend. Furthermore, she warned that they should expect retaliation from her if any member of the Mu family dared to cause trouble again. As Xiang Ming anxiously worried about her friend, Lang Shu approached Yi Xian. He teasingly points out that she is always bossy and questioning if everything would be alright. Lang Shu reassured him, suggesting that he could simply pretend Sui Qing had attacked him and fainted. Before he could respond, Lang Shu firmly grabbed him by the collar and began pulling him away from the crowded place. The chubby kid, watching his big brother being dragged away by Lang Shu, bid farewell to him and made a request for Yi Xian to secure Lang Shu's autograph. The onlooking crowd observed their closeness with mixed emotions, some expressing envy, while others resigned themselves. Amidst the unfolding events, the prince, with teary eyes, desperately clutched Lord Lu's hand, pleading for his assistance. The prince expressed his fear that if he offended the national warrior, it would jeopardize his chance of ascending to the throne. Meanwhile, Lord Lu, feeling awkward and looking at the prince with a hint of exasperation, thought to himself that if the prince had missed such an opportunity, he deserved to lose the throne. Lord Lu believed that if the national warrior were to truly punish the prince, the consequences would have been far more severe than what he was currently facing. Lang Shu, illuminated by the moonlight, stood in front of the gazebo, her gaze fixed on Yi Xian as he wiped his sweat while complaining about how she had nearly strangled him earlier. Lang Shu, curious by his distant words, questions what name he used to refer to her. Yi Xian, repeating himself, calls her Miss An. In response, Lang Shu handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and tells him to address her as An since all of her friends do. Yi Xian took the handkerchief but hesitated in addressing her as An, considering it too familiar. Lang Shu assured him that she wasn't as unfriendly as Mu Suiqing. Yi Xian then requested that she not address him by his family name. In response, Lang Shu agreed and decided to call him Little Xuanzi instead. Yi Xian found it amusing and chuckled to himself. Changing the topic, Lang Shu expressed her surprise at Yi Xian's quick understanding of the heart of the sword in just a few days. Yi Xian questioned how she knew about his comprehension, and Lang Shu explained that she possessed special eyes, allowing her to see the essence of others. Sensing his thoughts wandering into inappropriate territory, Lang Shu quickly clarified that it wasn't what he thought and warned him not to mess with her any further. Yi Xian chuckled in response to Lang Shu's words, assuring her that he didn't think anything of it. Going back to the topic, he admitted that he hadn't even reached the Imperial Qi realm, emphasizing how far he was from it. Lang Shu patted him on the shoulder, wearing a smile, and explained that it wasn't solely about his realm but rather his competence. She expressed confidence that an ordinary Sky Realm practitioner wouldn't be a match for him. Concluding their discussion, Lang Shu reminded Yi Xian about the upcoming enrollment day at Kangmu Academy, addressing him as Little Xuanzi. Yi Xian reassured her, stating that he wouldn't forget and expressing his determination to enter Kangmu Academy so they could have another opportunity to compete. While Yi Xian was outside with Lang Shu, Yi Ling was inside her room, calling for her brother. She gasped for air, and in her distress, the heavenly fire-warm jade that she was holding suddenly cracked. Meanwhile, the city lord and his son arrived at their house and were informed by their panicking maid about the situation in Yi Ling's room, which had turned into an ice cave. Perplexed by the news, the city lord questioned the maid for more details. They proceeded to Yi Ling's room and were met with a blast of cold air. Shivering from the cold, the chubby kid asked his father about the situation. Lord Lu, while channeling his qi towards Yi Ling, explains that it is an icy cold air and emphasizes the need for his technique to act swiftly, as there is a risk of it being overwhelmed by the cold air and potentially resulting in dire consequences. Inside her inner world, a peculiar bird that looks like a Pokemon appears to reside. As it opens its eyes, the bird-like creature detects a fiery energy approaching. Effortlessly, the bird disperses the energy, nullifying its impact. Returning to the physical world, Lord Lu hastily withdraws his hand, wounded by the extreme cold. Concerned, his son notices the injury and inquires about his father's well-being. Lord Lu assures him it is a minor injury, but laments his failure to reach Yi Ling's spiritual avatar, explaining the overwhelming strength of the frigid air surrounding her. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lord Lu commands one of his maids to locate Yi Xian and inform him about the circumstances. Simultaneously, he instructs his son to retrieve hot water and blankets to maintain her body temperature and provide warmth. Meanwhile, in the streets of the capital, Yi Xian finds himself being scolded by his master for neglecting his search for the Tao, while seemingly finding time to socialize. Yi Xian, taken aback, expresses his surprise that the master is still awake at such a late hour. Thinking that it was him being addressed, the old man who was secretly following Yi Xian suddenly interrupted, expressing astonishment and disbelief that Yi Xian was able to locate him. In doing so, the old man reveals his realization on why his lady was so impressed by Yi Xian, emphasizing his extraordinary nature and capabilities. Confused by the blabbering old man, Yi Xian was about to tell him something. However, the old man then warns Yi Xian not to get any funny ideas about his lady. As he levitates to the air, the old man further adds that there is no use in hating him as he reminds Yi Xian that his lady is out of his league. As the old man departs, Yi Xian scoffs at him, labeling him a psycho for spouting nonsensical statements out of nowhere. His master, wearing a stern expression, accuses Yi Xian of meddling with the lady in question. Defending himself, Yi Xian asserts his innocence and points out that his master knows every detail of his life, even when he is taking a bath. In response, his master angrily shouts at him, rebuking him for insinuating that she peeks at him while taking a bath. Yi Xian attempts to calm her by clarifying that he didn't accuse her of peeking. However, unconvinced, his master chases after him, wielding a sword and threatening to kill him. In a frantic bid to escape, Yi Xian repeatedly apologizes while reminding her that she is his master. As he flees, he accidentally collides with the maid who was tasked with finding him. Realizing the urgency, the maid finally reveals information about Yi Xian's sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian immediately rushes toward his sister's location. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Xian's master comments on his unwavering concern for his sister, noting his restlessness. As she gazes at the star-filled sky, memories from the distant past flood her mind, reminding her of a similar situation that occurred millions of years ago. Upon arriving at his sister's location, Yi Xian is met by the anxious chubby kid who informs him about the situation. Concerned for his sister, people rush towards Yi Ling's room, carrying blankets and warm water. Taking in his sister's condition, Yi Xian turns to his master and desperately asks if there is any way to save her. In response, his master mentions that the heavenly flame jade has been shattered and instructs Yi Xian to retrieve it so she can attempt to repair it. Holding his sister's hand, Yi Xian makes a heartfelt promise that he will enter the academy to find a skilled doctor who can cure her. After the busy night, the group finally arrives at the gates of the academy. As Yi Xian gazes at the grand entrance, he exclaims at the immense size of the academy, which spans the entire mountain. In response to his observation, Lord Lu explains that in the capital, Kongmu Academy and Drunken Immortal Pavilion are the largest factions, having existed for numerous dynasties. Curious about the reach of Kongmu Academy, Yi Xian wonders if there are other branches of the academy in Jiang. Lord Lu responds by clarifying that the academy they see before them is just a branch, and the main academy is located in Shenzhou, a distant place in China. Lord Lu further expresses his confidence that Yi Xian can reach Shenzhou if he wanted to. However, Yi Xian humbly replies that Shenzhou is too far away, and his only aspiration is to gain admission into the academy. As the chubby kid listened to their conversation, he boldly declared that he too would be able to enter the main academy. Irritated by his son's arrogant remark, the city lord informed him that he was the one who had the most trouble finding a place at the academy. In response, the chubby kid pointed out that his brother was watching and therefore his father should allow him to show off. Yi Ling reassured the chubby kid that they would take him to the main academy later. Playfully, the chubby kid replied that she was indeed clever. While they were engrossed in their conversation, the gates began to open, signaling the start of the admission process. At the top of the stairs stood an old man who introduced himself as Kang Zhong, the outer principal of the academy. He proceeded to explain the rules, stressing that there were only 20 slots available for this enrollment. The examination would consist of 3 levels, and if the number of participants exceeded 20, they would be required to engage in combat to secure their position. As Kang Zhong's words echoed throughout the square, the thousands of hopeful individuals in attendance were reminded that only a select few would have the opportunity to be accepted. Continuing his instructions, Kang Zhong declared that for the first level, anyone unable to climb the 9 flights of steps up the mountain would be immediately disqualified and asked to leave. In response to the seemingly easy exam, Yi Xian questioned Lord Lu if the difficulty of the examination at MANHWA Academy has always been this easy. However, contrary to his expectations, Lord Lu explained that the challenge is not easy at all. He explains that Mount Kongmu was surrounded by a formation, with escalating pressure with each step on the stairs. Even ordinary practitioners in the imperial realms might struggle to pass. Concerned for his brother, Yiling asked Yi Xian if everything was all right, sensing the potential challenges that lay ahead. Yi Xian, wanting to alleviate his sister's worries, leaned in and whispered to her that his intention was to rely on his own abilities to be admitted to the academy. However, he reassured her that if all else failed, he would use the jade pendant that Lang Shu had given him. This would ensure his acceptance into the academy, therefore he was confident that he wouldn't encounter any difficulties in getting admitted. Lord Lu, realizing that the gates had already opened, urged Yi Xian to hurry to the designated place and prepare for the examination. However, before they could proceed, the chubby kid runs in the opposite direction while making some bullshit excuse that he needs to go to the bathroom. Frustrated by the kid's behavior, Lord Lu angrily calls him hopeless. Upon entering the gate, the examiners were greeted by a row of swords arranged in a formation. The master expressed her surprise at encountering such a malicious formation within Kongmu Academy. Intrigued, Yi Xian questioned if it was truly a sword formation. The master confirmed and explained that the formation lacked both defensive and offensive power, but it was considered nasty. Curious, Yi Xian asked why it was deemed nasty. The master replied that the purpose of the sword formation was to seal the remnants of the sword owner's past into the blades. She further explained that it was usually used to humiliate opponents, but she never expected to encounter it at this location. Yi Xian comments on the academy for not being afraid of ghosts with such a formation. The master jokingly responds that the ghosts would take a detour upon seeing this formation. Kang Zhong, the outer principal, instructed all the participants to climb the stairs, explaining that reaching him would be considered passing the test. Excited by the prospect, the participants hurried towards the stairs, eager to prove themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Xian entrusted his sister to Lord Lu's care temporarily. Yiling wished him luck, and Yi Xian made his way towards the competition area. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, Yiling's cold symptoms had started to resurface again. Concerned for her well-being, Lord Lu suggested that she wait for news instead of exerting herself further. Despite her illness, Yiling reassured Lord Lu not to worry, assuring him that she had the warm jade with her. She insisted on witnessing her brother's journey to join the prestigious Kongmu Academy. She explains that Yi Xian had endured countless hardships for her sake, and had faced more challenges than she had. With her supporting him, she wanted to see her brother enter the Kongmu Academy so that she will be able to leave with a peace of mind. After an exhausting climb, Yi Xian finally reached the end of the stairs. Kang Zhong addressed the remaining examinees, stating that 42 people had successfully passed the first test this year, slightly more than the previous year. Unexpectedly, Kang Zhong singled out someone and ordered them to leave. Yi Xian stared in disbelief as Kang Zhong confirmed that he was indeed addressing Yi Xian himself. Perplexed by the situation, Yi Xian questioned why the elder was ordering him to leave. Kang Zhong explained that this year, Kongmu Academy would only accept students with a cultivation level of at least the lowest level of the Imperial Realm. As a 6th grade Qi realm, Yi Xian did not meet the qualification. In response, Yi Xian pointed out that there was no realm requirement when he signed up and emphasized that he had already passed the first test. The elder coldly replied that even if Yi Xian had passed the first test, it wouldn't matter as he could still be expelled if ordered to do so. He further added that according to the rules, disobedience towards an elder would result in a punishment with 100 poison sticks and immediate expulsion from the mountain. Realizing that he was being targeted, Yi Xian contemplated the possible reasons behind it. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he noticed the shared family name of Kang Zhong and Kang Qi. Curiosity driving him, he approached the elder and inquired about his knowledge of Kang Qi. The elder revealed that Kang Qi was his grandson. Angered, the elder questions his motive for asking. Yi Xian, not backing down, accused the elder of abusing his power for personal gain. Before the situation could escalate further, another individual intervened, expressing disapproval of Yi Xian's words and suggesting that the elder punish him for a fair evaluation. The intervening student seized the opportunity to make a name for themselves in front of the elder, mockingly staring at Yi Xian. Kang Zhong concurred with the student's statement, claiming that they were merely following the rules. Yi Xian let out a sigh, seemingly disappointed by their decision to insist on expelling him. However, Yi Xian had a surprise in store. Activating his trap card, he revealed his jade pendant to the others, boldly proclaiming that he no longer needed to pretend as he possessed a means to enter through the back door. As the other students recognized the jade as belonging to the national warrior, one person angrily claimed it was fake. Refusing to tolerate the accusation, Yi Xian swiftly and effortlessly sent the idiot flying into the air with a powerful punch, dismissing his words as nonsense. The onlookers deemed Yi Xian ruthless for his actions. Witnessing the altercation, Kang Zhong, the honorary teacher of the MANHWA Academy, saw an opportunity to justify himself. He accused Yi Xian of physically assaulting someone, using it as a means to prevent him from joining the academy. Fueled by his own confidence, Kang Zhong declared that regardless of the presence of the national warrior, Yi Xian would never be allowed to enter the academy. Veins visibly pulsating on his forehead, Kang Zhong commanded for Yi Xian to be apprehended and executed. In response to his orders, two subordinates rushed towards Yi Xian, ready to carry out their teacher's command. Witnessing this, Yi Ling's worry intensified, while Lord Lu, though nervous himself, assured Yi Ling that his brother would be all right. Lord Lu couldn't help but think to himself that the MANHWA Academy was foolish for not recognizing the genius that Yi Xian possessed. Smiling at the scene of the daring fools rushing towards him, Yi Xian swiftly and effortlessly sent the rushing fools flying past Kang Zhong with a powerful kick as if to mock him. Seeing this, Kang Zhong couldn't deny the prodigious talent before him. Yi Xian had defeated two cultivators in the Sky Realm while still at the Qi Transformation Realm, showcasing his exceptional abilities. Realizing the potential that Yi Xian held, Kang Zhong's determination to prevent him from entering the academy only grew stronger. With a smirk on his face, Kang Zhong launched an attack at Yi Xian, causing him to stagger backward. Gathering his strength, Yi Xian stood his ground, grateful for his physical resilience that allowed him to withstand the strike from a cultivator of the Sky Realm. Impressed, Kang Zhong commended him for enduring the blow but made it clear that it wasn't enough. In response to Kang Zhong's provocation, Yi Xian gives him the majestic finger while calling him a bald eagle. Sensing an opportunity, Yi Xian swiftly dashed towards a nearby building, evading Kang Zhong's pursuit. As Baldy watched him in frustration, a sly smile appeared on his face. He explained that Yi Xian had unknowingly entered the Forbidden Nine Palace formation without the required key, and therefore trespassed it. He further emphasized that even if he himself were to enter the formation, he would be instantly overwhelmed, let alone a person of Yi Xian's Qi Transformation realm. Hearing this, Yi Ling turned to Lord Lu and inquired about the Nine Palace formation. Lord Lu explained that the formation was believed to have been created by the ancestor of MANHWA Academy. He revealed that if anyone under the age of 20 managed to break the formation, the headmaster of the academy was obligated to take them as their own disciple. However, Lord Lu added that it had been 50 years since anyone had successfully passed the formation. Feeling a mix of nervousness and concern, Yi Ling anxiously asked Lord Lu about the fate of those who failed the test. Lord Lu's response is grim, as he explains that all those who have failed the test have mysteriously disappeared, with their bodies never to be found. After being sent flying earlier, the student proposed bringing Yi Ling along to watch the show. Kang Zhong agreed with the suggestion, stating his desire for her to witness her brother's demise, which will leave him without a body. In the depths of the academy, a man engaged in meditation suddenly sensed the presence of someone entering the Nine Palace formation. Inside the formation, Yi Xian found himself questioning his surroundings. Responding to his question is his master, who informed him that he was inside the Nine Palace formation. Reflecting inwardly, Yi Xian wondered if this was the second test and speculated that passing it might draw the attention of the academy's elders and improve his chances of admission. Unexpectedly, the gears on the floor began to spin, accompanied by the sudden manifestation of several sword-bearing statues. Yi Xian uttered a surprised curse upon seeing the rock spirits. Without warning, one of the statues swiftly attacked him, catching him off guard and landing a blow on his chest. Astonishingly, the sword began to crumble upon contact with Yi Xian. As he observed the statue, cracks began to appear, ultimately causing it to explode into countless pieces. Perplexed, Yi Xian questions his master if it was her who caused it. In response, the master berated him, calling him an idiot. She reminds him that he is practicing the invincible sword body, which allows him to devour any sword that is weaker than the heavenly sword within his body. Yi Xian embarrassingly replied that he had been afraid for no reason. Having recovered from his fall, Yi Xian stood up and deliberately provoked the group of statues before him. Outside the formation, the students approached Xiling, attempting to take her away. Lord Lu attempted to intimidate them, but the bruised individual interjected, pretentiously explaining that their intention was simply to have Yiling collect Yi Xian's body. Lord Lu remained skeptical and retorted that they were merely talking nonsense. While struggling for breath, Yiling stepped in, halting Lord Lu and agreeing to go with them. Lord Lu tried to dissuade her, warning that they harbored ill intentions. Yiling reassured him that her brother would be safe. She stated that she would wait outside the Nine Palace formation and welcome Yi Xian back. With a solemn expression, Lord Lu tells her that he would accompany her and personally greet Yi Xian. Upon reaching the end of the stairs, Kang Zhong greeted Yiling rudely, taunting her by proclaiming that her brother would surely fail. Yiling, refusing to accept his words, swiftly called him a liar and expressed her unwavering belief in her brother's success. Kang Zhong dismissed her confidence, labeling her as ignorant and asserting that no one had managed to break through the Nine Palace formation for decades. However, just as Kang Zhong concluded his confident statement, Yi Xian emerged from the formation, surprising both Kang Zhong and the onlookers. Yi Xian, brimming with confidence, couldn't help but mock the MANHWA Academy for their inability to overcome what he considered to be a simple and crumbling formation. In response, Kang Zhong accused Yi Xian of cheating and demanded an explanation for how he managed to surpass the formidable Nine Palace formation. Challenging the accusation, Yi Xian questioned Kang Zhong if he had any concrete evidence to support his claim. The skeptical old man pointed out that Yi Xian's cultivation level was only at the Qi transformation realm, making it seemingly impossible for him to pass the formation. Just as the tension between them was escalating, the deputy dean known as Dean Li Xiu finally arrived, effectively putting an end to their heated exchange. Yi Xian felt relieved that someone capable had arrived to handle the situation. Dean Li Xiu immediately announced that Kang Zhong had abused his authority for personal gain and instructed him to report back to the staff regarding his misconduct, relieving him of any further involvement in the student recruitment process. Acknowledging this turn of events, Baldi responded with an obviously sweet expression. Despite not fully understanding how Yi Xian managed to break the formation, Dean Li Xiu praised him for his achievement, and acknowledged that he possessed a strong foundation despite his cultivation realm. However, Dean Li's praise was short-lived as he suddenly noticed Yi Xian's shattered dantian, the energy center of his cultivation. Reacting to the shocking revelation, Dean Li retracted his previous words, averting his gaze as he suggested that Yi Xian could instead stay at the academy as a martial artist. The suggestion was met with negative comments from some of the examinees, who whispered among themselves, belittling the role of martial artists as mere tea servers. Despite the lowly position, Yi Xian, with a heavy heart, inquired if he could have a doctor attend to his sister if he were to accept the offer. Disagreeing with Yi Xian's suggestion, Yiling dissuaded her brother from accepting an inferior job solely for her sake. She tried to convince him that she was already cured, but in the midst of their conversation, Yiling suddenly collapsed, causing Yi Xian to become deeply worried about her well-being. In his desperation, Yi Xian made a heartfelt plea to Li Xiu, promising to become a martial arts apprentice and do anything for the MANHWA Academy if it meant saving his sister. However, Li Xiu turned his back to the scene, explaining that the academy only had 3 masters of medicine and it wouldn't be easy to treat the family of a mere martial artist. Yiling tried to console her brother, urging him not to be so sad. Nevertheless, Yi Xian couldn't hold back his emotions, hugging his sister tightly as tears streamed down his face, blaming himself for her suffering. Gently touching her brother's face, Yiling requested that he not cry. She expressed her desire to pass away in his arms, assuring him that she had been very happy and promising to be his sister again in the next life. Observing this moment, Lord Lu addressed Li Xiu, questioning him if he had no concern for breaking the hearts of the students. Despite being called out, Li Xiu remained apathetic to the situation. Upon hearing Lord Lu's words, Yi Xian rose from his position, determined to dissuade Lord Lu from wasting his time trying to convince the dean. Yixian didn't want to force anyone into helping him. He believed that there were other options beyond the Kangmu Academy that could potentially cure his sister. As Yixian continues to make his way down the stairs, Kang Zhong persistently follows him, threatening him for hurting his grandson. However, Yixian remains undeterred, ignoring Kang Zhong's words and focusing on his goal. As he descends the stairs, a man from out of nowhere suddenly addresses Yixian. In an unexpected turn of events, the old man informs him that he has the power to save his sister. This revelation surprises Yixian, as he wonders where this man came from. Observing this exchange, Baldi berates the old man, criticizing him for recruiting in front of Kangmu Academy. In response to the old man's offer, Yixian firmly expresses his determination to do whatever it takes to save his sister, even if it means marching towards hell. Tidying himself, the old man reassures Yixian that he doesn't need him to go to hell. Instead, he proposes that Yixian becomes his student at Kanglin Academy. Whispering to Yixian, Lord Lu reveals that Kanglin Academy used to be on par with Kangmu Academy, but its glory has diminished over time. Yixian thanks Lord Lu for the information, but emphasizes his unwavering commitment to saving his sister. Witnessing Yixian's resolute determination, the old man conjures a flame that begins as a small fire but gradually transforms into a magnificent lotus-shaped flame. Observing the scene, Baldi expresses his disbelief that the old man is willing to use such a valuable fire spirit to save a girl he deems useless. Unfazed by Baldi's comments, the old man completes his preparations and directs the fiery lotus towards Yiling, who is cradled in Yixian's arms. Momentarily distracted by the intense heat, Yixian is urged by Lord Lu to look at his sister, who is now floating in the air, enveloped by the blazing lotus. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Yixian called out to his sister with deep concern. However, before he could fully express his worry, the old man tapped him on the shoulder, providing reassurance that Yiling would be all right. He explained that the fire spirit was actively countering the cold poison within her body. Yixian's eyes remained fixed on the old man, astonishment evident as he marveled at the man's incredible abilities. In his thoughts, Yixian acknowledged the old man's amazing skills, realizing that he hadn't even noticed how the man approached him. As the flames gradually subsided, Yiling opened her eyes, a fiery mark adorning her forehead. Believing that she had already perished, Yiling burst into tears upon seeing her brother before her. Embracing Yixian tightly, Yiling expressed her guilt, blaming herself for his supposed demise and suggesting that they could be together as ghosts. Yixian's initial surprise transformed into pure happiness upon hearing his sister's nonsense. His expression radiated joy as he happily informed her that they were both alive and well. Yiling, taken aback by his revelation, questioned how she had managed to survive. Yixian fondly replied, reminding her that he would never allow anything bad to happen to her. Amidst the emotional scene, the old man interjects, informing them that despite the fire spirit's capability to temporarily suppress the cold poison within Yiling's body, he is uncertain about its duration. Regardless, Yixian expresses his gratitude to the old man, vowing that he will never forget this act of kindness for the rest of his life. While walking past them, the old man positively responds to his words and instructs Yixian to address him as Dean Ji. He tells Yixian to prepare himself as they will be returning to the Kanglin Academy. Yixian agrees to the instruction. The siblings then approach Lord Lu, bidding their farewells and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Yixian thanked Lord Lu for taking care of him and offered his assistance in the future, should Lord Lu ever need it. In her own way, Yiling advised Lord Lu to drink less alcohol and take better care of himself. With a teary-eyed expression, Lord Lu embraced them both, urging them to visit him and Lu Ming, the chubby kid, more often. However, Yixian noticed something amiss and tapped Lord Lu's back, pointing out his runny nose. Yiling responded with an awkward smile, while Lord Lu brushed off the comment. Observing the heartwarming scene with a mocking smile on his face, Kang Zhong interjects, mocking the Kanglin Academy for using a valuable fire spirit for someone he considers trash. Baldi's laughter echoed through the air, his amusement evident as he found the situation to be nothing short of a joke. However, not tolerating his mockery, Dean Ji turned back to face him, his gaze filled with authority, as he orders him to get lost. In an instant, an invisible force struck Baldi, causing his remaining hair to be blown backward and inflicting damage upon him. As Baldy wiped his mouth, he promised that Kangmu Academy would not let this go unpunished. Climbing up the stairs with a mixture of anger and contempt, Baldy looked back at the group gathered below, sneering at them as he calls them blind losers. Moments later, the siblings stood in disbelief as they realized the true state of Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian couldn't help but voice his doubts to the seemingly unconcerned Dean Ji. He questioned whether this rundown place was truly their academy. Maintaining his relaxed demeanor, Dean Ji disclosed that they had been deceived into joining the academy and suggested they find a room elsewhere since no one was currently present. With that said, he finally settled himself down for a nap, leaving Yi Xian and Yi Ling to navigate the situation on their own. Feeling uncertain, Yi Ling turned to her brother, seeking his guidance for their next action. Yi Xian, fueled by his resolve to make the best of the situation, decided to scout the yard for a relatively clean spot where they could settle. Meanwhile, he instructed Yi Ling to wait for him while he is looking for a place. Yi Ling, holding on to a glimmer of optimism, expressed her intention to clean up Kanglin Hall, which will be their new home in this unexpected turn of events. Inside Kangmu Academy, a massive explosion rocks the surroundings, leaving Kang Zhong in a dire situation with a missing arm as he desperately pleads for mercy from the national warrior. In response, Lang Shu sarcastically praises the supposed prestige of Kangmu Academy for daring to give a hard time to someone she personally recommended. Consumed by anger, she unleashes her spear intent, producing an energy of a chaotic dragon as she threateningly orders Li Xiu to make an appearance. Observing the unfolding scene from a distance, the old man who was following Yi Xian stands with an expression filled with a mix of concern. The students in the vicinity bow deeply with extreme fear, overwhelmed by the intensity of the unfolding situation. As he watches the chaos that his lady is causing, the old man declares that the worst has come, emphasizing the lady's fury and highlighting the gravity of the situation that has unfolded. In response to Lang Shu's call, another representative from the academy greets her as he questions the reason behind the national warrior's anger. However, before receiving an answer, Lang Shu aggressively lunged with her spear while demanding to drop his act. The guy swiftly defended himself with a shield technique, but Lang Shu's force shattered his defense, causing injury to his hand. As a final gesture, Lang Shu cast away a jade pendant, declaring that she no longer has any association with the Kangmu Academy. Meanwhile, at the Kanglin Academy, Yi Xian continued his search for a suitable place to settle. His attention was drawn to a house, and he contemplated entering to investigate. Upon opening the door, his nose started to bleed as he realized that someone was bathing inside. Both individuals exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Yi Xian blushed and slowly closed the door, apologizing for the mistake of entering the wrong room. As he processes the situation, Yi Xian sat behind the closed door with a shocked expression on his face as he questions why a woman was present despite the dean's assurance that no one was around. While contemplating, a sword suddenly impaled the door, narrowly missing Yi Xian. He stared at the sword with a mix of surprise and confusion. From behind the door, the woman named Li Anji asked if he saw it. Flustered, Yi Xian implies his ignorance, and replied that he only liked men. The sword was withdrawn from the door, and as Yi Xian attempted to continue his departure, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Anji in a robe and causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Faking his indifference, Yi Xian expressed his annoyance at having his clothes ruined by the bathwater. Reacting to this, Anji wondered if Yi Xian truly likes men. Interrogatively, she asked Yi Xian to identify himself, to which he responded indifferently by introducing himself as Yi Xian, a new student. Continuing his charade, Yi Xian inquired about the unpleasant odor emanating from her. The woman reacted angrily, denying any presence of foul substances around her. She scolded Yi Xian, expressing her disapproval for being judged by a man who likes a man, and demanded that he leave. Yi Xian, wearing a mischievous smile, departed while remarking on the mockery of the situation. In his thoughts, he actually found the scent quite pleasing. Hence the face. Inside the Kangmu Academy, 3 individuals with mysterious backgrounds sat at a single table, engaging in a conversation about the incident involving the national warrior. The old man with a cane remarked that Deputy Dean Li Xiu had provoked the national warrior, and should be punished by facing the wall on the cliff. The man in the yellow garment shared his opinion, dismissing the significance of Yi Xian's genius. He argued that it would be Yi Xian's loss if he failed to join their esteemed Kongmu Academy. Furthermore, he warned against punishing Li Xiu, as it would result in them becoming the laughingstock of the world. The person who was injured agreed with the guy, asserting that they should let the world know that, despite his talents, Yi Xian was still considered a failure in the eyes of the prestigious Kongmu Academy. The man in the yellow garment added a foreboding remark, suggesting that one day, Yi Xian would suffer the same fate as the students of Kanglin Academy, having their souls sealed inside swords in Kongmu Academy, never to be reincarnated. Meanwhile, as Yi Xian returned to the hall, he was greeted by a table adorned with delicious-looking dishes. His mouth watered at the sight, and he couldn't help but compliment the food, asking Yi Ling where she got them. With a shy smile, Yi Ling revealed that she had made the dishes herself when she came across the vegetables while cleaning. Yi Xian praised her with a thumbs up, appreciating her culinary skills. Unexpectedly, Ding Ji joined in, complimenting the food and remarking that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a good meal. This caught Yi Xian off guard, and in a comical tone, he called out Ding Ji for eating without them. To add to the surprise, Anji appeared, holding an empty bowl and requesting another serving. Yi Xian looked at her with a puzzled expression, wondering where she had suddenly come from. After they finished their meal, Yi Xian turned to Ding Ji and asked for guidance on what he should study at the academy. Ding Ji responded with a vague answer, explaining that the academy's educational philosophy was about freeing nature from constraint. Curious for a more specific answer, Yi Xian inquired about what that meant. In a dramatic fashion, Ding Ji stood on top of the table, placing one foot on it, and proudly declared, "Self-study!" This surprised Yi Ling and left her speechless. Later on, Yi Xian decided to rest on top of the roof, observing the beautiful moon while reflecting on Lord Lu's remark about Kanglin Academy's decline. In response to this, his master appeared and asked him if he regretted joining the academy. Yi Xian replied to his master, informing her that he had nothing to regret. Shifting the conversation, Yi Xian raises an important point about his skill improvement, highlighting that absorbing swords is the only way for him to improve his skills. Meanwhile, standing at the gate of the Kanglin Academy is Lang Shu, accompanied by the robed elder. The elder questions his lady on why she decided to come to the Kanglin Academy. Lang Shu replies that she should say hello since her little Xian is here. The next morning, Yi Xian was rudely awakened by the dean, who informed him that someone was looking for him at the bottom of the hill. As he walked down the hill, Yi Xian yawned and wondered aloud who would disturb his dreams so early in the morning. Lang Shu, in response to his remark, casually apologized for interrupting his pleasant dream, mentioning that she might have chosen the wrong time to visit. Yi Xian cleverly replied that his dream was indeed enjoyable, but now it had become even better since he could see Xiaoan, addressing her with an affectionate name. Playfully, Lang Shu punched Yi Xian on the chest and asked when he had become so smooth. Intruding to this affectionate interaction was a red-haired man, who found himself captivated by Lang Shu's beauty. Reacting to the presence of this third person, Yi Xian asked him why he was staring. The man boldly replied, questioning Yi Xian about what was wrong with appreciating what he is seeing. Yi Xian inquired if the guy still intended to continue staring, and the guy confidently affirmed his intention. They briefly held each other's hands, as if preparing for something intense. However, their moment was abruptly interrupted by the dean, who commanded them to step aside. Addressing the two, he emphasized the importance of unity and mutual assistance among students of the same academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian questioned the dean about the guy's membership in the academy, reminding him of their previous conversation where they had discussed there being only 2 members. Reacting to this, the guy sought clarification and asked if there were truly only 2 members in the academy. The dean, who suddenly appeared behind the guy, wisely informed him that there were actually 3 members, including himself. The guy reminded the dean of their previous conversation, where the dean had claimed that Kongmu and Kanglin were the same. The dean cleverly pointed out that he hadn't lied, as both academies were located in the capital and shared the title of being an academy. Therefore, they were essentially the same. Reacting to this, the guy turns his back to the old man and informs him that he is going to the Kongmu Academy. In response, the old man questions whether he no longer desires the second scroll of the Transcendental Pole. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately returns to the dean while contemplating the offer. Eventually, he succumbs to temptation and takes the bait. Shifting the topic, the guy inquires if the dean knows about the national warrior. With an intimidating gaze, Yi Xian interrogates him, asking what he wants from the national warrior. With a confident smile, the guy strikes a pose and boldly introduces himself as Mu Yun, declaring his intent to defeat the national warrior and bring her to tears. Yi Xian and the dean are momentarily stunned by his audacious claim but quickly recover, responding with mocking laughter at the guy's bold declaration. Adding to the ridicule, Yi Xian encourages him to keep dreaming. Furthermore, the old man continues laughing as he remarks that in his old age, he has never seen someone as reckless as him. Angered by their mockery, Mu Yun was about to belittle the national warrior. However, his expression suddenly changed as Lang Shu swiftly sent him flying with a single punch that was both powerful and adorable. Continuing her attack, Lang Shu pummeled him in the air, sending him crashing back to the ground. Observing this onslaught, the two mofos remained in shock, clinging to each other as they witnessed Lang Shu's wrath. Angered by Mu Yun's remark about beating her into tears, Lang Shu questioned him if he was dreaming. In Mu Yun's defense, Yi Xian hurriedly tried to calm Lang Shu by suggesting that Mu Yun was perhaps just daydreaming. Hearing this, Mu Yun, who was badly beaten, addressed Lang Shu and promised her that he would seek revenge, regardless of who she was. Looking at the foolish Mu Yun, the dean informed him that Lang Shu was in fact the national warrior he had been searching for. After a long silence, Lang Shu scoffed at him and walked away with Yi Xian. The dean told Mu Yun to stop playing dead, reminding him of his earlier claim to defeat Lang Shu and reduce her to tears. Finally alone together, Lang Shu expressed her knowledge of what happened in the Kangmu Academy, but was surprised by Yi Xian's decision to join the Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian acknowledged that Kangmu didn't want him, so it seemed like a waste of her kindness to recommend him there. However, he reassured her that he genuinely liked being at the Kanglin Academy. In response, Lang Shu insulted the Kangmu Academy, criticizing them for being blind. While Yi Xian stared at her with affectionate eyes, Lang Shu moved in front of him and presented him with another jade pendant. She explained that the pendant was a compensation for failing to fulfill her promise of getting him into the Kangmu Academy. Enchanted by her beauty, Yi Xian blurted out that she was very pretty. Reacting to his comment, Lang Shu questioned what he was referring to as pretty. Awakened by her question, Yi Xian quickly clarified that he was actually referring to the pendant itself. Continuing the conversation, Lang Shu informed Yi Xian that the pendant would be used by the country to select candidates who would enter the relic left behind by the sword master. Upon learning the significance of the jade pendant, Yi Xian attempted to return it, suggesting that Lang Shu should keep it for herself. However, Lang Shu explained that she practiced spear techniques, rendering the relic useless to her. Additionally, she playfully mentioned that the ruins were said to be located in a volcanic area, hinting that he might find something helpful for Linga there. As Lang Shu observed Yi Xian closely, she emphasized that they were friends, therefore she would genuinely be upset if he didn't accept the jade pendant. With a blush on his face, Yi Xian accepted the jade pendant. Lang Shu then commented that with him becoming stronger, she could leave Jiang with a peace of mind. Confirming her departure, Yi Xian inquired if she was truly leaving the country. Lang Shu confirmed and explained that she had come to meet him specifically to say goodbye. Contrary to her expectations, Yi Xian responded positively to the news, congratulating her and deducing that her cultivation must have improved once again. Therefore, she was no longer bound by the necessity to stay in Jiang. In response, Lang Shu questioned why there was anything to congratulate when it was her first time making a friend, but now she had to go far away, possibly for a long time. In response, Lang Shu blushed as Yi Xian leaned closer to her face and asked if she was worried about not seeing each other again. He extended his hand, assuring her to trust him as he promised to catch up to her and even surpass her, momentarily surprising and flustering Lang Shu. In response, Lang Shu took his hand, acknowledging his words but playfully adding that she has a fast pace. Later on, inside the Kanglin Hall, the group gathered around the table with the dean positioned at the center, adopting a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Xian happily allowed his sister to feed him, while Mu Yun inquired about the reason behind the dean's summoning. In a serious tone, The dean informed them that the Kanglan Academy was facing a life-or-death situation. In response, Mu Yun promptly stood up from his seat and questioned whether the Kangmu Academy was planning an attack. The dean emphasized the gravity of the situation and scolded Mu Yun angrily for underestimating the capabilities of Kanglan compared to Kangmu Academy. The dean then instructed Yi Ling to announce the news, and she agreed without hesitation. Yi Ling assumed a serious demeanor as she relayed her findings that the academy was running out of food and funds. Hearing this, Mu Yun questioned the dean if it was truly necessary to gather everyone in the hall for such a matter. The dean responded that it was not a trivial issue. If left unsolved, they would starve to death. Yi Xian inquired about the availability of spiritual weapons or martial arts skills within the academy. He proposed the idea of auctioning one of those items, suggesting that it could provide sustenance for them for years. Anji responded by mentioning the presence of a hall of records at the back of the academy, where many such items could be found. Upon learning about this, Mu Yun's excitement was evident as he expressed that they should have visited the hall earlier. Anji advised him to consult the dean for more information, as the dean possessed better knowledge about the place. With a laugh and an apologetic gesture, the old man informed them that he had traded all those items for alcohol. Frustrated, Mu Yun dramatically grabbed the old man's neck and questioned him about his excessive drinking habits. Observing the situation, Yi Xian disappointingly placed his hand on his forehead. He emphasized that it was now too late to hold the dean accountable, stressing the urgency of resolving the issue at hand. Turning to Yi Ling, Yi Xian asked for her ideas. Yi Ling pointed out that since they were all living together, they could pool their money to purchase the necessary supplies. Agreeing with her suggestion, Yi Xian acknowledged its potential effectiveness. He generously offered 20 gold coins, both for himself and Yi Ling, as their contribution. However, their proposal was met with silence from the three individuals. In response, Yi Xian calmly stated that it didn't matter if they chose not to contribute from that point onwards. He suggested that everyone should take responsibility for their own lives, cooking their own meals as a means to solve the problem. The three remained silent in response to this suggestion as well. At that moment, the dean approached Yi Xian in an embarrassed manner and expressed his inability to contribute financially, citing his lack of funds. He also questioned how he could be asked to pay for such expenses as a dean. In response, Yi Xian, with closed eyes, pointed to himself and mentioned that the dean had used a fire spirit in order to save Yi Ling. Therefore, he declared that he would take care of the dean's meals as a way of repaying his kindness. With a happy smile to the dean's face, he expressed his approval of Yi Xian's words. However, upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Anji was giving him a threatening look. Understanding her message, he nervously exempted her from contributing, recognizing it as a way to make up for his previous mistake. Observing this interaction, Mu Yun deduced that imitating Anji's behavior would also exempt him from contributing. Consequently, he stared at Yi Xian with a threatening gaze. Upon sensing Mu Yun's intense stare, Yi Xian lost his patience and snapped, questioning him aggressively, and demanding that he either pay up or leave. Realizing that his plan hadn't worked, Mu Yun apologetically offered all his money to Yi Xian, explaining that it constituted his entire fortune and that Yi Xian could have it. After the issue was settled, the dean announced that he had one more thing to share. He then turned his attention towards the entrance of the hall and invited someone to enter. Looking at the entrance, a tall and muscular bald man stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. The dean pats him on the back and introduced him as one of the newest students, Bai Zhe. As everyone approached him, Bai Zhe greeted them in a monk-like manner. He introduced himself as Bai Zhe, hailing from Mount Mang in the north. Mu Yun, whispering to Yi Xian, expressed his eagerness to witness the newcomer's abilities. Sensing something amiss, Yi Ling questioned her brother, inquiring if there would be any trouble. Yi Xian responded, stating that Bai Zhe was not an ordinary person and predicting that Mu Yun would likely be defeated. Mu Yun initiated a conversation with Bai Zhe, presenting a false rule about new students needing to pay a protection fee. Bai Zhe calmly questioned the necessity, mentioning that he didn't require any protection and wondered if he could be exempted from the fee. Mu Yun retorted as he prepares to strike, warning Bai Zhe that refusing to comply would lead to a fight. In a swift motion, Bai Zhe caught Mu Yun's hand and proceeded to twist his arm, causing Mu Yun to grimace in pain. Mu Yun pleaded, requesting Bai Zhe to stop and clarifying that it was merely a misunderstanding. Interrupting the altercation, Yi Xian stepped in, assuring Bai Zhe that Mu Yun was merely testing his skills and meant no harm. Bai Zhe, noticing Yi Xian's grip on his arm, attempted to break free, but to his surprise he found himself unable to do so. As Bai Zhe and Yi Xian exchanged casual glances, Bai Zhe secretly contemplated his inability to break free. After his romantic eye contact with Yi Xian, Bai Zhe finally agreed to release Mu Yun. Bai Zhe praised Yi Xian, expressing his admiration for finding someone stronger than him. In response, Dean Li introduced Yi Xian as a skilled swordsman but with a broken dantian. Reacting to this, Mu Yun questioned whether Yi Xian was the person considered as trash by the Kungmu Academy. Upon hearing Mu Yun's comment, Yi Ling retorted by calling Mu Yun the actual trash and declared that she would no longer be cooking for him. Observing Mu Yun, who was pleading for forgiveness from Yi Ling, Bai Zhe inquired about his identity. The dean responded, stating that Mu Yun possessed impressive physical abilities but seemed to be retarded. Both students became concerned about their future interactions with the fool. The dean then addressed them and suggested that since they were now acquainted, it would be advantageous for them to run errands together and further familiarize themselves with one another. Later on, in the capital's market, the trio found themselves amidst a bustling crowd of people. Mu Yun commented that the market was pretty crowded and expressed his desire for Linger and the others to accompany them. Approaching Yi Xian, Mu Yun mentioned that Linger was cheerful and cute, and he admitted to having an admiration for her. Reacting with anger and a clenched fist, Yi Xian questioned Mu Yun's audacity to show interest in his sister and asked if he had a death wish. Mu Yun quickly clarified, stating that his admiration for Linger was of a friendly nature. Changing his target, Mu Yun turned to Bai Zhe and asked how he had been fooled by old man Ji. Bai Zhe happily replied, explaining that Master Ji had praised him as one of the world's top martial artists and had emphasized the importance of his role in maintaining peace in Jiang. As Yi Xian started to walk away, Mu Yun asked Bai Zhe if he genuinely believed what Dean Ji had told him. Bai Zhe innocently replied that he indeed believed what he was told. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's response, Mu Yun privately thought to himself about how he had never encountered such a naive person before. Bai Zhe innocently questioned Mu Yun, asking if he is not considered a martial arts genius. Mu Yun, wholeheartedly supporting Bai Zhe, responded with a thumbs up, affirming that he was indeed a genius. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, Yi Xian, who had already distanced himself, called out to them, urging them to hurry up and join him. Upon entering the establishment, they were warmly greeted by the manager, who extended a welcome to the drunken immortal and inquired about their needs. Mu Yun questioned Yi Xian, seeking clarification on their purpose at the drunken immortal, wondering if it was an appropriate place to purchase food. Yi Xian dismissed the notion, labeling it as nonsense and explaining that if they didn't come here, Mu Yun would have to carry all the items back later. Yi Xian addressed the manager, requesting 300 pounds of rice, 50 chickens and 50 ducks, 10 pigs, 10 cows, and 5 barrels of oil. Pretending not to know Yi Xian, Mu Yun nervously guided Bai Zhe away from them as Yi Xian began listing the items they needed. Upon hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, the manager questions if he has come to start a confrontation. Yi Xian, wearing an air of confidence and presenting his VIP card, asks if he can make a purchase. Seeing this, the manager nervously acknowledges Yi Xian's request while unintentionally revealing his secret mirror as his hat falls off. Yi Xian, handing over the money to the manager, states that the payment should be sufficient and requests that the item be delivered to him at Kanglin Academy. Receiving the money nervously, the manager assures Yi Xian that they will ensure everything is taken care of. While making their way back to the academy, Mu Yun remarks on the swift change in the manager's demeanor, finding it amusing. Teasing Mu Yun, Yi Xian reminded him of how quickly his expression transformed when he pretended not to recognize Yi Xian earlier. While they were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden shout reverberated throughout the streets, announcing the visit of the Tang dynasty and instructing unrelated individuals to maintain distance. In the middle of the road, there was a notably tall carriage being escorted by guards mounted on wolves. These guards wore sadistic smiles as they mercilessly whipped those within their reach. One of the escorts targeted a girl, causing her to stumble and fall. While observing the girl, the guard commanded his wolf to bite off her head, claiming that the bastards of the Jiang country would reward such an act. Upon hearing this, the wolf prepared to pounce on the girl. However, Yi Xian swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful punch that sent the wolf crashing to the ground. As the girl observes her savior, Yi Xian expressed his displeasure by remarking them as a bunch of beasts, calling them out for daring to rampage in the country of Jiang. Witnessing the defeat of his companion, the guard called out to his wolf with concern. Watching this, Mu Yun voiced his concern to Yi Xian, questioning his impulsiveness in confronting a visitor from the Tang dynasty. Hearing this, Bai Zai challenges the consequences of provoking the Tang dynasty, emphasizing the severe repercussions of mistreating the people of Jiang. After tearing a piece of cloth and approaching the girl, Yi Xian offered words of reassurance, advising her not to fear and assuring her that everything would be fine. Grateful for being saved, the girl expressed her thanks to Yi Xian. Holding his wolf by his side, the guard called out to Yi Xian, confronting him for daring to take the life of his wolf. Angered, the guard rallied his companions, urging them to avenge their fallen comrade by attacking Yi Xian. Yi Xian instructed Mu Yun to ensure the child's safety while he dealt with the situation. With a remarkable leap, he delivered a powerful punch to one of the guards. Mu Yun, captivated by Yi Xian's fight, acknowledged the impulsiveness of his actions but admits to feeling a thrill of excitement from it. Shortly after Mu Yun made this remark, Bai Zai swiftly joined the battle, instructing Mu Yun to look after the girl while he provided assistance. Reacting with frustration, Mu Yun calls out Bai Zai for stealing his line. After expressing his thoughts, Mu Yun cleared his throat and kindly offered to accompany the girl on her way home. Returning to the fight, Yi Xian swiftly disabled one of the duos with a skilled kick. Sensing another guard preparing to strike Yi Xian, Bai Zai swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful blow that brought the assailant down. With a sense of pride and camaraderie, Bai Zai expressed the importance of facing battles together. Acknowledging Bai Zai's support, Yi Xian exchanged a fist bump with him and declared their determination to demonstrate to the Tang dynasty that Jiang should never be underestimated. Approaching the scene were Jiang's security forces, who promptly issued orders to halt the disturbance. Amidst the chaos, the last escort guard fled from Yi Xian and Bai Zai, who stood amidst the casualties, ready to face any further challenges. Upon reaching the security forces, the escort guard expressed disappointment, emphasizing their intention to foster friendly relations between the two countries but encountering mistreatment. The leader of the security assured the escort guard that a thorough investigation would be conducted to provide a clear and satisfactory response. One of the security personnel informed their leader that Yi Xian was the individual who was known to be a trash. Hearing this, the leader questioned if Yi Xian was indeed the trash who was rejected by the Kangmu Academy. Following this, he expressed his disappointment in the declining standards of Kanglan Academy for accepting such students. Hearing this remark, Bai Zai challenged the leader, daring him to repeat his words. Yi Xian questioned the leader, asking if the street was governed by Kangmu Academy, and what relevance it had to his actions of dealing with troublesome individuals. Responding to his question, the leader explained that Kangmu Academy had been assigned by the emperor to maintain the security of the capital. Yi Xian pointed out that the troublesome individuals had been harassing innocent people without the security's intervention, but now that they are here, he questioned whether the security's presence meant they were defending the kingdom of Jiang or the kingdom of Tang. Responding with a smug expression, the leader dismissed Yi Xian's words as empty. The leader swung his spear at Yi Xian, stating his intention to teach him a lesson and labeling him as trash. Yi Xian countered with a powerful kick, creating a big impact on the ground. Despite evading the direct attack, the leader failed to escape unharmed. Being outclassed, the leader wondered why the trash described by the vice dean differed from what he had witnessed. As he emerged from the dissipating smoke, Yi Xian prepared to strike with a punch, surprising his opponent. The leader happily received the onslaught of attacks, ultimately ending the fight. Following this, Yi Xian addressed the students from the Kangmu Academy, inquiring if there were any others willing to challenge him. The group responded with silence and fear evident on their faces. As the group of security personnel fled from the scene, they shouted back at Yi Xian, declaring that Kangmu Academy would not let him escape. Seeing this, the escort guard called out to the fleeing group, urging them to stop and not act like cowards. While beckoning for the group to return, the escort guard suddenly noticed a muscular, an intimidating figure standing menacingly behind him. Bai Zai, with bulging veins on his forehead and a sinister smile, warned the guard that he would teach him the true meaning of justice, even if it meant challenging the heavens. Inside the royal palace of Jiang, the king engaged in conversation with someone, asking if they had heard about the recent events in the imperial capital. In response, a girl in a wheelchair queried whether the king was referring to Yi Xian. Amused, the king laughs and confirms that it is indeed Yi Xian. He acknowledges that although Yi Xian may have acted impulsively, he believes that Yi Xian possesses a heart of gold. In response, the girl shares her perspective, suggesting that Yi Xian is fearless, rather than impulsive. Curious, the king inquires about Yi Xian's background, mentioning that the secret guards have investigated him, but haven't found anything particularly noteworthy, aside from his friendship with the national warrior. The girl reminds the king of a recent occurrence where many masters of the drunken immortal group disappeared, hinting at a connection to Yi Xian. Intrigued by this revelation, the king ponders aloud, acknowledging that the national warrior views Yi Xian differently and expressing surprise at the unexpected link between the matter and Yi Xian. Having made up his mind, the king calls for someone and orders that Yi Xian be made a member of the Jiang Scholar. However, the girl interrupts, requesting that the king leave this task to her personally. The king, smiling, appreciates her newfound interest and agrees to let her handle it personally, granting her the responsibility. Meanwhile, reaching the Kangmu Academy, the group of security personnel urgently pleaded for someone to come and save their fellow member. Later on, while watching the checkup, the concerned group anxiously gathered around their member as the doctor examined him. Li Xiu, who was also present and observing the situation, turned to the doctor and inquired about Zhuo Li's condition. The elder responded, stating that Zhuo Li's life had been saved. However, his spirit is no longer alive. Therefore, he would only exist as a lifeless shell from now on. Upon hearing this news, the group sank into sorrow and dropped to their knees. While shedding tears, the group expressed their frustration and anger towards Yi Xian, who dared to show his arrogance despite being rejected by the Kangmu Academy. The group turned their attention to the deputy dean, imploring him to exact revenge on behalf of Zhou Li. Their emotional outburst was abruptly interrupted by Dean Li Xiu, who sternly commanded them to stop. In response to the dean's authoritative voice, the group nervously halted their emotional display. Dean Li Xiu's face contorted with anger as he expressed his determination to address past grievances with Kanglin and Yi Xian. Upon their return to Kanglin Academy, the two students knelt apologetically as the dean scolded them for the trouble they had caused. Frustrated, he hurled his slipper at Yi Xian, questioning whether enduring the label of being a loser would lead to his demise. Yi Xian swiftly caught the slipper, firmly expressing his belief in confronting and overpowering bullies to earn respect. As Yi Xian spoke, Bai Zai fully supported his viewpoint and agreed with his words. Bai Zai clenched his fist and passionately described his own encounter with a monster in Mount Mang, conveying his belief that running away or showing weakness will only exacerbate the threat. Instead, he advocates for confronting the challenge head-on and asserting dominance, suggesting that by demonstrating greater cruelty and strength, the opposition will yield and be intimidated. As Bai Zai delivered his impassioned speech, a powerful weapon suddenly hurtled towards him with lightning speed, striking him directly in the face. The dean dismissed the incident, adamantly rejecting their reasoning and questioning whether he needed to be educated by their group. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian moved behind the dean and began massaging his shoulders with an awkward smile. He jokingly pondered how they could dare to educate the dean, suggesting that they temporarily withdraw and return when they had grown stronger. The dean stared at Yi Xian, his face contorting into a sarcastic expression as he praised his talent for massaging. Interrupting their conversation, the girl from earlier interjected, expressing her agreement with Yi Xian's sentiments. She questioned the significance of Emir Tang and Kangmu Academy to Elder Ji. Dean Ji fixed a serious gaze on the uninvited girl as she addressed him familiarly, noting his unpretentious nature despite not having seen him in a long time. Intrigued by her intentions, the dean inquired whether the girl, whom he referred to as Master Lu, was affiliated with Kangmu Academy or the Tang dynasty. Master Lu, wearing a gentle smile, clarified that her presence was not for the sake of Kangmu Academy or the Tang dynasty, but rather for Yi Xian, whom she pointed at. One of the maids approaches Yi Xian and presents him with a token on behalf of her lady, mentioning that it was given by the king. Master Lu, with a smile on her face, informs Yi Xian that she has been ordered by the king to make him a scholar of the country. Overhearing this, Yi Ling excitedly exclaims that his brother has become a country scholar. Starting with a smirk, Yi Xian approaches the girl and confronts her, expressing his skepticism. He questions whether the king intends to manipulate the Kanglan Academy by using him as a tool. In response to Yi Xian's unauthorized approach, the maid readies her weapon and points it at Yi Xian's neck, prepared to defend her lady. However, Anji intervenes by pointing her sword at the maid's neck and instructing her to stay away, reminding everyone that fighting is not permitted in the Kanglan Academy. Following this, the girl compliments Yi Xian for being smart, engaging in a conversation with him while their faces are close. Angrily, the dean interrupts them, questioning if they are there to exchange information or engage in a romantic encounter, remarking that they are almost kissing. After breaking the intense atmosphere with the dean's humorous remark, Master Lu responds to Yi Xian's question, stating that although the king has intentions of using him, there is no evil intent behind it. She emphasizes the importance of having the country in mind and explains that being a scholar of the country grants support from anywhere in the nation. Master Lu holds Yi Xian's hand, causing him to blush, as she encourages him to consider it for the sake of Jiang country, assuring him that it will bring him the country's support. Yi Xian, while feeling embarrassed, decides to accept the title of scholar, but not solely for the country's sake, rather for his own benefit. He contemplates how having an official background may make things easier for him and help him accomplish his goals. Seemingly amused by his reaction, Master Lu wears a cute smile as she concludes the deal, looking forward to his future performance. Concluding her visit, Master Lu bids her farewell, acknowledging that she shouldn't further interrupt Dean Ji's education of his beloved students. With a tone reflecting a sense of formality, the dean bids her farewell with a serious expression, expressing his gratitude and asking her to take care. Outside the mountain of the academy, Master Lu orders her maids to keep the news of Yi Xian becoming a country scholar a secret, emphasizing that he can't afford too much attention at the moment. The maids respond obediently, assuring her that they will maintain the confidentiality of the information. Now that he has become a scholar, Yi Xian asks Dean Li if there is anything else to worry about regarding the Kangmu Academy and the Tang Kingdom. With a nonchalant tone, the dean instructs him to forget about it for now. He invites the group to his place that night, mentioning that he has something important to explain to them. As the dean gazes at the sky, he reflects on the feeling that he seems to be forgetting something. Meanwhile, the father of the young girl expresses his gratitude to Mu Yun for safely escorting his daughter home. Appreciating Mu Yun's selflessness, he proposes a toast, suggesting that they continue their camaraderie and enjoy the moment. They decide not to return home that day, extending their time together. Meanwhile, in the boundless tower of hell inside the ring, a sinister face emerges from the smoke produced by a cauldron. The face remarks that the seal on the crumbling tower is finally loosening, hinting at an impending threat about to be released. Meanwhile, arriving at the dean's residence, Yi Xian comments on its remote location while he swats a mosquito in annoyance. However, his progress comes to an abrupt halt as a voice, emanating from behind the thick bushes, catches his attention. Speaking assertively, the voice expresses a desire to handle the contract with Kanglan Academy alone, excluding Yi Xian and the others. With his keen ears, Yi Xian recognizes the voice as Jianji's and becomes curious about the ongoing conversation. Intrigued, he decides to eavesdrop on their discussion, attempting to uncover the reasons behind Anji's statement. As Yi Xian discreetly listens, hidden in the shadows, the dean's voice resonates with a sense of wisdom and concern. He advises Anji not to burden herself with the Academy's old debts, acknowledging the heavy responsibility that Kanglan Academy carries. He expresses concern for her well-being and suggests that she doesn't need to take on everything herself. This revelation leads Yi Xian to realize that Anji is actually the dean's granddaughter. Without warning, Anji unleashes a swift chi slash in the direction of his hiding spot. Reacting quickly, Yi Xian narrowly evades the attack, causing him to fall to the ground in panic. As Yi Xian tumbles to the ground with pain shooting through his body, Anji approaches the eavesdropper, her eyes widen as she realizes it was none other than Yi Xian himself. Confronting him for his eavesdropping, Yi Xian swiftly rises from the ground, defending himself by questioning who else it could possibly be. He remarks that it's fortunate he was the one caught, as anyone else would accuse Anji of attempted murder. Realizing Yi Xian's arrival, Dean Ji expresses his anticipation for what he needs to reveal to them. With a noticeable annoyance, Anji recalls the previous incident where Yi Xian had peeked at her while she was bathing. She points out the audacity of his actions, from invading her privacy to now eavesdropping on her conversation. This revelation reaches Dean Ji's ear, causing him to spit out his drink in surprise. Yi Xian, realizing the gravity of the situation, feels his nerves tighten, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Desperately attempting to divert attention, Yi Xian tries to lighten the atmosphere by commenting on the beauty of the day and the radiant sun in the middle of the night. Dean Ji, his anger boiling, flexes his muscles in a fit of rage, causing his clothes to tear. He unleashes a thunderous shout, berating Yi Xian for his audacious act of peeping at his granddaughter while she was bathing. With a frightened expression etched on his face, Yi Xian nervously denied the accusations, desperately pleading with the dean that it was all a misunderstanding. Undeterred by Yi Xian's denial, the dean's anger fueled his relentless pursuit, vehemently dismissing any notion of misunderstanding and commanding Yi Xian to accept his fate. As Yi Xian continued to flee, his voice strained with urgency as he repeatedly emphasized that he didn't see anything. Witnessing the chaotic scene unfold, Anji could only sigh in disappointment, face-palming as she turned her back on the spectacle of Yi Xian being relentlessly chased by the dean. Meanwhile, Baizhe stood beneath the radiant moon, gracefully shouldering a long bag. Mesmerized by the brilliance of the stars and moon, he remarked that this night was not suitable for hunting demon beasts. Suddenly, the tranquility of Baizhe's moment was shattered as Yi Xian's desperate escape disrupted the serene atmosphere. Seeing Baizhe's bald figure obstructing his path, Yi Xian urgently shouted, pleading for Baizhe to move aside. Reacting swiftly, Baizhe anxiously implored Yi Xian to halt. Despite their frantic warnings to each other, their collision was unavoidable, resulting in a noise emanating from within Baizhe's bag. Yi Xian struggled to recover from the impact, while the dean swiftly ran towards him at an incredible speed. As the dean reached Yi Xian's range, he prepared to throw a punch and ordered Yi Xian to take it while calling him a bastard. Emerging from the bag is Mu Yun, who is brimming with anger as he demands to know who had imprisoned him there. Unfortunately for him, Mu Yun's emergence coincided precisely with the dean's unleashed punch, resulting in a direct blow to Mu Yun's face instead of Yi Xian's. Shifting the scene back to Kangmu Academy, one of the members from the previous group addressed the person named Chan Yen. The member mentioned hearing that Yi Xian, who had injured Zwili, was actually a skilled sword cultivator highly regarded by the national warrior. The member questioned whether they should proceed with their plan. Qin Yen, with a smile, stared at his sword and reassured them not to worry. He expressed confidence in his invincibility in the secluded realm due to possessing the Starlight Sword. Qin Yen claimed that Yi Xian would not succeed against him and mentioned that if he were to kill Yi Xian, the deputy dean would guarantee his promotion to a core disciple. Qin Yen acknowledged the potential repercussions of offending the national warrior but emphasized that he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. In response to Qin Yan's unwavering confidence, the group reacted with admiration, noting how thoroughly he had considered the situation. Deep in thought, Qin Yan contemplated the future, envisioning Yi Xian's downfall and considering him merely as a stepping stone on his path towards becoming a core disciple of Jin Bian. As the group gathered around the dean, with Mu Yun visibly upset by his swollen face, Yi Xian quickly came up with an excuse. He laughed nervously and informed the dean that he had overheard him and Anji discussing the Kangmu Academy agreement. In response, the dean, with his eyes closed, acknowledged Yi Xian's knowledge and suggested that he could make an early decision now that he was aware. The dean then proceeded to provide some historical context, explaining the fierce battle that took place between Kangmu Academy and Kanglin Academy in the past dynasties. He specifically highlighted the notorious failure of Kanglin Academy in that conflict. The consequences of the war were significant, as Kanglin Academy not only lost its legacy but also had the souls of its deceased disciples sealed within the tomb sword formation, a cruel form of humiliation. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian reflected on the sword formation he had witnessed at Kangmu Academy. Mu Yun, addressing the dean, inquired about what happened next in the story. Anji explained that every 3 years, Kanglin Academy holds a tournament with Kangmu Academy. The purpose of the tournament is to let the deceased disciples rest in peace. Anji added that if they win the tournament, the souls of the remaining disciples can be released. Yi Xian asked if Kanglin Academy has ever won these tournaments before. In response, Anji acknowledged that in the previous war, Kanglin Academy suffered a significant loss. Kungmu Academy seized all of their resources, and now only the Ji family remains in Kanglin. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun expressed surprise at this revelation and wondered if they were really going to confront Kungmu Academy in the upcoming tournament. Anji informed him that it wouldn't be necessary, as he alone would be enough for the battle. However, he wanted them to make their own choice and leave if they desired. However, Yi Xian, filled with conviction, stated that he held a long-standing grudge against Kungmu Academy and would not forget Ding Ji's kindness in saving Linger. He declared that he would not forget this kindness and leave. Bai Zhe declared that he would stay as well, asserting that there was nothing to fear from Kungmu Academy. Consequently, Mu Yun eagerly declared his intention to participate as well, stating that he was in. Ding Ji, taking note of their response, turns his attention to Anji and remarks that he has a keen eye for judging people. He reminds her that he had previously predicted their agreement. Turning her back towards the trio, Anji labels them as foolish individuals who lack the fear of death. Addressing the trio, Ding Ji sheds light on the cause of Anji's cold-heartedness, revealing the tragic loss of her parents at the hands of the Kungmu Academy. He emphasizes that her concerns for their safety are genuine, and she fears involving them in the perilous competition. Responding to this, Yi Xian expressed his understanding regarding Anji. Eagerly approaching the dean, Mu Yun raises his expectations and asks if there are any martial arts secrets that he can share, considering the imminent dangers of the upcoming competition. With a smile that carries a subtle touch of malevolence, Ding Ji assures them not to worry, as he will personally take charge of their training from that point onward. The next morning, deep within the mountains, a sharp whistle escaped Ding Ji's lips, echoing through the rugged terrain. In response, a hungry demon wolf emerged, fixing its fierce gaze upon the trio, revealing its hunger. Nervously, Mu Yun turned to Ding Ji, seeking clarification on the creature that he had summoned. Bai Zhe, in response, explained that it was a formidable Sky Realm-level demon wolf. With a sense of pride, Ding Ji plays with his mustache as he remarks on the impressiveness of the demon beast before them. However, he regretfully concluded that it was not suitable for their purposes. Turning his attention to Mu Yun, Ding Ji noted the young man's fondness for running. He explained that while the demon wolf surpassed Mu Yun in raw strength, it fell short in terms of speed. Thus, Ding Ji had enlisted the wolf's assistance to aid Mu Yun's training. Nervously, Mu Yun sought clarification from Ding Ji, unsure of his intentions. With eyes closed, Ding Ji leaned in, holding his chin, and spoke with what seemed to be genuine sincerity. He emphasized that it was all for Mu Yun's benefit, explaining that if he doesn't run, there will be fewer chopsticks on Kanglin Academy's dining tables. Before Mu Yun could respond, the demon wolf lunged forward, charging at full speed. Panic ensued, accompanied by frantic screams. As Mu Yun sprinted, chased relentlessly by the ferocious wolf, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, referring to Ding Ji as a crazy old man. As Mu Yun's unfortunate situation caught the attention of the two watching students, they couldn't help but comment on his misfortune, feeling relieved that they were not in his shoes. Ding Ji then playfully tapped the nervous Bai Zhe, causing him to freeze in place. Looking at Bai Zhe, Ding Ji acknowledged his daily encounters with demonic beasts in the Manga Mountains. With that in mind, he proceeded to put shackles on Bai Zhe's feet. Examining the shackles with concern, Bai Zhe asked about their purpose. Ding Ji replied that it was better not to ask. Following this, Ding Ji then suspended Bai Zhe upside down beneath the waterfall, explaining that if he swam against the current and went over the waterfall, his physical strength would surpass that of an average martial artist. Shifting his attention to Yi Xian, Ding Ji praised him, saying that the entire capital's foundation was built upon individuals like him. He assured Yi Xian that except for the national warrior, he was no less capable than anyone else. Nervously, Yi Xian humbly denied the compliment, expressing appreciation for the kind words, but considering himself to be an ordinary person. Inquiring about Yi Xian's best punching technique, Ding Ji turned his attention to him. Responding to the question, Yi Xian nervously replies that his best punching technique was the Fist of Avalanche, an Earth-grade martial skill. Pointing towards a towering mountain, Dinji instructed Yi Xian to unleash his fist and strike it with all his might until the mountain shattered. Taken aback by the seemingly impossible task, Yi Xian questioned whether he was expected to break an entire mountain with his punches alone. After 3 grueling days of relentless punching, Yi Xian found himself exhausted and sitting beside the giant rock. He couldn't help but express his frustration, noting that not even a single corner had been chipped off. He pondered how Dinji came up with such an unconventional method of using his fist as a secondary technique to demolish a mountain. Examining his sore and weary fist, Yi Xian realized that despite reaching the golden body realm in terms of his physical strength, he still felt the pain in his flesh. Doubt started to creep into his mind, questioning the effectiveness of this approach for him. With a sudden realization, Yi Xian decided to seek guidance from his master. In the boundless Tower of Hell, he called out to his master, expressing his presence and his need for guidance. Yi Xian voiced his concern about the absence of his master, realizing that he hadn't received any response. Just as he expressed his frustration, the entire platform beneath him began to shake, leading him to believe that his master was the cause. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking that he shouldn't be teased in such a manner. Suddenly, a sound caught Yi Xian's attention from above. Intrigued, he looked up to determine its source. Upon examining the enormous circle above, Yi Xian realized that it was the entrance to the second level of the boundless Tower of Hell. With this revelation, he made the decision to ascend and explore further. After jumping up and regaining his balance, Yi Xian found himself surprised by the massive eye staring back at him from the partially closed entrance of the shackled structure. As Yi Xian and the eye locked gazes, he couldn't help but recall his master's warning about the individual residing on the second level not being good. He contemplated whether he would be capable of handling the entity if it were to emerge. Deep in thought, Yi Xian's attention was abruptly diverted as a mysterious red paper suddenly flew towards him. Filled with curiosity, he reached out and picked up the paper, eager to unravel its secrets. As Yi Xian held the paper in his hand, the true scale of the gate, as well as the unrelenting gaze of the eye, became strikingly apparent. Yi Xian held the paper in his hand, examining it closely and questioning its purpose. He wondered if it was meant for him, contemplating its significance. As Yi Xian studied the paper, his expression changed as he noticed a drawing of a crying face on it. Realization dawned upon him that the creature had sent the paper as a form of communication. In response to the paper's message, Yi Xian pointed at it while showing it to the creature, expressing his disbelief and asking if it was requesting to be released. In an intriguing turn of events, the eye of the creature sent another paper in Yi Xian's direction. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the paper and examined it, finding a drawing of a smiling face. Yi Xian interpreted this as an affirmation that the creature did indeed wish to be released. However, Yi Xian hesitated, recognizing the potential danger of releasing a powerful demon beast without knowing its true nature. He concluded that his current level of cultivation would not be sufficient to handle the consequences. Voicing his thoughts, Yi Xian explained that he couldn't release the creature due to the unknown risks involved. He emphasized that if he were to release it, and it caused significant trouble, he would be placing himself in great peril. Therefore, he made the decision not to release it for the time being. Despite his decision, Yi Xian reassured the creature, promising that when he became strong enough to handle it, he would fulfill its request for release. However, before he could even finish his words, the creature's eye immediately expelled him from the ring, causing Yi Xian to awaken in the physical world with a bewildered expression on his face. Yi Xian couldn't help but comment on the creature's rude behavior, noting its method of removing him from that place. He inwardly affirmed his decision not to release the creature, realizing it had been a wise choice. Rising from his position, Yi Xian determined that he needed to inform the elder about the situation and locate the 9 Dao principle. However, as he started to get up, the sudden snapping of a branch behind him caught his attention. He turned to find a trio standing there, with the person in the center asking if he was Yi Xian. Examining the trio closely, Yi Xian felt a sense of unease, recognizing them as individuals from the Kangmu Academy. He wondered why Old Man Ji had allowed them to come up there. Facing the leader, who happened to be Qin Yan, Yi Xian stood tall and questioned him directly if he wanted to fight. Qin Yan responded with a chuckle and readied his sword, declaring that it would be a one-on-one battle between them. Qin Yan, bracing himself for an attack, boldly declared his intention to test the extent of Yi Xian's power. As he charged towards Yi Xian, Qin Yan expressed his disbelief and questioned how Yi Xian could dare to challenge someone from the prestigious Kongmu Academy. Observing this, Yi Xian felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized that his opponent was a formidable presence in the profound Qi realm. Despite his uncertainty about the outcome, Yi Xian gathered his resolve and prepared to strike back, using his bare fist as his weapon. The clash between his fist and Qin Yan's sword ensued. To Qin Yan's astonishment, the clash yielded an unexpected result. He found himself sweating in surprise as he commented on Yi Xian's audacity to fight against his sword with just his fist. Gazing at his opponent, Yi Xian acknowledged that the training method imparted by the dean had indeed proven effective. Addressing Qin Yan, Yi Xian warned him not to hold Yi Xian responsible if he was unable to secure victory in their battle. However, Yi Xian was completely taken by surprise when Qin Yan suddenly appeared behind him, pointing his sword at Yi Xian's back. This unexpected turn of events caused Yi Xian to kneel down, expressing his disapproval of his opponent's actions, and stating that they were behaving shamelessly. One of the group members responded mockingly, emphasizing that in competitions, the focus is always on the results rather than the process, and calling Yi Xian a fool. Qin Yan chuckled in response to their comments. Hearing this, Yi Xian questioned whether they were truly confident in their situation. In an unforeseen twist, the sword lodged in Yi Xian's back began emitting a radiant light. The light enveloped the sword, and its essence started merging with Yi Xian. Witnessing this extraordinary event, Qin Yan was taken aback by the surprising turn of events. His surprise momentarily distracted him, giving Yi Xian an opening. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xian swiftly grabbed hold of Qin Yan's neck. While gripping Qin Yan's neck, Yi Xian taunted him for celebrating too early. Following this, Yi Xian delivered a powerful kick, sending Qin Yan soaring through the air and crashing into a nearby tree. Qin Yan's friend inquired about his well-being, but Qin Yan seemed more concerned about retrieving his sword, exclaiming that it belonged to him. The three of them stared at Yi Xian in disbelief, commenting on how the lodged sword didn't harm him but instead seemed to be absorbed. Qin Yan expressed astonishment, questioning if Yi Xian possessed an innate sword body. Yi Xian responded, stating that he not only possessed an innate sword body but also had extensive knowledge of sword arts. With determination, Yi Xian charged at the trio, his sword directed towards them. As Yi Xian launched his attack, an explosion erupted, throwing the trio back. Once the smoke cleared, a large sword slash was revealed on the ground next to the fallen trio. Qin Yan called out to Yi Xian, addressing him by name. As Yi Xian approaches him, Qin Yan warned that killing him would lead to retaliation from Kongmu Academy against Kanglin Academy. Furthermore, Qin Yan claimed that in the upcoming year, Yi Xian's lifeless body would be found on the Kong Mountain Trail. Yi Xian readied his sword and responded by saying that it was a pity that Qin Yan wouldn't have the chance to see it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan called for help despite being aware that he is within the enemy territory. Surprisingly, the dean himself intervened and requested Yi Xian to stop. Yi Xian realized this and asked Dean Ji what he was doing. Dean Ji replied that he was in fact trying to prevent Yi Xian from killing Qin Yan and advised him not to rush things. The dean then turned his attention to Qin Yan and instructed him to go back and deliver a message to Dean Li Xiankong that if he wanted to challenge the Kanglin Academy, he shouldn't use deceitful tactics. Otherwise, he would face consequences. However, before the dean could even finish his statement, the trio immediately shouted at each other to run away. Observing the situation, Yi Xian questioned the dean, expressing concern that sparing their lives might lead them to return and cause trouble for him. However, while focusing on the positive side, the dean responded to Yi Xian, asking if he thought those individuals were worthy of his attention. He reminded Yi Xian that he was the stronger one in this situation and mentioned that Kanglin Academy was growing in power, indicating that there was no need to engage in direct confrontation. Upon hearing the dean's advice, Yi Xian expressed his conviction, stating that he would eventually topple the Kongshan Trail. As they make their way back to the academy, the dean comments on Yi Xian's strong desire for revenge and reminded him that he might need to leave early for Liangjie Mountain. Yi Xian questioned the dean, asking if he was concerned about any potential interference from Kongmu Academy. The dean replied with a simple instruction, telling Yi Xian to proceed to go to Liangjie Mountain. Later that night at the academy gate, the group gathered around Yixian. He instructed his sister to behave well and not to cry. While gently patting her head, Yixian informed her that he was going to Lianjie to find a cure for her illness. He urged her to take good care of herself while he was away. Anji reassured Linger, mentioning that she shouldn't cry as it wouldn't be a good look for her. Yiling replied to Anji, expressing her obedience, and stating that she would patiently wait for her brother's return. Following that, Yixian requested Ding Ji to ensure Linger's safety. Ding Ji responded by assuring him that anyone who wished to harm Linger would have to confront him first. Bai Zhe and Mu Yun chimed in, declaring that they would protect Linger even if it meant sacrificing their lives. In response to their unwavering support, Yixian expressed his gratitude. As Yixian prepared to depart from the group, Mu Yun shouted, expressing his anticipation for Yixian's return so they could fight each other. Linger confidently commented that Mu Yun would not be able to defeat her brother. Bai Zhe agreed wholeheartedly with Linger's statement. Upon hearing their encouraging words, Yixian smiled as he leaves for a journey. Later on, inside the cloud ship, as Yixian watches the flying cranes, a person notices his presence, causing her to express her dissatisfaction, mentioning that it was unfortunate to come across an eyesore like him. Distracted by this comment, Yixian turns towards her and immediately recognized her as Mu Suiqing. Realizing this, Yixian quickly averted his gaze, thinking to himself about the unexpected encounter and deciding to disregard her presence. Noticing his reaction, Suiqing promptly grabbed his arm while calling him a poor dog, questioning him whether he felt ashamed to be in the presence of someone wealthy. In response, Yixian retorted, pointing out that she accused him of being a poor dog but questioned her own behavior. He described her as a snobbish individual who only knew how to bully others. Upon hearing his words, Suiqing berated him, expressing her astonishment at his daringness to speak to her in such a manner. Following this, Suiqing threatens him that she could make it hard for him to enter the Two-World City. Reacting to her words, Yixian proceeded to get close to her face as he delivers his warning that if she truly possessed the capability, then she can be assured that he would be prepared to confront her at any given time. As Yixian turns his back towards her, he further expressed his extreme hate for her and therefore advised her to stay away from him. In reaction to this, Suiqing trembled in anger and thought to herself that Yixian had insulted her and wished for him to suffer a terrible fate. On a side note, Suiqing is noticeably blushing. Either from being embarrassed, or maybe she just likes it that way. Later on, inside the Two-World City, the boat driver instructed the passengers to prepare for disembarking and gather their belongings. Among the passengers, Yixian commented as he looked around that he had never expected the Two-World City to be so prosperous. He mentioned his intention to bring Linger to see it next time. Opening his map, Yixian thought to himself whether it would take 2 hours to reach that place and considered going to the city first to purchase a fast horse. As he happily stored away his map, while also contemplating shopping for rare items for Linger, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder, and the person inquired if he was Yixian. While turning back to face the person, Yixian questioned the person regarding their identity. Replying to him was a beautiful girl who pointed at his poorly drawn portrait and mentioned that she was An Lang Shu's best friend and also the 9th princess of Jiang. Following this, the princess questioned him if is indeed the person from the portrait. Replying to her while looking at the portrait, Yixian hesitated and acknowledged that it seemed to be him. While saying this, Yixian thought to himself about the woman, remarking on her beauty. After confirming his identity, the princess proceeded to take a closer look at Yixian and remarks on her initial thought that he was a cute teenager based on the portrait but expressed regret, saying she should have refused a request regarding him. Following this, the princess extended her hand, implying that she was asking for something, referring to it as qualifications. Yixian, puzzled by this, questioned her about the meaning of qualifications. Realizing what she meant, Yixian took out a jade and tried to confirm if that was what she was referring to. The princess responded with a simple sound of agreement, indicating affirmation. As the princess turned around and started walking, she informed Yixian that they should go. She mentioned that this time, there would be not only people from Jian but also geniuses and disciples from other countries. She warned that if they arrived late, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Reacting to this revelation, Yixian inquired if there were people from the Kangmu Academy present. The princess replied affirmatively, stating that there were experts from the MANHWA Academy among the attendees. After 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived at the Two Worlds Mountain. As they stood in front of its gate, the princess reminded Yi Xian, advising him to remember that he was there for an opportunity, not for adventure. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian questioned her, seeking clarification on what she meant. In response to him, the princess gave him a threatening look and told him that he must not kill innocent people on her land, warning that she would kill him if he did. With a timid expression, Yi Xian affirmed his understanding. However, a voice came from out of nowhere, suddenly addressing the princess. The person asked what would happen if he sleeps with a beautiful woman like her from her country. Following this, the person swiftly directed a punch between the two of them, as if to separate them. Continuing the attack, the person successfully separated the two. As he looked back at the princess with a smile, he called her the little beauty of the Jiang country, and invited her to come to him, claiming he would love her. Yi Xian remarked that the person was one of the Tang people. Realizing this, Yi Xian proceeded to punch the person, expressing his outrage at the idea of someone thinking about their ladies in such a manner. In response to his attack, the princess jumped towards the person's back and slashed him on his vital spot. She declared that he was not qualified to sleep with her. Observing this, Yi Xian thought to himself that she was deserving of being called the best of the Jiang country along with An Lang Shu. Realizing Yi Xian's gaze, the princess smiled at him and asked what he was looking at. Yi Xian replied while giving her a thumbs up, expressing his admiration and remarking that it was awesome. However, suddenly, the princess prepared to attack again, urgently warning Yi Xian to watch out. As Yi Xian looks back, he found the princess in a sword clash with another girl. The princess sternly addressed the girl as Beichin, expressing her disbelief and indignation at the audacity of the attack on them. In response to the princess's confrontation, Beichin explained that everyone present was searching for treasure, and naturally, eliminating a competitor would improve her own chances. Continuing her attack, Beichin asserts her allegiance to the MANHWA Academy, emphasizing that she would only follow their commands. Amidst the ongoing skirmish, the princess successfully evaded an attack, prompting Yi Xian to catch her. Yi Xian, concerned for the princess's well-being, asked if she was unharmed. The princess reassured Yi Xian, stating that she was fine, and then issued an order. She urged him to stop Beichin and prevent her from surpassing them in their pursuit of the treasure. Agreeing to the princess's directive, Yi Xian summoned his sword, prepared to take action. Witnessing Yi Xian approaching her with determination, Beichin proclaimed that she would show no mercy to anyone obstructing her path. In response, Yi Xian boldly challenged Beichin, telling her to proceed with her threats as she believed she was capable. Their confrontation was abruptly interrupted as the princess cautioned Yi Xian, urgently advising him to move away. She alerted him that someone had breached the protective sword light barrier. As the warning given by the princess proved accurate, the protective sword light wall suddenly exploded, prompting the trio to hastily evacuate from the area. Once the smoke cleared, the trio exchanged puzzled glances, questioning each other about the unexpected event that had just unfolded. Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice echoed, inviting someone to enter and claiming to have been awaiting the person's arrival. In response to these words, the sword held by Yi Xian began to emit a radiant glow, capturing Yi Xian's attention. Following this occurrence, the sword seemingly moved of its own accord, as if drawn towards something. Observing this, Yi Xian expressed confusion and sought to understand the situation. Concerned by Yi Xian's predicament, the princess scrutinized him and inquired about his actions. Yi Xian replied, explaining that he was not in control of his own body, as if something else was dictating his movements. Acknowledging Yi Xian's plight, the princess assured Beichin that she would address her later, prioritizing her focus on Yi Xian's peculiar situation. In response, Beichin retorted with a sense of determination, expressing her refusal to let the princess take anything away while she was present. Upon entering the entrance, Yi Xian and the girls found themselves momentarily taken aback by the sight of numerous statues surrounding the area. Observing the multitude of statues, the princess voiced her curiosity, questioning the reason behind their presence. Beichin responded, explaining that they were likely in the Sword Palace. Unimpressed with Beichin's input, the princess dismissed her response. Beichin, in return, insultingly referred to the princess as a crazy person. As they continued to observe the statues, Yi Xian noticed that they all wielded swords identical to his own, known as the Lingxiao sword. Suddenly, a mysterious woman dressed in white emerged and directed her attention towards Yi Xian, proclaiming that he had finally arrived after all these years. Startled by her sudden appearance, the trio collectively asked the woman who she was. In response to their question, the woman turned her face towards the group, revealing herself to them. As Yi Xian laid eyes upon her, he couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. Yi Xian respectfully addressed the woman, referring to her as senior and inquiring if she knew him. Disappointingly, the woman replied that he was not the person she had been seeking, conveying a sense of regret in her words. The female pointed towards an entrance and informed the group that if they were seeking treasure, they could proceed to the room located at the back of the hall, where some items left behind by someone could be found. Upon noticing the entrance to the room, the princess swiftly grasped Yi Xian's arm, urging him to follow her. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved, refusing to go along with the princess. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Chen taunted the princess, waving at her while making her way towards the room, and sarcastically remarking that she should enjoy her time with her young man. She emphasized that everything in the room belonged to the Kangmu Academy. Responding with anger, the princess firmly warned Bei Chen not to even consider claiming the treasure for herself. Following this exchange, the princess, still fuming, urged Yi Xian to take action. She questioned why he was standing still, emphasizing the importance of finding the treasure before Bei Chen could seize all the valuable items. Noticing Yi Xian's lack of movement, the princess inquired about his intentions, questioning whether he had lost interest in finding the treasure. With his attention fixed on the female, Yi Xian responded to her, expressing his desire to ask her something and suggesting that she should proceed ahead. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the princess, filled with anger, left the area, muttering to herself about Yi Xian's inability to divert his gaze from the attractive woman. Determined to confront Bei Chen, the princess vowed to stop her. Turning his focus back to the female, Yi Xian presented his sword and inquired about her connection to it. He speculated that the recent fluctuations in the Lingxiao sword were possibly related to her. Yi Xian asked if the female was familiar with the sword. Examining the sword, the female expressed concern, noting that the essence of the sword had dissipated, and only a trace of spirit remained. Realizing the implications of her words, the female shed tears and asked if the original owner of the sword had already passed away. Observing the female's emotional reaction, Yi Xian asked if she knew the person who owned the sword. Transporting the narrative to the past, the female explained that she had created the Lingxiao sword and had bestowed it upon the sword's previous owner. Before departing, the owner of the Lingxiao sword had promised the female that once he achieved success in his cultivation, he would marry her and establish a family together. The female affirmed her commitment, assuring him that she would patiently wait for him. Continuing her explanation, the female revealed that the sword's owner had instructed her to wait at the location they were in, promising that he would return for her. However, despite the passage of many years, he never came back. Returning to the present, the female inquired if Yi Xian was a disciple of the sword owner. Yi Xian replied, stating that it was somewhat the case. With a melancholic smile, the female explained that although she had never officially married the sword owner, in her heart, she considered herself his wife. Continuing the conversation, the female asked if Yi Xian would like to address her as his master. Yi Xian looked at her with a sorrowful expression, but quickly bowed to the female and firmly declared her as his master. Moved by his gesture, the female burst into tears of happiness, expressing her gratitude towards Yi Xian. In a direct manner, the female presented Yi Xian with a sword named Lingyu, which was a twin sword to Lingxiao. She explained that when the two swords were combined, their power would increase with a limit of up to the heavenly sword, which is above the true sword. The female expressed her intention to gift the sword to Yi Xian and emphasized that he should nurture the sword and cultivate a strong bond with it. She entrusted him with the responsibility of determining how far the sword could grow in the future. Surprised by the gesture, Yi Xian questioned whether the sword was truly meant for him. The female swiftly confirmed that it was indeed intended for him. Grasping the sword in his hand, Yi Xian expressed his gratitude towards the female, addressing her as his master. However, as Yi Xian focused his attention on his master, he realized that her presence was already fading away. In her parting words, she explained that the two swords had been reunited, and it was time for her to seek out the person she longed for. Confused and concerned, Yi Xian inquired about his master's condition, desperately calling out to her. Responding to his question, his master explained to him that despite not being able to spend the best time of her life with the person she loves the most, they would not be separated this time. As Yi Xian sadly watched his master vanish, he was suddenly seized by the princess, who urgently urged him to run. While being dragged away by the princess, Yi Xian informed her that his master is already gone. In response, the princess told him that they couldn't afford to dwell on their sadness, emphasizing the need to escape to ensure their own survival. Hot on her heels, Beichen angrily pursued them, accusing the princess of being shameless and demanding the return of the book containing top-grade martial arts skills. As Beichen continued to chase them, the princess further provoked her by teasing and taunting her, inviting her to catch her if she dared and calling her names. Beichen, visibly furious, responded with an even stronger threat, vowing to cut the princess into numerous pieces. Observing the intense situation between the two women, Yi Xian could only comment on their behavior as they continued running. After a short while, Yi Xian proposed the idea of sitting down and having a conversation. He expressed his willingness to engage in dialogue with them. Beichen, still catching her breath, replied to Yi Xian, suggesting that he might have a problem with his brain. Agreeing with Beichen's statement, the princess concurred with her assessment of Yi Xian's mental state. Suddenly, the princess noticed an incoming attack directed towards them. Emerging from the smoke was the prince of the Ning country, accompanied by his followers. The prince addressed the ninth princess, complimenting her beauty and suggesting that he might spare her if she handed over the book of martial arts skills. Reacting swiftly, the princess gripped her sword and retorted, questioning the prince's audacity to attempt taking the book from her. The princess unleashed a chi slash towards the prince and his lackeys, vehemently expressing her defiance, and stating that it was nothing more than a dream for them to acquire the book. After analyzing the princess's attack, the prince praised her exceptional skills and recognized her as a rare talent. However, as he prepared to launch his own attack, he belittled her abilities, considering them to be mere tricks in his presence. As their energies clashed, the princess sustained injuries and coughed up blood during the process. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the situation, the prince positioned himself in the air, preparing to strike the princess. Noticing the prince's imminent attack, Yi Xian urgently cautioned the princess to be cautious. Following up his warning, Yi Xian charges his fist with qi and charged towards the prince. With a successful punch to the prince's stomach, he disrupted the attack, causing the prince to fall to the ground. As they approached the fallen prince, the prince questioned them for launching a surprise attack on him. He then warned them that killing him would result in a war between their two countries. In a nonchalant manner, the princess responded, expressing skepticism about the prince's warning. She proceeded to kick him in the head, commenting that his country was incapable of starting a war. Upon witnessing the Ning prince's death, one of the Ning prince's companions expressed outrage at the princess for daring to kill their highness. Reacting to the situation, the girl emitted an aura of qi, surrounding herself with its power as she advanced toward Yi Xian and the princess. Quickly assessing the dangerous situation, Yi Xian devised a plan to divert the girl's attention. He instructed Beichen to confront and defeat her companion. As the girl observed Beichen engaging in combat with her companion, Beichen questioned him about his motives, wondering why he was fighting her when the princess possessed the martial arts skill they sought. The guy responded to Beichen, stating that he was simply following the Ning prince's orders to fight. Frustrated by the response, Beichen exclaimed in annoyance. Returning her focus to Yi Xian and the princess, the girl realized that she had been deceived. In her anger, she declared her intent to make them suffer a dreadful death, vowing vengeance for the deception. Later on, inside a cottage, the princess found a seat on a stack of hay, looking like a snack. She expressed her frustration and anger towards the prince, referring to him with derogatory language and expressing that his demise was still a blessing, considering the injuries he had caused her. Observing her state, Yi Xian questioned her actions, wondering why she would risk her life for an upper-grade martial arts book and if it was truly worth it. The princess responded emphatically, stating that even if she had to endure suffering 100 times over, she would not hesitate to do so. She asked Yi Xian if he believed it was worth it. Curious, Yi Xian asked her about the purpose behind her actions. The princess proceeded to explain the current situation faced by the country of Jiang. She described the presence of numerous influential families within Jiang, each focused on their own interests rather than the welfare of the country. She mentioned the two powerful entities, the Drunken Immortal House and the Kangmu Academy, which held significant sway in the Jiang country. These organizations recruited many talented individuals for their own purposes, but she questioned how many of them were truly willing to fight for the country's sake. The princess emphasized that the Drunken Immortal House controlled the economic aspects of the Jiang country, exerting monopolistic control over almost every industry. This, in turn, resulted in a perpetual state of debt for the country's treasury. The princess gazed at the book in front of her with an expression of hope on her face. She revealed that she commanded tens of thousands of soldiers who hadn't received their wages for 2 months. The martial arts book is expected to be valued at 50 million gold coins, and if it were to be auctioned off, it could sustain the treasury for a period of 3 years. Questioning the worth of her actions, the princess turned to Yi Xian for his opinion. Impressed by her consideration towards her country, Yi Xian blushed slightly and reassured her that it was indeed worth it. In his inner thoughts, he acknowledged the princess's strong commitment to her country and understood why An Langshu held her in such high regard as a precious friend. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, suggesting that they couldn't escape far and proposing to check the bamboo house. Another voice chimed in, warning that they had agreed to work together, and any attempt to deceive them would result in severe consequences. Hearing this, Yi Xian recognized the voices as belonging to Bei Qin and the two individuals from the Ning country. The princess voiced her disdain towards Bei Qin, referring to her as a troublesome person. Yi Xian then made a decision, stating that he would divert their attention while instructing the princess to seize an opportunity to escape. The princess objected, reminding Yi Xian that she had promised to take care of him, and he wouldn't stand a chance against the three of them. Yi Xian opened the door, resolute in his decision, and told the princess that she had already taken care of him enough. As Yi Xian closed the door, the princess gazed at it momentarily, remarking with teary eyes that he was talking as if they wouldn't see each other anymore and mentioning that the thing entrusted to her had not been handed to him yet. Meanwhile, under the light of the moon, the girl from Ning shouted at Bei Qin, urging her to move faster. Bei Qin responded by asking if she was now in a hurry, pointing out that if she hadn't buried that idiot earlier, they wouldn't have lost track of them. They suddenly became aware of Yi Xian, who was holding a book and shouting with excitement. In response, Bei Qin readied her sword and made a remark, identifying him as that stupid kid with the martial art book in his hand. The girl from Ning made a suggestion, expressing the idea of going after him. Sensing the presence of the trio, Yi Xian smiled to himself and had a thought, acknowledging his success in luring them. Continuing with his plan, Yi Xian started running while thinking to himself that he needed to find a way to get rid of these people. As he continued to run, Yi Xian noticed a giant rock in his path. Afterward, Yi Xian decided to hide behind the rock, contemplating his thoughts. He realized that it seemed they hadn't been able to catch up with him. Just as he thought this, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder and addressed him as "Old brother." Yi Xian was startled and swiftly turned his attention toward the person, asking who it was. The person who approached him was a drunk individual, attempting to calm Yi Xian and explaining that he merely wanted to ask for directions. In response, Yi Xian questioned the drunk person, asking what he wanted to know, unable to ignore the strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. The drunk person replied, stating his query about the route to Lingjian Cave. Observing the drunk person, Yi Xian came up with an idea. Later on, the drunk person examined the map, expressing praise toward Yi Xian, acknowledging him as a good man. However, at that moment, the girl from Ning mistook the drunk person for Yi Xian and shouted that he was over there, suggesting they chase him. As the scene of the drunk person being chased unfolded, Yi Xian, the scheming individual, laughed at the sight, commending himself as a clever person. After fooling the trio, Yi Xian made the decision to search for the 9th princess. However, he was suddenly approached by an individual who asked him about the next line of the phrase, "The mantis catches the cicada," suggesting that he should know what it means. Yi Xian takes out his sword and stopped as he questions the person's identity. The guy, known as Wu Yunshan and the Marquis of the Ning, responded by saying that Yi Xian didn't need to know who he is, but should simply hand over the book of the martial arts skill. Receiving no response from Yi Xian, Yunshan further inquired if he wanted to fight. Yixian inquired if Yunshan would let him go if he handed over the book. Replying to him, Yunshan responded that it was not possible. Realizing the situation, Yixian commented that he had already anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, Yixian directed a sword slash towards Yunshan, declaring that it was better to fight than to wait for death. Observing the attack, Yunshan dismissed it as a minor trick and effortlessly produced a chi from his hand, shielding himself from Yixian's attack. Recognizing Yunshan's strength, Yixian acknowledged his power. Fearing the danger, Yixian understood the gravity of the situation. After neutralizing Yixian's attack, Yunshan arrogantly challenged him, questioning what else he had and urging him to use his powerful skills without wasting his time. Yixian replied to him, calling him arrogant as he prepared to launch his attack. Yunshan responded by asking what it mattered. He easily evaded Yixian's attack and positioned himself behind him, commenting on his confidence in dealing with Yixian. Yunshan generated chi energy in his hand, causing Yixian to be sent crashing into a rock. Observing Yixian's miserable state, Yunshan remarked that he had a strong body and a sharp sword, acknowledging his talent in both swordsmanship and martial arts. He expressed regret that Yixian was born in Jiang. Yunshan proposed an offer, suggesting that Yixian return to Ning country with him and swear allegiance, promising to spare his life. With his remaining strength, Yixian made a sarcastic remark, saying that Yunshan seemed skilled at biting people and suggested that he become a guard dog in Jiang country instead. Yunshan, hearing this, expressed his anger and prepared to attack with a smile, stating that Yixian deserved to die. Suddenly, someone intervened by delivering a punch to Yunshan's face, disrupting his attack and sending him flying to the ground. Yixian watched this unfold with a confused expression and asked what had happened. Taking advantage of the situation, Yixian decided to seize the opportunity and escape, commenting that it was a great chance. Yunshan, struggling to regain his composure after being hit, questioned aloud, wondering who had delivered the punch to his face. He scanned the surroundings, urging anyone present to reveal themselves. Upon reaching the city gate, Yixian was swiftly approached by the princess and Langxiu, who ran towards him with concern evident on their faces. Surprised to see Langxiu, Yixian called out her name. Witnessing Yixian's weakened state, Langxiu rushed to his side, addressing him by name. As Langxiu supported Yixian, he inquired about her presence, and why she was there. Langxiu explained that Xiaojiu had sent her a message about Yixian being in danger, prompting her to rush back. Apologizing for the trouble he had caused, Yixian expressed his remorse. The princess, upon reaching their location, responded sharply, questioning Yixian's remarks and calling him an idiot. She pointed out that he was the one injured and suggested they take him to the barracks, where medical workers were available. Agreeing with the princess, Langxiu responded with a quick affirmation. With their combined support, they helped Yixian as they made their way towards the barracks. During the journey, Langxiu encouraged Yixian to bear with the pain, assuring him that the barracks were not far away. Yixian, determined to demonstrate his resilience, replied that he could still bear the minor injury. However, the princess rebutted, accusing him of trying to appear strong while pointing out his pale and ghostly complexion. Observing this scene is the trio including Bei-chin. Bei-chin comments on the unfortunate situation, expressing her belief that it is a stroke of bad luck. Upon noticing their presence, the princess directed her attention towards them and insulted Bei-chin, referring to her as a ghost. Bei-chin replied, questioning whether they were attempting to deceive them since Yixian didn't really take the martial arts skill book to begin with. Preparing her sword, Bei-chin advised them to stop opposing the Kangmu Academy and hand over the book. The princess turned to Langxiu, seeking her opinion on the matter. Stepping forward to confront the trio, Langxiu declared that she had the book and challenged them to come and take it if they dared. Witnessing Langxiu's appearance, Bei-chin is taken aback and wonders why she is there, especially in the company of Yixian. Unaware of Langxiu's true identity, the two individuals from the Ning faction rush towards her. Concerned for their safety, Bei-chin urgently warns them not to approach Langxiu. Ignoring her warning, Langxiu effortlessly sends them flying to the ground, demonstrating her formidable skills. As Langxiu approached them, the girl from Ning pleaded for mercy beneath her feet. Inquiring about who had injured Yixian, Langxiu pointed her spear at Bei-chin and asked if it was her or all of them. Beichen hastily denied any involvement, and insisted that she hadn't hurt Yixian at all. Responding with anger, Lanshu expressed her distrust, stating that she disliked people who lied. As Lanshu's spear grazed Beichen's neck, Beichen nervously maintained her innocence. Trembling in fear, Beichen was surprised when an elder suddenly appeared and pleaded with Lanshu to spare her. Beichen addressed the elder as her master, revealing him to be Mak Song, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Kangmu Academy. Respectfully bowing to Lanshu, Mak Song explained that the person who had injured Yixian was not from the Kangmu Academy but the Marquis of Ning, Wu Yunshan. He requested that Lanshu spare her disciple. Lanshu stared at the elder inquisitively, and he nervously suggested that she confirm with her friend, referring to Yixian. Lanshu asked Yixian if the elder's statement was true, and Yixian confirmed that Beichen was not responsible, and that it was indeed someone from Ning. He added further that Lanshu had a high opinion of them, suggesting that they are incapable of doing this to him. Agreeing with Yixian's comment, Lanshu proceeded to lower her spear, and the 2 individuals breathed a sigh of relief. As Lanshu moved to return to Yixian, she turned her back to Mak Song and warned him that if she discovered any collusion between the Kangmu Academy and the Ning country, he would face dire consequences. Nervously responding, Mak Song assured Lanshu that he had been loyal to the Jiang kingdom from the beginning and had no ulterior motives. Finally, the trio resumes their way to the barracks. The next day, inside a tent, the princess observed the sleeping Yixian and expressed relief that his veins had not been damaged. She remarked that she would have felt guilty for the rest of her life if that had been the case. Placing a towel on Yixian's forehead, the princess assured Lanshu not to worry too much, as the medicine she had given him, which was given to her by her father, was effective. Turning her attention to Lanshu, the princess questioned her about being too kind to Yixian. Observing Yixian with a smile, Lanshu replied that he was a worthy friend and that she hadn't met anyone like him in many years. The princess jokingly commented that he must be the first person to make miss and speak so highly of someone. Lanshu replied with a smile, stating that the princess herself was the first. At that moment, the cloaked elder signaled that it was time to leave. Lanshu acknowledged the elder's remark and said she knew. Curious, the princess asked why they didn't wait for Yixian to wake up before departing. Lanshu instructs the princess to inform Yixian that he could come to the Middle Kingdom if he wished to find her in the future, as she would be waiting for him there. The princess reacts to Lanshu's earlier statement, and asks why she wants Yixian to come to her. She playfully inquires if Lanshu is intending to discuss life and ideals or love with Yixian. Lanshu casually responds that both options are possible. Upon hearing this, the princess and the elder reacts in surprise to Lanshu's declaration. Later, as Lanshu and the elder are about to leave, the elder expresses concern to Lanshu. He warns her that if she becomes too close to Yixian, powerful families who seek to establish alliances through marriage may cause trouble for him. Lanshu confidently reassures the elder, stating that no one can harm Yixian in her presence. The elder reminds Lanshu about the master's expectations and how he doesn't want her to become involved with someone like Yixian, whom he considers mediocre. Frustrated, the elder adds that it's ridiculous to talk about love with Yixian, as he believes the young man is unworthy of her. Lanshu turns her attention to the elder and asserts that Yixian is not as simple as he thinks, and that there is nothing about him that is unworthy of her. She declares that anyone who tries to cause trouble for Yixian is tantamount to messing with her. The elder's concern is evident as he reacts to the lady's remark. Noticing the elder's reaction, Lanshu addresses him. She reminds him that he has been following her for a long time and implies that he knows her temperament well. Lanshu firmly expresses her disapproval, telling the elder not to speak negatively about her friend in the future. The elder reluctantly agrees, accepting her instruction, but privately reflects on the stubbornness of young people. Inside the tent, the princess surprises Yixian by presenting him with a golden crescent sword. Yixian expresses his admiration for the weapon and questions if the princess is sure she doesn't want to keep it. The princess insists that she wants to give it to him, urging him not to waste time discussing it further. Yixian, curious about her motives, suggests that she may have given him the sword out of sympathy for his injuries sustained while protecting her. Blushing and avoiding eye contact, the princess responds evasively, implying that he can interpret her actions however he likes. She adds that since he has touched the sword, she no longer desires it, even if it means her own death. Yi Xian expresses his gratitude while gazing at the sword. Dismissively, the princess brushes off his thanks and reveals her plan for them to visit the immortal drunken house. Yi Xian, puzzled, inquires about the establishment. The princess explains that there will be an auction that night featuring the Earth-rank martial arts technique. Yi Xian expresses surprise, as he had been unaware of the arrangements. While sighing at his question, the princess hands Yi Xian his clothes and informs him that he has been sleeping for 3 days. She urges him to dress and eat before they attend the auction. Yi Xian, considering the potential threats surrounding the coveted book of martial arts, suggests that the princess ask Langshu to accompany her for protection. He believes that with Langshu by her side, nobody would dare to touch her belongings. However, the princess explains that Langshu has other obligations and returns solely to assist Yi Xian. She emphasizes that Langshu has already sacrificed a significant amount of time, so she doesn't want to burden her further. Changing the topic, the princess indirectly hints at Langshu's location by mentioning that she plans to invite her for a meal and drinks in the future when she visits the Middle Kingdom. Later on, at the Drunken Immortal branch in the Two Worlds City, a seductive woman named Su Qing introduces herself as the steward of the establishment and the host of the auction. Su Qing informs the guests that only 3 items will be up for auction that night. Despite that, she assures them that the offerings will not disappoint. After Su Qing concludes her announcement, Yi Xian turns to the princess and asks her about the price of the Book of Earth-grade martial arts. The princess confidently reveals that it is priced at 50 million gold coins, with no room for negotiation. However, a disruptive individual chimes in, making a remark that she would only give her 1 gold coin at most. The princess confronts the mysterious cloaked woman, expressing her annoyance at her remark. Receiving no response from the woman, the princess grows increasingly frustrated and decides to approach her directly, implying that the woman cannot afford the item and thus shouldn't criticize it. Yi Xian intervenes, understanding the potential consequences of causing a scene at the auction, and advises the princess against acting impulsively. As Yi Xian swiftly cautioned the princess against causing a disturbance, Su Qing, taking control of the situation, silenced the crowd and officially commenced the auction proceedings. With a sense of purpose, Su Qing placed 3 meticulously adorned boxes on the table, signaling the start of the bidding for the air-breaking pills, followed by the renowned spiritual weapon known as the Stunning Shadow Knife, and climaxing with the highly sought-after Earth-ranked martial art book, known as the Silent Fire Finger. However, before Su Qing could complete her sentence, a collective gasp of surprise filled the air as a potent wave of energy surged towards them. Momentarily bewildered, Su Qing's confusion quickly dissipated as she recognized the incoming assault, realizing they were under attack. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Yi Xian instinctively reached out to shield the princess, cautioning her to exercise caution. Yet the princess's concerns seemed fixated on the stolen Earth-ranked martial art book. Standing as her protector, Yi Xian confronted the cloaked assailant, pressing her for answers regarding her motives. As a gust of wind unveiled the cloaked female's face, her true identity was revealed to be Tube Yen. Without uttering a word in response to Yi Xian's inquiry, Tube Yen sprang into action, launching a swift and precise attack directed at Yi Xian. Once the assault subsided, Yi Xian immediately checked on the princess, ensuring her safety and well-being. Expressing her frustration, the princess assured Yi Xian that she was unharmed, emphasizing the urgency of reclaiming the stolen Earth-ranked martial art book as their foremost priority. Surveying the dispersing crowd, the princess's fury flared, condemning the audacity of the thieves who dared to rob from her. While examining the boxes, Yi Xian's discerning gaze fell upon a solitary gold coin placed atop one of them. The realization dawned upon him, connecting the dots and confirming that Tube Yen was indeed the perpetrator behind the theft of the book. As Yi Xian sprung into action, he informed the princess of his intention to pursue the cloaked female. He also urged her to locate the members of the Drunken Immortal House, emphasizing their responsibility for the unfolding incident. Responding to Yi Xian's plan, the princess expressed concern for his safety, acknowledging the adversary's formidable cultivation level and urging him to exercise caution. Yi Xian assured her that he understood the risks involved. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the establishment, an elder intercepted Tube Yen, demanding an explanation for her identity and the motives behind her attack on the Drunken Immortal House. In a challenging tone, Tuba Yen questioned the greatness of the drunken immortal house, daring the elder to demonstrate their true capabilities. Provoked by her arrogance, the elder mustered his power to launch an attack. However, Tuba Yen effortlessly interrupted his move, counterattacking with precision. The elder's weakened state was evident as he spat blood, questioning if Tuba Yen had already attained the divine harmony realm. Unperturbed, Tuba Yen struck the elder's chest with a palm, advising him to leave if he already knew the answer. Continuing her assault, she delivered a swift kick, expressing her disappointment at being unable to defeat him without dirtying her hands. As the elder fell to the ground, he issued a warning, emphasizing that the drunken immortal house would not let Tuba Yen escape unpunished. Observing the fallen elder, Tuba Yen derisively questioned whether such behavior was typical of the people in Jiang, dismissing his final words as mere nonsensical ramblings. As he observed the unfolding events in secret, Yi Xian was astounded by Tuba Yan's incredible cultivation, causing perspiration to bead on his cheek. Maintaining his hidden position, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind, urging him to pursue the cloaked female. Surprised by the familiar voice, Yi Xian whispered, acknowledging that his master had finally revealed herself. In response, his master sternly instructed him to abandon any hesitation and go after Tuba Yen. She revealed that Tuba Yen exuded an unmistakable aura of the Tao. Intrigued, Yi Xian inquired whether the Tao resided within Tuba Yen herself. His master admitted uncertainty but could sense a faint trace of the Tao enveloping Tuba Yen. With this knowledge, they needed to capture her and extract the details. Yi Xian hesitated, pointing at himself as he questioned his master's intentions, expressing doubts about his ability to apprehend someone of Tuba Yan's superior strength. He believed it would be a futile endeavor. However, his master grabbed his hand and forcefully pulled him along, assuring him that as long as he was by her side, no one would dare harm him, regardless of their opponent's power or wealth. Reluctantly, Yi Xian agreed, though fear still lingered within him. Outside the city, a sudden and immense shockwave rippled through the surroundings as three individuals clashed at its epicenter. Observing the scene from a distance, Yi Xian turned to his master, inquiring whether the robed woman also possessed knowledge of the Tao. His master responded honestly, admitting that she was uncertain but believed the woman must have sensed the power of the earth, the very force that nurtures the Tao. As they observed Tuba Yen, his master silently acknowledged the woman's formidable abilities and her successful resistance against the two divine harmony realm experts from the drunken immortal house. Intrigued by the situation, Yi Xian proposed to his master that they swiftly move to another location where there was no activity, suggesting they could reap the benefits. Unbeknownst to him, an unknown voice behind him commented approvingly, noting the merits of his plan. Confused by the unexpected remark, Yi Xian called out to his master. However, as he turned his gaze, he realized with a jolt of realization that it was Tuba Yen herself who stood behind him, her knife poised menacingly against his neck. Understanding the direness of his predicament, Yi Xian's disappointment was palpable as he cast a desperate look at his surroundings, privately calling out to his master for guidance and support. Tuba Yen threateningly confronted Yi Xian, noting that he had been following her all this way and questioned if he was seeking death. With the sharp edge of a knife pressed against his neck, Yi Xian nervously inquired about her intentions. In response, Tuba Yen offered him a deal, stating that she would spare his life if he agreed to carry her to the Ning country. Carefully observing Tuba Yen, Yi Xian noticed that she was actually injured in her legs. Confidently addressing Tuba Yen, Yi Xian acknowledged that he was well aware he couldn't match her in strength. However, he pointed out that if he created a disturbance, the experts from the drunken immortal house would be alerted and come in their direction. Adding to this, Yi Xian questioned if she still had the energy to deal with them in her current state. Unable to refute his observation, Tuba Yen could only stare at Yi Xian with anger. However, her expression suddenly changed to a sinister smile as she tightened her grip on his neck while admitting that he was right. She acknowledged her lack of energy to face divine harmony realm experts. However, she confidently claimed that she could easily handle him within a 50-foot radius and kill him without leaving a trace. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian tightened his grip on his sword and declared that if that was the case, they should face death together. Hearing his bold response, Tuba Yen released her hold on Yi Xian and remarked that she had underestimated his courage. Curiously, she asked him what he wanted from her in exchange for carrying her to the Ning country. Yi Xian stated his 3 demands without hesitation. First, he wanted to preserve his own life. Second, he requested the return of the martial arts book that belonged to his friend. And third, he asked Tube Yen to reveal the location where she had sensed the power of the earth. Tube Yen was taken aback by his request, prompting her to question how he knew about her experience with the power of earth. Yi Xian, unfazed, dismissed her inquiry, emphasizing that it was not her concern. He then inquired whether she intended to accept his terms or not. With a smile, Tube Yen agreed and requested to be transported to Ning country. After finalizing their agreement, Yi Xian proceeded to carry Tube Yen on his back. Upon reaching the border between Jiang and Ning, Yi Xian informed Tube Yen of their arrival and suggested that she continue on her own. Tube Yen countered Yi Xian's statement, reminding him that he had promised to carry her all the way to Ning country, not just to its border. Yi Xian, addressing the woman on his back, inquired whether she had set up an ambush nearby, emphasizing the importance of keeping promises and avoiding any negative consequences. Tube Yen reassured him, stating that she had no intention of harming him, disabling him, or imprisoning him. With a mischievous smile, Tube Yen playfully commented on her weight, teasing Yi Xian about his sweat and offering to wipe his face. Yi Xian reluctantly declined her offer, insisting that it was unnecessary. However, to his astonishment, Tube Yen swiftly placed her hand over Yi Xian's mouth, causing him to involuntarily swallow something. Realizing what had happened, Yi Xian swiftly threw Tube Yen off his back, his anger evident as he demanded an explanation for what she had forced him to ingest. Unfazed by his reaction, Tube Yen smirked and informed Yi Xian that it was the renowned golden pill of the Ning kingdom. She claimed that it had the power to sustain a man's vigor throughout the night, and insinuated that Yi Xian was fortunate to have ingested it. Mockingly, she added that they were in the frozen forest, and questioned how he would find a companion there, given the absence of people but abundance of wild beasts. Weakened and unsteady on his feet, Yi Xian retorted that Tube Yen was a treacherous woman. Gazing at his struggle, Tube Yen taunted him, pointing out that she hadn't killed, injured, or imprisoned him. Desperate, Yi Xian extended his hand towards Tube Yen, pleading for her to return the book of martial arts. In response to Yi Xian's plea, Tube Yen replied that he should go and ask the king of hell for it, mocking him further as she left with a smirk. However, just as Tube Yen began to make her exit, the lurking master interjected, expressing disdain for individuals who failed to uphold their promises. Caught off guard, Tube Yen turned her gaze towards the voice, only to be struck forcefully in the stomach by the master. The blow caused her to double over in pain. Swiftly, the master conjured 2 swords made of qi, effectively trapping Tube Yen on the ground, rendering her helpless. In her current predicament, Tube Yen angrily inquired about the master's identity, demanding to be released immediately. Ignoring her question, the master responded by stating that she had blocked the meridians in Tube Yen's body with her sword light. She advised her not to attempt using her energy if she didn't want to die, leaving Tube Yen helpless and enraged. The master addressed Yi Xian, who was struggling to control himself, and suggested that he use Tube Yen to cure his condition since she had poisoned him. Following the suggestion, Yi Xian lunged at Tube Yen like an animal, causing her to tremble. She threatened to kill him if he dared to touch her. While touching her face, Yi Xian commented that if she wanted to place blame, she could only blame herself. Later on, Tube Yen could only struggle helplessly, as you know what happens next. The next morning, Yi Xian looked at Tube Yen, realizing the severity of his actions. He questioned his master, asking why she hadn't intervened to stop him. The master reluctantly replied, stating that there was no way to stop it, and inquired about how she could detoxify him. Yi Xian, still gazing at Tube Yen, wondered how he had ended up in that situation and contemplated what to do next. The master responded, suggesting that since Yi Xian had the upper hand, he should be content and kill her to avoid being killed by her in the future. Surprised by the suggestion, Yi Xian asked if he should really kill her. The master replied, questioning what else they could do. Considering Tube Yen's power, if she was not eliminated now, she would pose a threat later on. Yi Xian pointed out that he had been intimate with her, finding it too extreme to kill her now. The master informed Yi Xian that her assistance on the cloud boat had drained a significant amount of her energy, and the recent fight had worsened her condition. She mentioned that as a result, she would soon enter a deep sleep. Therefore, they needed to determine the location of the Tao on that day. Confused, Yi Xian questioned why the master hadn't informed him earlier. The master raised her sword, pointing it at Yi Xian, signifying that he had no control over the situation. Yi Xian insisted that he wouldn't allow the master to exhaust her energy, and that he would face the trials and tribulations alone. Acknowledging his intentions, the master responded, explaining that she had her own principles. She suggested that Yi Xian should decide what to do with Tube Yen since she was his first companion. Reluctantly, Yi Xian expressed gratitude to his master. Yi Xian glanced at Tube Yen, his expression filled with uncertainty. As Tube Yen opened her eyes, Yi Xian timidly asked if she had overheard their entire conversation. In response, Tube Yen warned him that if he spared her life, she would make his life miserable. Yi Xian approached her and inquired about the specific location where she had sensed the power of the earth. He demanded that she hand over the book of martial arts. Tube Yen sneeringly remarked that he had insulted her, and yet expected her to give something to him, stating that he was merely dreaming. With an angry expression, she pointed out that he already knew whether she had anything hidden on her body or not. Surprised by her response, Yi Xian insisted that the book belonged to his friend and demanded that she surrender it. However, the master took Yi Xian's hand and informed him that they should leave. She advised him not to engage in conversation with the woman, stating that the sought-after item was not in her possession. Yi Xian, feeling confused, inquired how his master knew this. His master replied that she had searched through the woman's clothes the previous night. She further stated that if they returned to the Two-World City, they would likely discover the location where they could find the power of the earth. Yi Xian questioned whether the Tao, referring to the power of the earth, resided in the City of Two Worlds. The master responded, saying that if she wasn't mistaken, it should be located in the Sword Master's mansion. As they became smaller silhouettes in Tube Yan's eyes, she trembled with anger. Her chi violently escaped her body as she recalled Yi Xian's name. In a burst of explosive chi, Tube Yan vowed that she would ensure he met a wretched demise. Meanwhile, continuing their journey, Yi Xian addressed his master, recalling that the woman they encountered had not revealed where she felt the power of the earth. His master instructed him to follow her guidance without question and to keep moving forward. Halting his steps, Yi Xian remarked on the increasing heat around them and asked his senior if she felt the heat as well. The master reassured him, saying that it was okay and urged him not to stop but to keep going. As they arrived at a massive hole in the ground, Yi Xian observed and remarked to his master that there seemed to be something down there. The master instructed him to protect his body with his sword energy, and mentioned that they would go and check it out. Yi Xian swiftly agreed to her instructions. As they proceeded to observe the lava, Yi Xian expressed his surprise as a circular object suddenly emerged from the molten substance. Noting his attention, the master informed him that it was the Earth Tao. She explained that if he managed to subdue it, in future battles, he would be able to access a constant flow of earth power simply by stepping on the ground. Yi Xian inquired whether it could also suppress the demon beast on the second level of the Boundless Tower. The master replied that it remained uncertain, but with this Tao, he would gain full control over the first level of the Boundless Tower, and be able to utilize it to suppress his enemies. Hearing this, Yi Xian exclaimed with enthusiasm and asked the master to tell him how to acquire it. The master cautioned him not to get too elated and explained that although the Tao had sustained severe injuries, it would instinctively resist. Therefore, if he attempted to subdue it, he might experience intense pain. Despite his nervous expression, Yi Xian insisted that he could endure the pain even if it was intense. The master responded, acknowledging his determination, and told him to calm himself and listen attentively to her instructions. Yi Xian replied with resolve, stating that he would do so. Following her instructions, Yi Xian proceeded to summon the tower, but as he did so, intense pain engulfed him. Kneeling in agony, Yi Xian remarked to his master that her description of the pain had been an understatement. It was excruciating. The master told him that he needed to endure the pain, even as Yi Xian struggled. Watching Yi Xian with uncertainty, the master pondered whether she had been mistaken about him if he couldn't handle it. As multiple strands of energy approached Yi Xian's head, he called out to his master. The master responded, urging him to endure and explaining that the Tao was repairing his flesh. Absorbing the strands of light, Yixian cried out in pain, causing his master to express concern and ask if he was okay. Surprisingly, as the master looked at him, Yixian was levitating in the air, with armor suddenly materializing on his body. Observing the armor, Yixian inquired his master about it. The master replied, stating that it was the armor of the earth, created from the power of the land. However, she mentioned that at Yixian's current level, the armor could only last for a maximum of half an hour, after which his power would be depleted. Yixian inquired if it meant that the Tao now belonged to him. His master replied that in order to subdue the Tao, he needed to continue cultivating the sword technique and devouring renowned swords until he acquired enough power. Only then would he be able to fully harness the power of the Tao. She further explained that at the moment, he could only tap into a fraction of the Tao's power. Despite that, the master pointed out that even this limited amount of power was sufficient for Yixian to surpass 2 levels and defeat someone in the peak sky realm with just one punch. Yixian expressed doubt, questioning whether it was an exaggeration to directly cross 2 levels. After uttering those words, Yixian charged a punch, directing it towards the ground and causing it to shatter. As Yixian realized his newfound strength, he pondered to himself about the immense power he possessed. He wondered if this was indeed the power of the earth. Happily, Yixian addressed his master, informing her that his fist had become significantly stronger. However, Yixian soon realized that his master was no longer present. He called out to her, asking where she was and wondering if his punch had been so powerful as to send her away. The master responded from within the ring, stating that with his current weak cultivation, he would need to practice for another 800 years to pose a threat to her. She explained that she had recently depleted a significant amount of power and needed to recuperate for a while. Later on, in the barracks of Two World City, the princess studied a map of the mountain while Yixian arrived to greet her. Approaching him, the princess questioned Yixian, expressing concern about his well-being. Yixian replied that he was fine but regretted his failure to retrieve her book of martial arts skills. Placing her hand on his shoulder, the princess assured him that it wasn't his fault and that the blame lay with the drunken house. Yixian inquired if the drunken house has compensated her for the loss. With a saddened expression, the princess shook her head. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of Steward Su from the drunken immortal house, who wished to see the princess. Su Qing greeted the princess as she entered the tent. The princess inquired if the drunken immortal house had managed to recover her book of martial arts skills. Su Qing shook her head and informed the princess that they hadn't been able to recover it. However, as compensation, the drunken immortal house had decided to offer her 10 million gold coins. Surprised by the small amount, both the princess and Yixian exclaimed, questioning the sum. Su Qing replied with a smile, confirming that it was indeed 10 million gold coins. She acknowledged that the amount might seem unfair but mentioned that her superiors had given instructions to take good care of the princess in the future whenever she visited Two Worlds City. Enraged, the princess lunged at Su Qing, gripping her by the neck, and expressed her discontent. She vehemently pointed out that the book of martial arts was worth 50 million, yet the drunken immortal house had only offered her 10 million. She accused them of underestimating her and treating her as an easy target for bullying. Struggling for breath, Su Qing urged the princess to calm down and warned her that even if they refused to provide compensation, there was little the princess could do. She cautioned against insolence. In a sudden move, Su Qing swiftly produced a long needle and plunged it into the back of the princess's shoulder, while sending the princess flying backward with a surge of qi. Yixian caught the princess and quickly checked on her well-being. The princess, in pain, revealed that she had been struck by Su Qing's concealed weapon and now she couldn't move her arm. Maintaining her arrogant demeanor, Su Qing explained that she had used a silver needle as a lesson to teach the princess manners for her rudeness towards the drunken immortal house. As Su Qing exited the tent, she warned with arrogance that if the princess offended her again, she would no longer show any mercy. However, to her surprise, Yixian pierced her chest with his sword without any hesitation, admonishing her for daring to flaunt her authority in front of the princess. In her final words, Su Qing threatened that the drunken immortal house would not let them go unpunished. As Yixian retrieved his sword, he suggested that the princess send someone to the Ning kingdom to inquire about the stolen martial arts book, which had been taken by the Ning people. The princess acknowledged their predicament, expressing concern that their offense against the drunken immortal house might hinder their chances of receiving any compensation. Yi Xian asserted that he was the one who had killed Su Qing and stated that he would handle the matter himself. The princess disagreed with his decision, expressing her concern. Subsequently, the princess pulled Yi Xian out of the tent and explained that he should return to the imperial city. She assured him that she would take care of the rest, emphasizing that if the drunken immortal house discovered that he had killed their members, his situation would become difficult in the future. Yi Xian questioned what the princess planned to do if he left, stating that he was not afraid of the drunken immortal house. As the princess opened the tent, she warned Yi Xian not to be foolish and reminded him that he could not afford to provoke the drunken immortal house. She insisted that he should go back to the imperial city. However, at the entrance of the tent, they were greeted by the 9th-floor master of the drunken immortal house, who questioned the princess with a smile, inquiring about their hurried departure. Seeing the elder, the princess became nervous and broke into a sweat. She acknowledged that he was the new master of the 9th floor of the drunken immortal house. The elder confirmed this and mentioned that he had noticed that Steward Su's soul tablet was broken, so he had come to investigate what had happened. With a nervous expression, the princess took the blame for killing Su Qing. She then pointed towards Su Qing's body, explaining that her book of martial arts skills had been lost due to the drunken immortal house's negligence. Furthermore, when Su Qing had approached her and refused to provide any compensation, she had been attacked, resulting in her killing Su Qing in self-defense. The elder retorted, stating that regardless of the reason, if the princess had killed someone from the drunken immortal house, she would need to provide a satisfactory explanation. He emphasized that without such an explanation, the royal family of Jiang would no longer be able to purchase provisions, weapons, armors, and horses from the drunken immortal house, which were necessary for their military campaigns. The princess questioned if the elder was openly betraying his own country by opposing her royal family. The elder responded by pointing out that regardless of the lineage of the royal family, the drunken immortal house will still be as prestigious as it is today. He further stated that the drunken immortal house had never been afraid of the royal family. Frustrated, the princess could only express her frustration. However, at that moment, Yi Xian intervened, confusing the princess. Yi Xian declared that he was the one who had killed Steward Su and invited any action to be directed towards him. Before anything further, he requested the elder to examine something. Yi Xian then showed the elder his VIP card, and upon recognizing it, the elder immediately began sweating, realizing the gravity of the situation and who he was dealing with. Nervously, the elder inquired about Yi Xian's name. Yi Xian replied by expressing his desire to see the 3rd-floor master and instructing the elder to summon him immediately. Curious, the elder asked who Yi Xian was and why he possessed a purple card. In response, Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, stating that the elder was not qualified to speak with him, and insisting that the 3rd-floor master be called. Later on, as Yi Xian and the nervous elder sat down, Yi Xian inquired why the elder was hesitating and asked if he thought his card was fake. In response, the elder took out a purple stone and assured Yi Xian that he did not doubt the authenticity of the card. With a trembling hand, the elder used the purple stone to send a message to the 3rd-floor master, requesting his immediate presence at the 9th princess's tent, explaining that there was a young man with a purple card who wished to see him. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Xian experienced a sense of relief, realizing that his plan had been successful. He reflected to himself that he had been extremely fearful, thinking that if the elder hadn't called the 3rd-floor master, he wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. In the subsequent events, the 3rd-floor master arrived and inquired about the reason for his summons, wondering if it had any connection to his drunken immortal house. Yi Xian explained that he had asked the 9th princess to auction a top-grade martial arts book valued at 50 million at the drunken immortal house. However, it was unexpectedly stolen during the auction. Steward Su from the drunken immortal house informed Yi Xian that he would only receive 10 million as compensation and advised him to accept it. Consequently, in a fit of anger, Yi Xian confessed to killing her. Upon hearing this, the elder glanced briefly at Su Qing, who was lying on the floor. Internally, he acknowledged that 50 million was a substantial sum but also recognized that Yi Xian's master was a sword immortal. The elder assured Yi Xian not to be distressed, stating that the blame rested with the drunken immortal house. After making this statement, the third-floor master urgently addressed the ninth-floor master, questioning why he was withholding the money from Yixian. In disbelief, the ninth-floor master responded, remarking that 50 million is a big amount. Surprisingly, the third-floor master retorted angrily, instructing him not to speak nonsense and to comply with his instructions. Following the order from the third-floor master, the ninth-floor master handed a golden envelope to Yixian, stating that it contained 50 million and instructing him to keep it. Yixian accepted the envelope with happiness and expressed gratitude to the ninth-floor master. The third-floor master greeted Yixian with a warm smile and informed him that he had the option to withdraw the money from any gold shop in Xinzhou or visit the renowned drunken immortal house. He kindly inquired if there was anything else Yixian needed, assuring him that he was at his service before taking his leave. Grateful for the third-floor master's assistance, Yixian expressed his sincere thanks and conveyed his anticipation for their next meeting. As they left the tent, the ninth-floor master curiously asked the third-floor master about his apparent fear of Yixian, seeking information about the young man's background. In response, the third-floor master raised a thought-provoking question, asking the ninth-floor master if he knew the circumstances surrounding the demise of the eighth-floor master. He elaborated on how Yixian's master had effortlessly defeated the eighth-floor master with a single sword strike, rendering him defenseless. Emphasizing the power of the young man's master, the third-floor master urged anyone considering provoking Yixian to first contemplate their ability to withstand the might of the immortal's sword. Hearing this, the ninth-floor master grew visibly anxious and exclaimed in surprise at the mention of a sword immortal. Meanwhile, Yixian, wearing a satisfied smile, tightly gripped the envelope, understanding that his master's reputation had successfully subdued these individuals. Observing this exchange, the princess remarked that she had no prior knowledge of Yixian having a master capable of commanding such reverence from the esteemed drunken immortal house. Intrigued, she expressed her desire to meet his master and pay her respects. In response, Yixian handed her the envelope, stating that the entire sum of 50 million was rightfully hers. Surprised by this gesture, the princess commented on his generosity, acknowledging the substantial amount involved. Yixian gently placed his hand on her shoulder and reassured her that it was her money, stressing the importance of promptly compensating the soldiers who were awaiting their payment, as they depended on it to support their families. Playfully, the princess affectionately called Yixian a foolish man and asserted that once he had given it to her, he could not take it back. Yixian joyfully responded, affirming that she could keep the money and teasingly remarked that in the future, if he found himself in any trouble, he would rely on her to come to his aid. Upon hearing these words, a gentle smile adorned the princess's face as she affirmed An's judgment, acknowledging Yixian as a true and worthy friend. With innocent gesture, the princess decided to place the envelope on her melons. Suddenly, a thought crossed the princess's mind, prompting her to mention that she had something for Yixian as well. As the princess opens a giant chest, Yixian playfully teased the princess by questioning whether she was about to present him with yet another golden sword. He reassured her that there was no need for her to continually bestow gifts upon a good friend. To Yixian's surprise, the princess withdrew a meticulously designed blue rectangular object from the chest. Handing it to him, she explained that An had informed her about his sister's health problem and shared that this fire spirit could potentially help her. Additionally, the princess revealed that she had personally requested her father to dispatch the most skilled healer from Jiang to Kanglin Academy, with the intention of treating Yixian's sister. She assured him that he would receive all the necessary details upon his return to Kanglin Academy. Yixian held the fire spirit tenderly in his hands, a mixture of gratitude and hope welling up within him. He silently contemplated whether this object could hold the key to saving his beloved Linger. Touched by Yixian's expression of gratitude, the princess responded joyfully, declaring that as friends, there was no need for formal titles. She suggested that he address her as Jiang Jiao or Xiao Jiao instead. Enthralled by the princess's sweet countenance, Yixian's gaze lingered for a moment before he agreed, finally addressing her as Xiao Jiao, cementing their friendship with newfound warmth and familiarity. However, their tranquil moment was abruptly shattered by a violent earthquake, causing Yixian to instinctively question the source of the disturbance. Reacting swiftly, the princess summoned a nearby soldier who promptly delivered a report, revealing movement on the other side of the mountain. As the soldier's words hung in the air, a colossal eruption of lava surged from the ground, surpassing even the height of the surrounding mountain range. Startled by the sight, the princess concluded that the breach of the spirit vein signaled the imminent arrival of war. Alarmed, Yi Xian voiced his concern, seeking confirmation that this disruption truly indicated the onset of warfare. The princess affirmed his apprehension, confirming that the eruption was indeed a dire omen of impending conflict. She proceeded to explain that with the rupture of the spirit vein barrier, spiritual energy would surge forth, transforming Two Worlds City into a coveted feng shui treasure trove, attracting numerous powers and families from across the continent. She emphasized that the city would become a battleground for the Jiang and Ning factions, with the involvement of other countries inevitable, particularly the formidable Tang dynasty, which would seize any opportunity presented. Assessing the gravity of the situation, the princess urged Yi Xian to swiftly return to the capital before the outbreak of war. Lost in thought, Yi Xian realized his limited understanding of the two armies and acknowledged that his primary concern lay in finding a cure for his sister's illness. Nonetheless, he grasped the princess's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace, assuring her that he would always be there to lend his aid whenever needed. Momentarily flustered, the princess reciprocated his sentiment by urging him to take care of himself upon his return and expressing her anticipation of their future encounters. Yi Xian responded, affirming that their paths would indeed cross again in the future to come. On the following day, Yi Xian found himself aboard the cloud ship, fully immersed in his meditation within the physical realm. Simultaneously, deep within the boundless tower, Yi Xian's unwavering focus was fixed upon the twin swords before him. He marveled at the increased power he had gained through the earth's energy, acknowledging its profound effect on his strength. A burning desire welled within him, compelling him to merge the two swords into one, as it was believed to be the very sword Madame had foretold. He firmly believed that possessing such a weapon would grant him more power to protect himself. As Yi Xian meticulously aligned the swords, an incredible phenomenon unfolded. The blades began to react to each other, their energies intertwining until they seamlessly merged into a brand new sword. Overwhelmed with surprise, Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the successful fusion. With the swords now combined, Yi Xian decided to name the newly forged weapon as Ling Xiujian, a name befitting its significance and power. Meanwhile, outside the academy gates, Yi Ling anxiously awaited her brother's return, clutching a doll that resembled Yi Xian. Longing for him, she expressed her deep yearning and how much she missed him. Beside her, Anji provided solace, assuring Yi Ling that her brother would be back soon. Recognizing the approaching rain, Anji encouraged Yi Ling to seek shelter, as she had been waiting there for an hour. Anji inquired if Yi Ling was hungry, to which she replied that she was not. Changing her gaze below the stairs, Yi Ling noticed that a group is ascending the stairs towards them. This group is led by Finju, the esteemed first disciple of Kongmu Academy. Perceiving the peculiarity of the situation, Anji couldn't help but question the motives behind Finju's arrival. Arrogantly, Finju demanded to know the whereabouts of Yi Xian. Anji swiftly shielded Yi Ling, firmly asserting that Yi Xian was not present. Unperturbed, Finju charged his fist with qi and threatened Anji, vowing to make her suffer if Yi Xian was indeed absent. In a swift and brutal motion, Finju unleashed a powerful punch directly into Anji's abdomen, causing her to double over in pain and cough up blood. As Finju pressed on with his assault, he swiftly maneuvered behind Anji, launching a powerful kick that sent her hurtling towards the wall, her body crashing with force. Witnessing this brutal act, Yi Ling's concern grew, and she was filled with distress as she saw Anji in such a dire situation. With an air of arrogance, Finju scornfully remarked on the audacity of Kanglin Academy for supposedly killing a student from Kongmu Academy while he was away from the country. Anji, despite her pain, urgently pleaded with Yi Ling to run, sensing the impending danger. Unyielding in his arrogance, Finju repeated his demanding to know where Yi Xian could be found. In response, Anji, fueled by her indignation, firmly declared that she would never divulge that information, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Upon hearing Anji's defiance, Finju callously placed his foot on her head, mocking her resolve, stating that he would gladly grant her death wish. Observing this horrifying scene, Yi Ling acted desperately, gripping Finju's leg and biting down with all her might. In reaction to Yi Ling's unexpected attack, Finju scoffed, dismissing her as a mere little girl, warning her to step aside if she wished to avoid death. One of Finju's companions, realizing the significance of Yiling's presence, informed him that she was Yi Xian's sister, and that Yi Xian must be hiding if his sister was present. A sinister smirk crept onto Finju's face upon hearing this revelation. Finju seized Yiling, lifting her off the ground, as she fervently pleaded for him to release her, warning of her brother's wrath upon his return, a warning that promised death to all who had harmed her. Challenged by Yiling's words, Finju expressed his curiosity in witnessing her brother's true capabilities. Anji, her voice laced with anger, shouted at Finju, accusing him of using a young girl as a hostage and questioning whether he had no fear of Kangmu Academy becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. In response, Finju and his group began to walk away, his confidence unshaken, as he questioned the audacity of anyone daring to ridicule Kangmu. He issued an ultimatum, demanding that Yi Xian present himself at Kangmu Academy within an hour, or else he threatened the life of Yiling. Left in a state of frustration, Anji could only shout in sheer desperation, condemning Finju as a heartless bastard. At a later time, on a rainy day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the scene, completely unaware of the troubling situation that had unfolded in his absence. His concern immediately etched across his face as he saw the battered and bruised Anji, who urgently called out to him. Yi Xian, filled with worry, questioned what had happened and urgently inquired about the whereabouts of his sister, as well as Dean Ji and the others. Assisting Anji to stand, Yi Xian eagerly sought answers, his voice filled with determination. Anji, with great effort, conveyed the distressing news that Linger had been taken away by Kangmu Academy. In response, Yi Xian's eyes burned with intensity as he demanded to know the identity of the person responsible for his sister's abduction. Supporting Anji as he carried her, Yi Xian listened intently as she revealed that it was Finju who had taken Linger. She assured him that her grandpa and the others would return soon. Anji suggested that, once they were reunited, the four of them could go together to confront Kangmu Academy. Observing Yi Xian's resolute expression, Anji realized his unwavering determination and tightened her grip on his clothing. With deep concern, she emphasized the immense danger he would face. Anji warned him about Finju, the renowned disciple of Kangmu Academy, and also mentioned Bei Qin. Anji cautioned that venturing alone into this perilous situation would inevitably lead to his demise. Despite being aware of the grave risks, Yi Xian's resolve remained unwavering. Hastily, he made his way towards Kangmu Academy, acknowledging that his own life might be at stake, but he could not bear to let Linger suffer the same fate. Upon hearing his determination, Anji desperately pleaded with Yi Xian, urging him not to act impulsively and to consider the consequences carefully. At the imposing gates of Kangmu Academy, a group of disciples stood guard while Linger remained bound at the top of the gate. As Yi Xian arrived at the scene with his new sword he held in his hand, the disciples turned their attention towards him. Upon catching sight of her brother, Linger called out to him, her voice filled with relief. Witnessing his sister's perilous predicament, an overwhelming surge of anger coursed through Yi Xian's veins, causing a golden qi to envelop his body. In the midst of this tension, a random disciple, who fancied himself the protagonist of his own dream, recklessly charged towards Yi Xian without a moment's hesitation. Consumed by his fury, Yi Xian effortlessly cleaved the audacious man in half, his sword slicing through with chilling precision. The remaining disciples stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they realized that Yi Xian was actually a sword cultivator. Quickly recovering from their shock, the disciples rallied each other, mustering the courage to attack Yi Xian as a united force. Their collective encouragement, however, was short-lived, as Yi Xian swiftly obliterated them all with a single masterful slash, their bodies falling to the ground in lifeless surrender. Observing the carnage, Li Xiu, filled with disapproval, criticized Yi Xian's ruthless actions, accusing him of coming to Kangmu Academy to slaughter its inhabitants. He scornfully questioned whether Yi Xian had grown tired of living. In response to Li Xiu's biting remark, Yi Xian, his voice laced with determination, demanded to know the whereabouts of Finju. Mocking him, Li Xiu retorted that everyone within Kangmu Academy was Finju, and he slyly inquired which particular Finju Yi Xian was seeking. The disciples burst into laughter at the taunting words, underestimating Yi Xian's resolve. However, the humor failed to amuse him, and he coolly stated that if that were the case, they could all meet their demise in hell. With those ominous words hanging in the air, Yi Xian unleashed a powerful slash of qi towards the group, causing Li Xiu to hurriedly defend himself. In the midst of their clash, Li Xiu described Yi Xian as exceptionally arrogant, bearing witness to the force behind his move. However, before Yi Xian's attack could hit them, Fenjiu swiftly intercepted it with his own, seizing the responsibility of dealing with Yi Xian himself. Observing Fenjiu's presence, Yi Xian sternly questioned if he was the one responsible for harming his friend and abducting his sister. Unfazed, Fenjiu launched a fierce attack towards Yi Xian, callously stating that it didn't matter even if he was responsible. He further expressed his intent not only to kill Yi Xian but also to bring harm to his sister. Enraged by Fenjiu's audacity, Yi Xian vehemently declared that he would eliminate Fenjiu, cursing him as a despicable bastard. In a swift motion, Yi Xian skillfully countered Fenjiu's incoming attack. Observing Yi Xian's swordsmanship, Fenjiu remarked that his sword was indeed formidable but criticized its speed, deeming it too slow. With his retort hanging in the air, Fenjiu launched a rapid succession of attacks upon Yi Xian, causing him to sustain minor wounds. Undeterred by the pain, Yi Xian clenched his teeth, summoning his unwavering resolve as he prepared to unleash a powerful counterattack, momentarily catching Fenjiu off guard. Surprisingly, Fenjiu managed to evade Yi Xian's attack. However, his disbelief is evident as he questioned how Yi Xian could possess such formidable strength. With a cold and determined expression, Yi Xian retorted, urging Fenjiu to cease with pointless banter. Witnessing Yi Xian charging his sword for another strike, Fenjiu, momentarily gripped by fear, instinctively took a step back. However, he could only watch in astonishment as Yi Xian unleashed a devastating attack directly aimed at him. In the aftermath of their fierce confrontation, Yi Xian proclaimed that this was the fate that befell those who dared to harm his sister, leaving no room for mercy. Yi Ling smiled as she called out to her brother, who approached her despite the surrounding enemies staring at him. Yi Xian swiftly cut the rope that was tying his sister, catching her in the process. He apologized for being late. Yi Ling responded to her brother, expressing her fear during the situation. Yi Xian reassured Yi Ling, telling her not to be afraid and promising to take her home. However, as thunder rumbled from the clouds, the elder from before blocked their way. Yi Xian questioned the elder, demanding to know what he wanted. The elder replied, expressing outrage at Yi Xian for the killings he had witnessed. Following this, the elder manifested his power and declared that he would kill both Yi Xian and his sister. Observing the situation, Yi Xian thought to himself that the situation was dire, and he must protect Yi Ling at all costs. While lost in thought, the elder suddenly vanished from their sight, only to reappear in front of Yi Ling. The elder ominously remarked that he would start with Yi Ling. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly shielded his sister with his own body, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Seeing her brother injured, Yi Ling anxiously inquired about his well-being, noticing the amount of blood he was losing. Yi Xian weakly replied to his sister, assuring her that he was fine and telling her not to worry. Observing the scene, the elder and the disciples laughed at Yi Xian. The elder made a mocking remark about the touching scene and Yi Xian being a supposedly skilled fighter. He urged Yi Xian to get up and fight him, given that he was supposedly strong. As the elder charged his fist, he emphasized the urgency of taking Yi Xian's life sooner rather than later. However, before the elder could attack, Dingji arrived at the scene and introduced his foot to the elder's face, addressing him as Kumu. The impact sent the elder crashing to the ground. While the disciples watched their fallen elder, Dingji remarked that the elder was nothing more than an old dog, preying on the weak while the students fought amongst themselves. Dingji questioned the elder's lack of shame. Surprised, the elder commented on Dingji's presence in the divine harmony realm, and questioned how it was possible. Dingji calmly replied, explaining that the elder's defeat was a result of his flawed mindset. He warned the elder to crawl away if he didn't want to meet his demise. Upon hearing this, the disciples hastily assisted their elder, who trembled in fear, and they retreated from the scene. Later on, Dingji approached Yi Xian, addressing him as his good disciple, and inquired about his well-being. Yi Xian replied firmly, stating that he would not die. Upon hearing Yi Xian's response, Dingji expressed relief and mentioned that he was glad Yi Xian was okay. He suggested they go home together. Despite his injuries, Yi Xian asked his sister if she wanted to be carried. Yiling declined, stating that she could walk by herself. Hearing this, Ding Ji addressed Yi Xian and remarked that he had many internal and external injuries, advising him to prioritize taking care of himself. Observing Yiling's painful injuries, Ding Ji offered to carry her. However, Yiling declined, stating that she preferred holding her brother's hand. The dean smiled and responded, expressing admiration for Yiling's loyalty and courage. However, before they could fully leave, another group arrived, and the elder from the group responded, addressing Ding Ji as Ji Lao, and commenting on him not even having a cup of tea yet being in such a hurry to leave. The elder from the group was known as Li Xiankong, the dean of Kongmu Academy. Accompanying Xiankong was Bei Qin, along with several disciples who respectfully greeted him. In reply to Xuankong's remark, Ding Ji responded, questioning whether Xiankong wanted him to drink tea and implying that Li Xiankong was not truly interested in having tea. Observing Xiankong, Yi Xian inwardly speculated whether he was indeed the dean of Kongmu Academy, and pondered that his cultivation level should be above the divine harmony realm. As they observed Fengjiu lying on the ground, Xiankong remarked that he had always been a man of peace, but this time, he stated that Ding Ji's good disciple must die. Ding Ji firmly replied, asserting that as long as he was alive, Li Xiankong would never lay a finger on his disciple. Following this, Ding Ji tightened his gourd to his waist as he proposed a fight, asking whether all the members of Kongmu Academy would confront him and his disciple together or if they preferred one-on-one combat. As flames started manifesting around his sword, Li Xiankong responded that if he lost in a one-on-one fight against Ding Ji, he would allow them to leave. However, if he emerged victorious, he would claim the head of Ding Ji's disciple. However, before they could fully start, a hand was suddenly placed on Li Xuankong's shoulder, followed by a voice questioning why both of them were going to fight. The person stated that it was a matter among the younger generation and questioned why they were getting involved. The person is revealed to be Jiang Yutian, the former lord of the kingdom of Jiang. Xiankong exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Yutian. Ding Ji greeted Yutian with a gesture and questioned why he was there instead of fighting against the Tang, referring to him as the old man. Ding Ji asked if Yutian had come to witness the fight. Observing Yutian, Yi Xian thought to himself that he was the supreme king and Jiang Jiu's grandfather. In response to Ding Ji's question, Yutian explained that two masters of the manifestation realm were about to engage in combat, and if he didn't intervene, it would mean watching the empire being destroyed by both sides. Addressing Xiankong, Yutian proposed that both parties were at fault in the matter. He suggested they should stop here for the sake of the empire. Unsatisfied, Xiankong replied that stopping there would mean his people had died in vain. In an attempt to persuade him, Yutian pointed out that they currently faced an external threat from outside the kingdom of Jiang and couldn't afford to have more internal conflicts. Yutian stated that Ding Ji had nothing to lose and would go to any lengths to destroy Kongmu Academy. Therefore, he questioned why Xiankong was fighting against him. While holding Xuankong's hand, Jiang Yutian reminded him that Xiankong was expected to become a member of Kongmu Academy's headquarters, the Hall of Talents. Yutian emphasized that if Kongmu Academy was destroyed by Xuankong's hands, he would have no chance to enter the Hall of Talents. Hearing this reminder, Xiankong thought to himself about the Hall of Talents, and believed that no one could stop him from stepping into it. Ding Ji, feeling impatient, questioned Xiankong about his intentions to continue the fight, expressing his unwillingness to remain in the rain all day. Xiankong responds by advising Ding Ji to discipline his disciple and warns that if Yi Xian kills again, Kanglin Academy shouldn't hold Kongmu Academy responsible for any rude actions. Yi Xian, vehemently pointing his sword, accuses Xiankong of distorting the truth and shifts the blame onto Kongmu Academy for initiating the conflict. However, Ding Ji dismisses Yi Xian's argument and directs his attention to Xiankong. He asserts that he will take care of his own people and firmly warns Xiankong not to allow any Kongmu Academy members into Kanglin Academy again, threatening to eliminate them all if he does. Ding Ji then suggests that Yi Xian and his sister return home, and they leave the scene. As they depart, Jiang Yutian amusingly comments on Ding Ji's recent change in behavior, noting that he has been drinking less and living more openly than before. Xiankong retorts, questioning Yutian's remark and regarding Ding Ji as a sly old man. Later that night, The group gathers around the table for dinner. Mu Yun expresses his anger, describing the academy as bullying dogs. He declares that if he and Bai were present, it would be out of character for them not to kill those bastards who took Yi Ling away. Rising from his seat, Mu Yun passionately asserts that they must teach the aggressors a lesson or risk being seen as easy targets. In the midst of the conversation, Bai Zhe turns to Yi Xian and expresses his desire to stand alongside him in the upcoming fight. Yi Xian agrees, stating that they will face the challenge together and demonstrate the true power of Kanglin Academy. Ding Ji, frustrated by their determination, scolds Yi Xian, reminding him that if he hadn't rushed to their aid that day, Yi Xian would have been killed. Yi Xian defends himself, explaining that Linger was kidnapped, compelling him to fight. Ding Ji responds by emphasizing that force alone may not be enough to resolve matters, especially when confronted by a more formidable adversary. Yi Xian stood defiantly against Ding Ji, refusing to be undermined. He retorted that if the dean believed he had no brain, he should speak up, as he had no fear of embarrassment. Yi Xian made it clear that he would stand up for Yi Ling, and was prepared to repeat his actions if necessary. Concerned for her brother's safety, Yi Ling hugged him tightly and expressed her worry, begging him not to get hurt. Yi Xian reassured her while gently patting her head, explaining that his own injuries were inconsequential as long as she remained unharmed. Observing the heartfelt moment, Mu Yun and Bai Zhe exchanged suspicious hugs while remarking on the touching interaction between the siblings. Ding Ji turned his attention to Yi Xian and delivered distressing news. Kangmu Academy had placed a significant bounty on Yi Xian's head. Moreover, the academy had 72 branches scattered across Qingzhou, meaning that Yi Xian would have to face 72 potential threats if even one student from each branch accepted the challenge. Ding Ji questioned whether Yi Xian possessed the confidence and strength to overcome such a formidable test. With a trembling hand, Yi Xian stood firm and replied defiantly that regardless of his strength and confidence, he had the courage to fight until the end. Mu Yun and Bai Zhe, unaware of the result, patted Yi Xian on the shoulder in agreement. As expected, Ding Ji's anger got the better of him, and he angrily threw an Asian weapon towards their faces, emphasizing that courage alone was insufficient in the face of strength. He warned them not to trivialize their lives and cautioned them against underestimating the disciples from Kangmu Academy, especially those from the main academy, as any one of them could be their demise. Mu Yun couldn't help but voice his thoughts, questioning why Kangmu Academy could receive support from other branches while Kanglin Academy couldn't. He expressed frustration, suggesting that their branches and the main academy were filled with cowards who turned a blind eye to their own disciples' suffering. Unji intervened and explained that among the 108 branches of the Kanglin Academy, their branch was considered the weakest among them. They were often looked down upon and neglected by others. This revelation momentarily disappointed the trio, which quickly turned to anger. Mu Yun confronted Ding Ji, reminding him of his promise to guarantee Mu Yun's transfer to the main academy within a year. However, Ding Ji played ignorant and denied ever making such a promise, further fueling his frustration. Following this exchange, Ding Ji issued instructions. He told Mu Yun and Bai Zhe to train after finishing their meal and instructed Yi Xian to accompany him. Mu Yun couldn't help but retort, questioning why Yi Xian was receiving special treatment. In response, Ding Ji stated that if Mu Yun were to go and fight everyone at Kangmu Academy once, he would also receive special treatment. Hearing this condition, Mu Yun had a change of heart and remarked that he didn't want any special treatment. Later that night, Ding Ji initiated a conversation with Yi Xian, asking him what he lacked the most in terms of character or abilities. Not taking the question seriously, Yi Xian jokingly suggested that he lacked money. This response greatly upset Ding Ji, causing him to become angry and even physically react by coughing up blood. He scolded Yi Xian, questioning whether he had brought him out at night just to talk about money and denying that he was a shallow person. Yi Xian then clarified that he genuinely lacked money. Ding Ji then shifted the focus and explained that what Yi Xian truly lacked was an aura of invincibility and confidence that could overpower his enemies. Using the analogy of a hill, he suggested that Yi Xian should perceive obstacles as mere garbage, insignificant, and easily overcome, in order to quickly boost his aura. Yi Xian expressed his disagreement and confusion, questioning the validity of the analogy and admitting that he didn't fully grasp Ding Ji's perspective. A moment of silence followed, but Dinji broke it enthusiastically, urging Yi Xian to consider obstacles as garbage when facing an enemy. He believed that adopting this mindset would help Yi Xian rapidly enhance his aura. Yi Xian responded reluctantly, expressing his confusion and disagreement, stating that he didn't understand Dinji's perspective. Yi Xian then presented his own opinion, explaining the importance of understanding and acknowledging the enemy's strength when facing them. He emphasized the need to assess one's own capabilities and determine whether victory is possible in order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Xian argued that no matter how confident someone might be, it would be futile when confronted with a powerful enemy. Upon hearing Yi Xian's opinion, Dinji observed him with a thoughtful gaze, recognizing the depth of his thinking. Yi Xian turned towards Dinji, seeking confirmation for his thoughts. In response, Dinji's frustration got the better of him, and he delivered an angry kick to Yi Xian's ass. He questioned why Yi Xian would still fight against Kangmu Academy if he already knew the implications, and who gave him the confidence to do so. Yi Xian stumbled in his reply, emphasizing that he never claimed to be overly confident. He clarified that his motivation was solely to protect Yi Ling, which drove him to be willing to fight to the death. Dinji admonished him, suggesting that if Yi Xian lacked self-confidence, he should find it in that moment, and then simply go back to sleep. He made a comparison, urging Yi Xian to consider facing the challenge as if he were confronting An Longxiu. Disagreeing with Dinji's analogy, Yi Xian expressed his skepticism, stating that finding confidence in a mere mountain was implausible. As he visualized Langxiu's image in his mind, Yi Xian mused aloud, contemplating whether he could find confidence by envisioning himself facing An Longxiu. He acknowledged that Langxiu's unwavering self-assurance stemmed from her true strength, while recognizing that his own abilities paled in comparison. At that crucial moment, Yi Xian's master appeared before him and reassured him, suggesting there was no need to worry. The master agreed with Dinji's guidance, acknowledging that finding confidence would indeed make Yi Xian stronger. However, the master emphasized that understanding his own determination held greater significance. Upon seeing his master, Yi Xian questioned her presence, wondering if the master was still in the process of recuperation. The master clarified that it was merely an avatar and instructed Yi Xian not to dwell too deeply on the matter. The master explained that as long as Yi Xian comprehended why he wielded a sword and the purpose behind drawing it, that would suffice. Yi Xian paused for a moment, contemplating the profound meaning behind his master's words. Without further hesitation, Yi Xian drew his sword, signaling his understanding and resolve. Yi Xian confidently declared that the purpose of wielding his sword was to protect Yi Ling and prove that he was not weak. Having gained a newfound understanding, Yi Xian displayed his strength by swinging his sword forcefully, resulting in the successful slashing of the mountain. Yi Xian's master observed the action and instructed him that in the future, every swing of his sword should possess that kind of momentum as it symbolized his strength. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude respectfully to his master. On the following day, in the lower forest of Kanglin Academy Hill, Yi Ling happily gathered mushrooms, considering the possibility of finding matsutake mushrooms to prepare a chicken soup for her brother's nourishment. While engrossed in her task, the lady from their previous encounter suddenly appeared through a portal. Yi Ling was addressed by the lady, who noted that her brother had nearly died because of her. Hearing this, Yi Ling was briefly surprised but quickly recognized the lady, exclaiming that it was her and inquiring about her purpose for being there. The lady tenderly touched Yi Ling's cheek and informed her that she had specifically come to find her. She mentioned having heard about Yi Xian's battle against Kangmu Academy, and how he had almost lost his life due to Yi Ling. The lady explained that she had decided to take Yi Ling to the Northern Cold Sect. Feeling nervous, Yi Ling asked for information about the Northern Cold Sect, wanting to know more about it. In response, the lady mentioned that it was her hometown and a place where Yi Ling could become strong enough to protect her brother. She firmly held Yi Ling's hand and questioned whether Yi Ling wanted to continue causing trouble for her brother. Yi Ling, in turn, asked the lady about her motive for taking her to the Northern Cold Sect. The lady explained that Yi Ling possessed a special cold spirit body, and if she went with her, the Northern Cold Sect would train her with utmost dedication. She assured Yi Ling that in the future, she would surpass An Longxiu in terms of power. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling wondered inwardly if she could truly become stronger than An Longxiu. Yi Ling, firm in her determination to become stronger, expressed her readiness to go with the lady, stating that if she could empower her enough to protect her brother, she would agree to accompany her. The lady's face lit up with joy, assuring Yiling not to worry and expressing her sincere desire to empower her. She asked Yiling if she would be willing to come with her. Yiling, feeling a sense of attachment to her brother, meekly responded, expressing her wish to stay with him for a while longer. Understanding her hesitance, the lady accepted Yiling's decision and reassured her that it was all right. Yiling, wanting to alleviate any guilt the lady might feel, reassured her, urging her not to be saddened by her choice. She promised that she would indeed come with her when the time was right. The lady smiled warmly and replied, understanding Yiling's promise. Embracing Yiling, she made a heartfelt commitment to return when the moment was appropriate. Yiling responded with a confident nod, assuring her that it was okay. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kanglin Academy, an old man escorted a group of people who immediately showed disdain towards the academy upon observing its dilapidated state. They made disparaging comments about the academy's condition, questioning the kind of sword cultivator that could possibly be trained there. As Yiling approached, her curiosity piqued, and she inquired about the purpose of their visit. The leader of the group made inappropriate remarks about Yiling, suggesting that she could potentially be his future spouse. This comment was met with crude laughter from his companions. Joining in the jest, another person chimed in, jokingly offering Yiling meat to eat. One individual in the group pointed a sword at Yiling and brazenly asked if Yi Xian was present. Upon hearing this, Yiling immediately exclaimed, informing her brother that the thieves from Kangmu Academy had returned. In response, the trio looked up at the sky, where a distinctive silhouette appeared. It was Yi Xian, descending from above and landing in front of his sister, ready to test his newfound power. He commented wryly that his previous declaration to defeat everyone from Kangmu Academy seemed to have been dismissed, as they clearly hadn't taken his words seriously. As Yi Xian made his presence known, the leader of the group arrogantly introduced himself as Tanghua from Kangmu Academy, proudly declaring his intention to kill Yi Xian. However, before Tanghua's introduction could fully register, his head was swiftly separated from his body, causing it to fall lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the lifeless body of their leader, the remaining lackey broke into a cold sweat, their confidence shattered by Yi Xian's lightning-fast sword. Addressing the remaining duo, Yi Xian pointed his sword towards them, questioning who he should fight first. Momentarily frozen in fear, one of them questioned if Yi Xian was truly a sword cultivator, while the other contemplated the reward on Yi Xian's head. As the greedy one proceeded to grab his sword, Yi Xian's smirk grew wider, as he swiftly dispatched both of them with a single slash, ending their lives in an instant. As if nothing had happened, Yi Xian turned to Yiling and casually invited her to return and prepare dinner. With joy in her eyes, Yiling happily agreed. Walking back together, they left behind the lifeless bodies of their adversaries, serving as a grim reminder of their encounter. Later, inside Kangmu Academy, Xiankang sat at the center of the room, reflecting on the trio's failure to survive against Yi Xian's sword, despite supposedly being at the level of Sky Realm. Xiankang then turned to an elder and sought his opinion. The elder expressed concern, speculating that Yi Xian might be inferior only to An Langxiu. He suggested warning students across the world not to rashly challenge Yi Xian, to prevent them from needlessly losing their lives. Enraged by the elder's suggestion, Xiankang stood up abruptly, remarking on the foolishness of the idea. He ordered that they allow more people to challenge Yi Xian, believing that the more people he kills, the more enemies he will have. He reminded them of the 72 branches of Kangmu Academy in Qinzhou, asserting that Yi Xian should offend them all. Concluding his statement, Xiankang ominously declared that for the sake of Kangmu Academy, Yi Xian must be eliminated. Meanwhile, at Kanglin Academy, while Dingji leisurely sings a tune about a great aunt and her rosy cheeks, Yi Xian seizes the opportunity to address him, voicing his desire to break through to the Sky Realm. Dingji responds nonchalantly, telling him to go ahead if he wants to. Feeling slightly awkward, Yi Xian proceeds to inform the dean about his unique physique, which requires him to absorb spiritual swords in order to break through to the Sky Realm. He expresses his awareness of their current situation but insists on obtaining a dozen spiritual swords. However, before he can finish his sentence, Yi Xian realizes that the dean has already dozed off, fast asleep. Startled by the dean's sudden slumber, Yixian raises his voice, shouting at him to wake up. Observing the scene unfold, Anji offers to help Yixian. Surprised by her offer, Yixian inquires if she possesses spiritual swords. Anji replies, urging him to follow her. As they arrive at a dilapidated building, Anji explains that it was once a sacred place for the members of Kanglin Academy. The 9 sacred pillars symbolize the 9 paths of the main academy of the kingdom. Every year, powerful individuals use these 9 divine pillars to disseminate their teachings there. Before Anji can finish her words, Yixian interrupts her, asking if there are spiritual swords within the sacred place. In response, Anji politely tells him to shut his damn mouth. Yixian retorted, stating that her explanation is not a big deal, insisting on spiritual swords. Pissed by his blabbering mouth, Anji menacingly stares at him while gripping her sword. Seeing this, Yixian quickly apologizes, assuring her that he won't interrupt again and urging her to continue speaking. As Anji slashes one of the pillars, an expensive-looking stone falls near Yixian. Curious, Yixian inquires about the nature of the fallen object, seeking an explanation. After sheathing her sword, Anji informs Yixian that the fallen stone is a jade spirit stone, the foundation stone of the inheritance pillar, and the most valuable item they currently possess. She instructs him to take it and sell it in exchange for swords. Curious, Yixian questions whether selling such a precious item would result in a significant loss. Anji responds by suggesting that if he doesn't want it, she will give it to Mu Yun and buy Zhe instead. Not wanting to let go of the opportunity, Yixian hastily snatches the bag, firmly declaring that no one is allowed to take it away. Observing this, Anji criticizes Yixian for pretending in front of her, pointing out his eagerness to claim the stones despite his earlier hesitation. Later, inside the drunken immortal house, Yixian addresses the elder and inquires about the price of the gathered jade spirit stones on the table. The elder informs him that a single jade spirit stone is worth about 50,000 gold coins, making the total value of the stones around 5 million gold coins. Curious about the cost of a spiritual sword, Yixian asks about the price of a single one. The elder replies that the average quality of a spiritual sword costs at least 3 million gold coins. Hearing this, Yixian wonders if he can only afford to buy one sword. In response, the elder assures him to wait a moment, as he will find a way to assist him. Yixian responds positively, expressing his gratitude for the elder's willingness to help. Lost in his thoughts, Yixian's attention is suddenly drawn to a girl who is skillfully carving wood into the shape of a bird. The elder then addresses Yixian, revealing that he has brought the spiritual swords for him. Realizing that his money might not be enough to purchase both swords, Yixian informs the elder about his financial situation. In response, the elder declares that Yixian is an honored guest of the drunken immortal house and should consider it a small gift from them. Yixian expresses his gratitude to the elder for the kind gesture. As Yixian exits the establishment, his mind filled with thoughts of cultivation upon his return, his attention is once again captured by the presence of the girl he had noticed earlier. Observing her, Yixian smiles, remembering how his sister shared the same hobby of wood carving. Approaching the girl, Yixian kindly offers his assistance, inquiring about the object she is trying to carve. Initially hesitant, the girl is won over by Yixian's bright smile. She points at a bird, indicating her intention. Understanding her gesture, Yixian assures her that he will show her how to carve it, silently assuming that she might be mute. With swift and precise movements, Yixian proceeds to carve the bird, while the girl attentively watches him. After finishing the sculpture, Yixian inquires about the quality of his work, seeking the girl's opinion. Yixian then offers guidance, advising her not to rush the sculpting process to avoid making mistakes. Waving goodbye, Yixian explains that he still has something to attend to, bidding the girl farewell. As Yixian departs, the bird approaches the girl, and she asks if it sensed anything from Yixian. The bird replies, stating that it didn't detect any fluctuations in mana. Reflecting on their oversight, the girl comments on the absurdity of them failing to notice the appearance of a sword immortal in Jiang, given that they are the protectors. Curious about Yixian, the bird suggests taking care of him, considering that he has offended her. However, the girl insists they refrain from interfering, stating that they should allow him to develop. She believes in Yixian's pure heart and good intentions. As they watch Yixian from a distance, the girl expresses her plan to nurture him and potentially add him to their circle of talented individuals in Qingzhou, provided he remains true to his nature in the future. As Yi Xian enters the isolated alley in the city, he senses a presence behind him. Turning around, he sees a person who directly asks if he is Yi Xian. The individual then proceeds to threaten Yi Xian, revealing their plan to decapitate him. Taking a moment to assess the situation, Yi Xian confirms that there is indeed more than one person behind him. Lowering his swords, Yi Xian calmly questions whether they have the skills necessary to kill him. Agreeing with Yi Xian's statement, the scarred individual acknowledges that it is precisely why they are fighting as a group. Hearing this, Yi Xian remarks on the Kangmu Academy for sending 3 individuals from the half-step Divine Harmony realm, questioning if they are truly that afraid of him. The scarred person charges at Yi Xian, criticizing his arrogance. Yi Xian, relying solely on his fist, meets the scarred person's spear with his bare hand, swiftly overpowering and defeating him in one strike. Provoking the remaining opponents, Yi Xian questions whether they still plan to fight him together or if they are simply afraid of facing death. Driven by anger, the 2 remaining individuals simultaneously charge at Yi Xian, vowing to use his blood as a sacrifice for their fallen comrade. As their weapons approach him, Yi Xian focuses on them with a determined gaze, seemingly planning his next move. In a sudden burst of bright qi, Yi Xian vanishes from sight, leaving the 2 opponents to inadvertently strike each other with their own attacks. Observing the scene, Yi Xian scolds the 2 individuals, reminding them of his previous statement that fighting one-on-one would have been a wiser decision to avoid accidentally harming their comrades. Suddenly, a swift arrow pierces Yi Xian's shoulder, causing him to react in pain. He criticizes the person who launched the attack, deeming it a despicable and cowardly sneak attack from behind. In retaliation, the woman defiantly declares that she will avenge her brothers by killing Yi Xian, preparing for another attack. Swiftly, Yi Xian summons his sword and deflects her arrow, pointing out the irony that they had intended to kill him but ended up being defeated by him instead. He criticizes the students of Kangmu Academy for their unreasonable behavior. Leaping into the air, Yi Xian raises his sword, delivering a powerful blow that strikes the woman, seeking revenge for being shot at. Despite her injuries, the woman manages to stand up, trembling in pain. Inwardly, she acknowledges Yi Xian's strength, realizing that her brothers were no match for him. Coming to a decision, she concludes that it would be better to retreat for now. Observing the woman, Yi Xian contemplates the fact that there are 3 opponents in the half-step harmony realm, wondering who they will send next. He promises to make the old dog from Kangmu Academy pay a heavy price for his foolishness. Observing Yi Xian on the roof, Mu Yun questions if he was watching the sunset while holding his weapon. Yi Xian informs them that there is something interesting in the alley, inviting them to come and see for themselves. As Mu Yun and Bai Zhe admire their new spirit weapons, Yi Xian explains that they are top-quality spirit weapons. Mu Yun realizes the effectiveness of Yi Xian's frequent battles in terms of making money, while Bai Zhe eagerly asks to be called upon for the next fight. Noticing the arrow still lodged in Yi Xian's shoulder, Anji expresses concern for his well-being. Yi Xian is about to assure them that he is fine, but suddenly he collapses, causing Anji to worry. Later, inside Yi Xian's room at the Kanglin Academy, Mu Yun seeks an update on Yi Xian's condition from Ding Ji. Ding Ji reassures them that there is no poison in Yi Xian's body and explains that he lost a significant amount of blood and is also suffering from hunger. Relieved to hear that there is no poison, the group takes a sigh of relief. With a clear head, Anji advises the others not to inform Yi Ling about what happened, as it would only make her cry all night. Understanding the consequences, Mu Yun and Bai Zhe immediately agree. The next day, at the back of the Kanglin Academy, Yi Xian and his friends happily train together, carrying a giant log on their backs. Looking closely, Mu Yun's delight becomes more evident as he questions why he has to participate when it was originally intended for Bai Zhe alone. Yi Xian voices his own complaints, questioning why he, as someone who is sick, is also required to partake in the training. Anji interrupts them, telling them to stop complaining and reminding them that the training will benefit their overall strength. At that critical moment, Anji's agility saves her from the incoming arrow, which obliterates the log she had been using as a makeshift seat. Confronting the assailant, Anji demands to know their identity. The woman from their previous encounter boldly calls out Yi Xian, shamelessly boasting about sparing him yesterday and confidently declaring that his escape is futile now that she's accompanied by her brother. In response, Yi Xian retorts, exposing her cowardice by recounting how she fled like a frightened animal. Unable to find a suitable comeback, the woman seethes with frustration and vows to end Yi Xian's life. However, her comrade steps forward, taking charge of the situation and announcing his intention to personally confront Yi Xian. Introducing himself as Feng Yixio, ranked 19th on the martial arts list of Qingzhou, and the chief of the inner courtyard at Kangmu Academy in the Chu Kingdom, he presents himself as a formidable challenger to Yi Xian. Yi Xian introduces himself in turn, proudly proclaiming his position as the reigning first-place holder on the martial arts list of Qingzhou. Mu Yun, taken aback by this revelation, questions when Yi Xian achieved such an impressive rank. Yi Xian charges his sword, explaining that being at the bottom of the list is not a desirable position. Yixio, observing Yi Xian's determination, creates a swirling vortex of qi in his hand, suggesting that if Yi Xian truly occupied the lowest rank, he wouldn't be standing before him now. Intrigued, Yi Xian asks Yixio if he truly holds him in such high regard. Yixio replies with unwavering confidence, asserting that he does not underestimate anyone, acknowledging the potential of his opponents. Proceeding with their clash, both fighters are sent back as they momentarily stare at each other. Yi Xian closely examines his weapon, marveling at the incredible strength possessed by the realm harmony cultivators such as Yixio. Similarly, Yixio contemplates silently, pondering the formidable combat prowess of a sword cultivator, even in the profound Qi realm. Both fighters acknowledge the gravity of their opponent's abilities, realizing that they cannot be taken lightly. However, before they can determine a winner, an elderly figure suddenly materializes before Yixio. The elder admonishes him for not maintaining a low profile and questions whether he intends to demolish a house. Yixio, filled with apprehension, addresses the elder respectfully as his master, inquiring about the reason for his unexpected presence. The elder responds casually, questioning Yixio if he needs his permission to be there. Nervously, Yixio laughs awkwardly and embraces his master's arm, assuring him that he wouldn't dare. Amused, the elder affectionately refers to Yixio as a little bastard. Turning his attention to Yi Xian, the elder asks if he was truly rejected when attempting to join the Kangmu Academy of Jiang. Without hesitation, Yi Xian confirms the elder's inquiry. Enraged by the revelation, the elder curses angrily, venting his frustration towards Xian Kang and his subordinates, labeling them a bunch of retards. Collecting himself, the elder jovially takes hold of Yixio's hand, extending an invitation for Yi Xian to befriend his cherished disciple. He mentions that they have yet to be acquainted. Perplexed, Yi Xian inquires if he truly heard it right. Recognizing the elder's cultivation level to be on par with Ding Ji's, Yi Xian wonders to himself why the elder is encouraging his friendship with Yixio. Sensing Yi Xian's hesitation, the elder reassures him, emphasizing their sincere desire for friendship. Yi Xian, skeptical of their sincerity, raises his concerns, reminding them of the past attacks he endured at their hands. In an attempt to prove their genuine intentions, the elder conjures 3 magnificent weapons, presenting them to the group as evidence of their sincerity. Yi Xian and the others exclaim in awe at the remarkable quality of the weapons. Bai Zhe, however, can't help but feel a tinge of disappointment for not receiving one. Observing their amazement, the elder expresses his delight in their satisfaction. Yet Yi Xian remains resolute, questioning whether offering such weapons is enough for him to forgive their previous attempts on his life. He firmly declares that he won't forgive them so easily. Surprisingly, the elder seeks to understand the conditions under which Yi Xian would let go of his grievances. Yi Xian turns his attention to the lady among them, demanding that she kneel before him and kowtow 3 times. The woman responds with anger, explaining that their actions were merely tests of his cultivation. She criticizes him for killing her brother and accuses him of humiliating her in front of her master, deeming it a villainous act. Hearing her words, Yi Xian throws the weapons aside without hesitation, remarking that if she refuses to comply, then they should leave. Continuing his stance, Yi Xian asserts that they cannot absolve themselves with just a few spiritual swords. Hearing this, the elder's disciple responds negatively to his words, but the elder dissuades them with a gesture. The elder then explains that his disciples have offended Yi Xian without his knowledge, claiming that it was his fault for not disciplining them properly. To their surprise, the elder kneels down while declaring that he will apologize to Yi Xian on their behalf. Seeing this, the elder's disciple hurriedly dissuades him from his action. However, Yi Xian approaches the elder, explaining that he can already see his sincerity. The elder replies approvingly, remarking on Yi Xian's kind-heartedness. However, in his inner thoughts, Yi Xian concludes that he will not leave long if he allows the mysterious elder to kowtow to him. Addressing the elder, Yi Xian inquires about the reason for his willingness to kowtow and make friends with him despite the Kanglin and Kangmu Academy being enemies. The elder replies, explaining that he has always respected talents regardless of factional enmity, and that Yi Xian is someone worth getting acquainted with. Listening to their conversation, Yishio explains that his master is a man who cherishes and respects talents, and that his master is willing to befriend him because of his good cultivation and decent reputation. Continuing his words, Yishio points out that if Yi Xian doesn't want to make friends, they will not make any effort to please him. Replying to him, Yi Xian remarks he is willing to make friends but inquires about his definition of a friend. Yishio replies, explaining that a friend is someone who shares the same interests and supports each other. Responding positively, Yi Xian remarks on his confidence that Yishio will be a good friend. Similarly, Yishio responds positively to his word. However, Bai Zhe butts in, presenting a reasonable question on why everyone got something but not him. Presenting him with a bottle, the elder points out that Bai Zhe is cultivating his physical body and that he doesn't have anything suitable for him to use. Therefore, he will give him a bottle of elixir. Bai Zhe responds positively to his words. Following their conversation, the elder turns to Yi Xian and explains that they must take their leave as they still have matters to attend to. They extend an invitation for Yi Xian to visit them in their country if he ever finds the time. Later on, Yishio addresses his master, curious about the reason behind such a generous monetary gesture made to befriend Yi Xian. To their astonishment, the elder reveals that he is willing to sacrifice the entire wealth of the Chu kingdom just to establish a friendship with Yi Xian. He explains that he firmly believes that Yi Xian will eventually reach a level of power that surpasses even the sky itself. Inside the Boundless Tower, also known as the Boundary Prison Tower, Yi Xian meditates amidst the array of swords he had previously acquired. In his inner thoughts, Yi Xian wonders if the 3 swords will be sufficient to aid him in breaking through to the Sky Realm. With determination, Yi Xian absorbs the swords into himself, a powerful surge coursing through him as he shouts like a Super Saiyan. As he opens his eyes, Yi Xian realizes the significant improvement in both his sword and his cultivation, now reaching the Sky Realm. Upon visiting the 2nd floor, where the giant eye resides, Yi Xian proudly announces his breakthrough and proudly proclaims his weapon to be a top-grade Ming sword. He confidently asserts that it won't be long before he can crush the giant eye. However, tired of the incessant boasting, the giant eye rightfully punches Yi Xian in the face, forcefully sending him back to the physical world. As he opens his eyes, Yi Xian gasps in surprise, realizing he has unexpectedly returned to a different location. Later, at the back mountain of Kanglin Academy, a joyous shout reverberates through the air as Yi Xian ascends to the sky, marveling at the realization that he is now flying freely with what seems to be a legendary flying sword. Waving at Bai Zhe, who is meditating nearby, Bai Zhe exclaims in surprise as Yi Xian declares that Bai Zhe should now address him as Yi Jianxian, or Yi the Sword Immortal. Observing the departing Yi Xian, Bai Zhe questions inwardly if Yi Xian has contracted Mu Yun's brain disease. Moving on to his next target, Yi Xian demands the attention of Ding Ji. Curious, Ding Ji opens his eyes only to be greeted by the sight of Yi Xian behaving like a chuny, proclaiming himself as Yi the Sword Immortal. In response, Ding Ji tosses him a coin and sternly advises Yi Xian to see a doctor as soon as possible, leaving Yi Xian staring at the coin in disbelief. Observing Yi Xian enjoying his new ability, Ding Ji remarks on Yi Xian's immense happiness over a simple flying sword. However, Ding Ji's expression suddenly changes as he senses Xian Kang's presence on his back, observing him and commenting on his comfortable life. In response, Ding Ji demands Xian Kang to leave, as his presence is unwelcome. Ignoring the Dean's words, Xian Kang highlights his awareness of Yi Xian's ability to fly with his sword, indicating that he has already broken through to the Sky Realm. In response, Ding Ji curtly tells Xian Kang not to waste his time talking before he takes his leave. Changing the topic, Xiankang reminds Dinji of an unknown mystery discovered in the Jade Mountain range of the Ning Empire, adding that the master of the secret world is speculated to be Tohu, the strongest person in Ning. In an attempt to persuade him, Xiankang further speculates that Tohu, being a practitioner of the 10,000 Dharma mirror, must have left behind numerous treasures within the secret realm. He mentions that anyone under the age of 20 is eligible to participate. Given this information, Xiankang suggests that Kanglin Academy should participate. However, Dinji firmly replied that they will not be participating. As he blocks his path, Xiankang seeks confirmation if Kanglin Academy is genuinely refusing to take part. Dinji affirms that they have made their decision not to participate. Unsatisfied with Dinji's response, Xiankang destroys the wall nearby, revealing multiple figures behind it. Dinji realizes that among them is Yiling, along with two robed individuals from unknown backgrounds. Witnessing this, Dinji condemns their shamelessness for tarnishing their reputations in their pursuit of killing Yixuan. He expresses disbelief that they would send two people at the manifestation realm just to capture an unarmed little girl. Unperturbed, Xiankang places his hand on Dinji's shoulder, explaining their sole intention of killing Yixuan while maintaining their reputation. He instructs Dinji to relay a message to Yixuan. If he doesn't participate, they will kill his sister in the secret realm. In retaliation, Dinji points at Yiling, warning Xiankang that he will kill the students of MANHWA Academy if he dares to harm Yiling. Responding with a warning of his own, Xiankang asserts that they will kill Yiling if Dinji dares to make a move against them. Hearing this, Dinji clenches his fist in frustration, realizing that if he insists on fighting Xiankang, Yiling will likely be injured. He resolves to endure the situation for Yiling's sake. As they leave the academy, Xiankang demands to meet Yixuan in 3 days at the secret realm. In response, Dinji warns Xiankang that he is seeking his own demise. Xiankang retorts, suggesting that it was Dinji himself who sought death by accepting Yixuan into Kanglin Academy. Arriving at the scene, Yixuan immediately launches an attack on Xiankang, demanding the release of his sister. Amused, Xiankang smiles condescendingly, scolding Yixuan for his rudeness before retaliating with an attack that sends Yixuan crashing into the wall. With a belittling tone, Xiankang instructs Yixuan to come to the secret realm in 3 days if he wants to save his sister. Despite his aching and trembling body, Yixuan continues to demand the release of his sister, but his pleas are predictably ignored. Seeing this, Dinji advises Yixuan not to be impulsive. Yixuan responds, pointing out that they have taken his sister. Hearing this, Dinji apologizes, explaining his inability to predict Xiankang's dirty tricks. With trembling fists and gritted teeth, Yixuan declares that he doesn't blame anyone other than himself for being weak. Hearing this, Dinji is understandably saddened. At the same time, the rest of the group arrives at the scene, calling out to the dean. Anji inquires about Yixuan, stating that she saw him rushing towards the mountain range with his sword in a fit of rage. Dinji informs them that Yixuan is probably heading to the Ning Kingdom. Mu Yun asks for the reason, and Dinji replies that Yiling was captured by Xiankang and taken to the secret realm of the Ning Kingdom. In response, Mu Yun criticizes the old dog of MANHWA Academy for his disgusting actions. On the following day at the back mountain of Kanglin Academy, the group gathers as Yixuan informs them that the situation was a trap prepared for him alone, and they didn't have to be involved. However, Mu Yun insists that they won't let him face danger alone, reminding him that Yiling is their sister too, emphasizing their strong bond as brothers. Echoing Mu Yun's sentiment, Bai Zhe asserts that they would never abandon Yixuan in times of peril. Yixuan tries to deny their involvement, but the group remains resolute in their decision to accompany him. Eventually, Yixuan relents and agrees to their support. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Jiang Kingdom, one of Yutian's subordinates relays news about Yixuan, who has been coerced by MANHWA Academy to go to the Ning Kingdom. In response, Yutian comments on the actions of MANHWA Academy. While Yutian tends to his cute puppy, he orders his subordinate to uncover the identity of the 2 black-robed men accompanying Xiankang. He also instructs him to send shadow guards to escort Yixuan. Following this, Yutian inquired whether it was true that the drunken immortal house is also sending someone to accompany Yixuan. His subordinate immediately replies affirmatively, adding that the 9th princess is also going to the Ning Kingdom. Hearing this, Yutian praises his granddaughter for her loyalty to her friends, noting their similar characters. To the subordinates' confusion, Yutian decides that there is no longer a need to send additional escorts, as he will personally go by himself, given that Yi Xian is a cherished friend of his granddaughter. Meanwhile, inside the Two Worlds mountain, a man kneels in front of a house, delivering news that Yi Ling has been kidnapped by MANHWA Academy and is en route to the Ning Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the person inside, who is the lady from before, erupts in anger and smashes the house, questioning the background of MANHWA Academy and deeming it a worthless organization. With a menacing look, the lady declares that if anything happens to Yi Ling, she will slaughter every disciple of MANHWA Academy without mercy. Meanwhile, Xian Kang slams his fist on his chair, angrily questioning the identity of the person spreading the news that he has captured Yi Ling, which could potentially ruin MANHWA Academy's reputation. In response, Li Xiu speculates that it could be the doing of the drunken immortal house, possibly with the involvement of the royal family of Jiang. Xian Kang dismisses the idea, arguing that there's no reason for these factions to side with Kanglin Academy. However, Li Xiu nervously reveals information from spies, stating that the ninth master of the drunken immortal house has personally escorted Yi Xian and the others on their way to the Ning Kingdom. Additionally, the former lord of Jiang is secretly involved in their escort. Hearing this, the elders of the academy discuss among themselves, realizing that these two factions are clearly supporting Kanglin Academy. Another elder inquires about Yi Xian's true identity, pondering how two major powers would be willing to side with him. In a threatening tone, Xian Kang demands that Li Xiu reveal everything he knows about Yi Xian's origins. Nervously, Li Xiu answers that Yi Xian is from Qingqing. Xian Kang throws his tea and scoffs at Li Xiu's response, calling it nonsense, and questioning how a small city like Qingqing could produce a great sword cultivator. As he proceeds to berate Li Xiu, Xian Kang points out that Yi Xian already possessed some power when he arrived at Kanglin Academy, but now his strength has improved significantly. He questions how such a person could be ordinary, and accuses the intelligence team of being a bunch of idiots. Trembling in fear, Li Xiu admits his mistake and begs for forgiveness. In response, Xian Kang coldly calls him useless. He then addresses Mook Song, inquiring about the progress of their preparations. Responding with confidence, Mook Song informs Xian Kang that the Ning country has agreed to their request, and an individual will cooperate with them in due time. He also relays that only the disciples of the Great Cloud Empire asked for another volume of heavenly martial skills, or they would refuse to join the fight against Yi Xian. Xian Kang aims to unite all factions against Yi Xian, commanding Mook Song to promise them that, in the future, he will compensate all academies or sects, regardless of the reward they desire. The other elders react surprisingly to this plan, while Mook Song acknowledges the order. With everything settled, Xian Kang reveals his intention to arrange matters with the Dark World while challenging the notion that Kanglin Academy would still dare to protect Yi Xian if the entire world will become their enemy. Later in the imperial city of Ning, Mu Yun and Anji express their amazement at the city's prosperity, surpassing even the capital of Jiang. However, Anji senses danger, and soon they find themselves surrounded by a group of adversaries. One of the assailants addresses Yi Xian, deducing his identity and stating that his head is worth a significant reward. In response, Yi Xian swiftly beheads the assailant, coldly remarking that his head is worth more than theirs. The rest of the group exclaims in surprise, realizing that Yi Xian is a formidable great sword cultivator. Yi Xian declares that he will show no mercy to those who stand in his way, and he proves his words by swiftly eliminating the attackers. Witnessing this, the observing civilians panic at the sight of Yi Xian's ruthless display. Concerned, Yi Xian's comrades, particularly Anji and Mu Yun, point out the unnecessary need to kill them all. They speculate that the attackers may have been there for amusement rather than an actual threat. Responding menacingly, Yi Xian insists that all of them must die as long as they are Kongmu Academy's lackeys. Anji gazes at Yi Xian's back with concern, wondering if he is still the kind-hearted Yi Xian they once knew. As they continue their journey in the country of Ning, a man steps forward, cautioning Yi Xian that this is not Jiang, and he cannot do as he pleases here. Yi Xian remains resolute, emphasizing that anyone obstructing his path will meet their end. Undeterred, the man decides to challenge Yi Xian, attempting to throw a punch. His confidence wanes quickly, but regret was already too late. With blood spattered on his face, Yixian calmly states that his only purpose is to take his sister home. Anyone who dares to stop him will pay with their life. In a sudden turn of events, an arrow is shot towards Yixian, but he deftly dodges it. Facing the assailant responsible for the arrow, Yixian strikes without hesitation. However, his attack merely destroys a nearby building, leaving the assailant unscathed. The chaotic scene causes bystanders to hurriedly flee, considering Yixian a dangerous and unpredictable individual. An elder steps forward to confront Yixian, criticizing him for his reckless actions and reminding him that the great kingdom of Ning is no place for such wild behavior. Unveiling himself as Gensi from the Kangmu Academy, the elder asserts that he will teach Yixian a lesson. Upon hearing the elder's affiliation with the Kangmu Academy, Yixian categorizes Gensi as one of their lackeys. Yixian smirks menacingly, his sword ready as he declares his intent to send Gensi to his demise. With his domineering giant avatar on his back, Gensi attempts to defend Yixian's ultimate move. However, just as the sword closes in on his face, Gensi immediately regrets his decision, realizing that Yixian is already beyond a great sword cultivator. His decision is already irreversible as the gigantic sword falls on him, leading to his demise, which was witnessed by the remaining enemies along with the bystanders who react in awe, acknowledging Yixian's ability to defeat a powerful opponent in the psionic realm with a single move, while some even refer to him as a demon. Challenging the remaining enemies, Yixian menacingly questions if anyone else desires to challenge him. The enemies quickly retreat, running for their lives. With his mind clouded by a burning desire for revenge, Yixian tries to chase after the enemies. Anji, however, remains level-headed amidst the chaos, recognizing the urgency of their mission to reach the secret world and save Linger. A fierce determination ignites in Yixian's eyes, a mix of vengeance and concern for Linger's safety. Anji realizes that if anything happens to Linger, Yixian's sanity may slip away, leading to unimaginable consequences. Summoning her own resolve, Anji is determined to keep Yixian from acting impulsively once they enter the secret realm. As they climb the stairs of the mountain range of Ning, Anji urges Yixian to eat, but he dismisses the idea disapprovingly. Not backing down, Anji points out that he needs energy since he is not made of steel. Suddenly, Baizhe senses something is amiss. Curiosity piqued, Mu Yun inquires about Baizhe's concern, and it's revealed that a group of people are already ahead of them. Anji deduces that Xian Kang's forces are already lying in wait for them, intent on thwarting their mission. Despite the danger, Yixian remains confident, declaring that he will handle the attackers, while the rest should manage the other aspects. Undeterred, Yixian charges forward, ready to confront any threat that comes his way despite Anji and Mu Yun's advice against recklessness. However, as a barrage of poison arrows hurtles toward them, Anji realizes the grave danger they face, urging the others to prevent Yixian from walking into a deadly trap. As Baizhe makes contact with the arrows, he advises the rest to be careful as the arrows are laced with poison. After managing to deflect the arrows, Baizhe and Mu Yun voice their dislike for Kangmu's despicable methods. Anji, on the other hand, urges the rest to press on, knowing that Yixian is already heading there alone. Upon reaching the summit, the group discovers the lifeless bodies of the enemies who had attacked them earlier. Anji reflects on how these individuals had a chance at a good life, but their foolish decision to mess with someone fiercely protective of his sister led to their own demise. Baizhe agrees, remarking that they brought their fate upon themselves and thus don't deserve to live. Their focus shifts to the portal, concluding that Yixian has already entered the portal. Anji swiftly takes charge, assigning tasks to others. Baizhe will shield Yixian from arrows with his formidable body, Mu Yun will use his speed to search for Linger, and Anji will contact her grandfather for much-needed reinforcements. Observing from the high ground, we see a familiar figure looking down upon the unfolding events. As Yixian and his group rush to save his sister, the observer questions the righteousness of his actions. Knowing the futility of his mission, the figure ponders whether it's an act of bravery or simply foolishness. As Tuba Yan's face is revealed, standing alongside her is an old man, whose response carries a tone of disapproval. He refers to Yixian's actions as stupid, pointing out that Yixian's talent is second only to Enlangxiu and the Jiang Kingdom. The old man laments that if Yixian had not embarked on this perilous mission, he could have had the potential to lead a future overthrow of the Kangmu Academy. Instead, he has chosen a path that might lead to his own demise. As the old man comments on Yixian's actions, an old woman interjects, disagreeing with the old man's assessment, and boldly suggesting that the old man is instead the stupid one. Addressing Tubiyan respectfully as Your Highness, the old woman expresses her opinion about Yixian, considering him to be a man of great affection and righteousness, and she extols him as a true man. Upon hearing the old woman's words, the old man reacts with disapproval, making an angry sound as he stares in her direction. Meanwhile, Tubiyan, with a face that appears to be rosy from blushing or just from her natural beauty, concludes that Yixian's potential sacrifice might be in vain. In response to Tubiyan's concerns, the old lady asserts that whether it's a sacrifice or not, what matters most is that Yixian's sister will die if he doesn't come to her aid. She implies that even if he achieves great heights as a sword immortal in the future, he would still be perceived as a coward for not acting now. Tubiyan agrees with the old woman's perspective, closing her eyes and smiling. She further emphasizes that if Yixian doesn't come today, his future achievements as a sword immortal would mean nothing to her, as he will be a man whom she wouldn't be able to look at with respect. Her words could also be implied that Yixian will not be a man worthy of her if he didn't come today. Following the scene, one of Tubiyan's subordinates rushes to relay a report about Xiankang's inquiry on why they did not follow the plan to send men to surround and kill Yixian. Tubiyan responds firmly, instructing the messenger to tell Xiankang to get lost. The messenger acknowledges her order, though clearly surprised. Meanwhile, inside the portal, Yixian ponders if he has entered the so-called secret realm, a space separated from the outside world by a mysterious method. He wonders if Linger might be present in this place. At that very moment, a man calls out to Yixian, charging towards him with the clear intention of taking his life. Unfazed, Yixian swiftly slashes at his assailant, confidently declaring that the man is not good enough. The assailant is left in disbelief as his body is split in two. Observing his fallen enemy, Yixian remarks that even the peak of the sky realm is no match for him. However, as he looks at his trembling hand, Yixian realizes that his recent opponent didn't use his full strength. Reflecting on the fight, he concludes that if his future enemies fight him with all their might, he might risk death or severe injury unless he utilizes his earth armor. In the midst of this realization, another assailant emerges from the river, eager to confront Yixian. With a cold tone, Yixian remarks on the eagerness of all his enemies to offer up their heads. The new assailant launches a powerful attack, but Yixian deftly dodges it. Closing in on Yixian, the assailant manages to land a blow on his chest. With a sadistic tone, the assailant mockingly mentions that he heard Yixian knew that the place was a death trap, yet he still rushed in. He claims to respect Yixian as a man, and thus decided to make his death as painful as possible. Undeterred, Yixian smiles at his enemy, noting the similarity in their intentions. Following the intense battle, Yixian threw his sword, leading his enemy to dismiss the attack as a mere sword intent. In that brief moment when his enemy's guard was down, Yixian took advantage and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that forced the foe to admit his defeat. However, with a swift and deadly swing of his leg, Yixian decapitated his opponent, remarking that it was already too late to regret his decision. Standing over the fallen figure, Yixian mused on the guy's decision, acknowledging that there is a path to heaven, but the guy didn't take it. Instead, he chose the path to hell. Just as the leaves fall to the ground, a heartfelt cry of someone broke through the air, calling out for her brother. Yixian, startled by the voice, frantically called out his sister's name, assuming it was her. However, to his surprise, the girl in front of him was not his sister. With her gaze fixed on Yixian, the girl declared her intent to kill him. Recognizing her dangerous determination, Yixian swiftly created a shield around himself, causing the girl to be deflected and land near her brother's lifeless body at the river's edge. As the girl kneels in front of her fallen brother, Yixian trembles with frustration, scolding the girl for venturing to such a dangerous place without the strength to protect herself and questioning whether she was out of her mind. With tears in her eyes mixed with cherished memories of their shared past, the girl revealed that her brother had convinced her that killing Yixian would free them from their struggles and somehow revive their family. Clutching her brother's lifeless hand, she voiced her sole desire to return home to Dian with her brother. Hearing this, Yi Xian lifted the girl, remarking that there were countless ways to change their circumstances, but her brother had chosen the most foolish one, referring to him as ignorant. In response, the girl meekly defended her brother, insisting that he was always right and forbidding Yi Xian from speaking ill of him. Reflecting on her words, Yi Xian turns his back towards the girl, expressing admiration for her loyalty as a sister and acknowledging that he also has a good sister like her. Seemingly regaining his sanity, Yi Xian tosses her a bag of coins and states that it should be enough for her to return to Daiyun. However, he adds that reviving her family would require much more profound cultivation, which she currently lacks. Furthermore, Yi Xian points out that since he has killed her brother, she may seek revenge in the future if she becomes strong enough, and he will be waiting for her. With nothing else to say to the girl, Yi Xian moves on to another portal, leading to another location where he finds his unconscious sister, guarded by Gon Shizhen, a student from the Kangmu Academy of the Great Cloud Empire branch. In an attempt to be cordial, Shizhen greets Yi Xian with pleasantries for meeting him in Qizhou, but Yi Xian isn't in the mood for pleasantries. Seeing Shizhen too close to Yi Ling, Yi Xian unleashes a Qi slash, demanding that he stays away from his sister and barely missing Shizhen. Unfazed, Shizhen comments on the beauty of Yi Ling and expresses regret that Yi Xian has ruined the fun. With his qi-infused hand, Shizhen summons a beam of light to the sky, materializing a gigantic finger of qi descending from above. Yi Xian raises his sword, directing a counterattack. Despite the immense pressure from the descending finger, Yi Xian manages to endure thanks to his tested tenacity. Shizhen is astonished by Yi Xian's survival, unable to believe that someone was able to survive his magic finger. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian charges at him with his sword, revealing that Yi Xian is already at the level of a sword master. However, it was already too late for Shizhen to realize as Yi Xian immediately follows up with a punch to his gut, penetrating him deep inside, if you know what I mean. With everything settled, Yi Xian approaches Yi Ling. However, in a sudden and painful jolt, a drop of blood launches from his heart, leaving him in minor pain. As Yi Xian examines the red dot on his chest, Anji and the others arrive, informing Yi Xian that it's the dreaded Blood Soul Pursuit Order, a mark that spells life or death in the dark world of assassination organizations. Being marked means becoming an enemy of that world, attracting countless relentless killers. Despite this, Mu Yun assures Yi Xian that Kanglin Academy fears no one, a sentiment echoed by Bai Zhe. Just as they think things are settling down, the lady from before reappears, demanding that Yi Xian hand over his sister to her. A tense moment unfolds as they stare at each other. One seems to be waiting for a response while the other seems to be questioning the situation. Interrupting the standoff, Mu Yun interjects, questioning the identity of the person he considers a little girl. In response, the girl nonchalantly sends Mu Yun flying to the ground with a simple gesture. Seemingly unbothered by Mu Yun's situation, Yi Xian remembers that the girl was the one who gave the Jade of Fire to Linger. Now with a firm voice, the girl demands Yi Xian to hand over his sister. Yi Xian, however, firmly states that it's impossible, as Linger must stay with him for the rest of her life. A fitting response from a sis-con. In response, the girl questions Yi Xian's ability to protect his sister and asks whether his life is truly that valuable. She points out that although there might not be many individuals who have reached the cultivation level of the 10,000 Dharma realm in the Kangmu Academy of the Great Cloud Empire, it would still be easy for them to send 10 or 20 of those highly skilled people to kill him. Additionally, she warns him about the Dark World, a group of assassins who have succeeded in assassinating even those at the peak of the 10,000 Dharma realm. In an effort to strengthen her argument, the girl points out that Yi Xian is now surrounded by many enemies, each seeking revenge on him. She insists that if Yi Ling stays with him, it would put her life in danger. However, if Yi Ling goes with her, the Northern Cold Sect will be able to protect her. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling expresses her decision to follow the girl, surprising Yi Xian and the others. Anji reminds her of how her brother risked his life to save her, and yet she's considering leaving with someone else. Mu Yun also tries to dissuade her from her decision. Yi Xian, however, inquires if she truly wants to go with the girl. Yi Ling responds that she doesn't want to be a burden to her brother and make him worry all the time. She wishes to become stronger. With mixed emotions on his face, Yi Xian acknowledges that she has grown up and tells his sister not to cry. He agrees to let her go if that's what she wants. However, he instructs her to send him a message if she ever faces danger in the future, as he will come to help her. Yi Ling understands and accepts his advice. Turning to the girl, Yi Xian describes his sister as soft, weak, and not skilled in combat. He expresses his concern that she may be bullied in the Northern Cold sect and pleads with the girl to take care of her if that ever happens. In response, the girl assures him that no one will dare to bully Yi Ling in the Northern Cold sect, warning him to mind his own business. As the girl takes Yi Ling with her, Yi Xian observes them, promising that he will definitely come to find her in the future. Yi Ling, in turn, tells her brother to take care of himself and expresses that she will miss him. In his inner thoughts, Yi Xian blames his own incompetence for the need to separate from Yi Ling. With that realization, he resolves himself to become a sword immortal. As they observe Yi Xian, Mu Yun suggests that they leave, pointing out that the people who are after them will come again. However, at this moment, Yi Xian and the rest sense something amiss, and Anji concludes that the secret realm is about to disappear, urging them to go. The four of them disappear from their previous location, only to reappear at the foot of the secret mountain. Just as Mu Yun and Bai Zhe are expressing their fear of the secret realm's instability, Anji searches the surroundings, realizing that Yi Xian is not with them. Hearing this, Bai Zhe recalls holding Yi Xian's hand just a moment ago, while Mu Yun speculates that Yi Xian might be trapped inside. Meanwhile, inside the secret cave, Yi Xian wonders where he currently is and how he got there. As his eyes wander around the cave, Yi Xian spots a figure sitting in the corner. Yi Xian questions the person's identity, and the person tells him not to panic, expressing a desire to make friends. The person reveals having witnessed several of Yi Xian's fights and acknowledges him as a skilled fighter. Yi Xian then inquires about the elder's identity and whether he was the one who brought him there. The elder replies that his identity is not important, but what matters is that they were destined to meet. Following this, the elder lists down Yi Xian's cultivation background, mentioning his broken dantian, his proficiency in both sword and martial arts, and his unique sky realm cultivation that differs from an ordinary sky realm. The elder then asks about the identity of Yi Xian's master. Yi Xian internally wonders what caused the elder to dare to inquire about his master's identity, humorously thinking about what medicine the old man might have taken. The elder assures Yi Xian that he has no ill intentions towards him and was merely curious about his master's identity, stating that it was fine if Yi Xian is not willing to talk about it. Regarding his reason for bringing Yi Xian there, the elder explains that Yi Xian is the only person he has encountered who can cultivate martial arts and swordsmanship simultaneously. The elder humbly admits that while he may lack expertise in physical body and sword cultivation, he possesses some knowledge of martial arts. With an interested smile, he offers Yi Xian a remarkable skill called the coalescence of battle intent. Excitement brimming within him, Yi Xian immediately accepts the offer, his eyes shining with anticipation of mastering this new skill. However, although intrigued by the opportunity, Yi Xian remains cautious and candidly expresses his reservations. He points out that he knows nothing about the elder's true intentions behind this generous gesture. The elder responds with wisdom, explaining that even though they are strangers, their fateful encounter was meant to be. He entrusts Yi Xian with a request to aid the Ning kingdom should any trouble arise in the future. Alarmed by the elder's words, Yi Xian's expression shifts, and he inquires whether the elder himself hails from Ning. Seemingly offended by the question, the elder inquires if Yi Xian's reluctance to accept the skill is due to his affiliation with Ning. Before Yi Xian can explain himself, the elder extends his flaming hand, urging Yi Xian to accept the gift. Directing a strong flame toward him, Yi Xian feels the intensity of the experience, as the flame immediately engulfs him. The elder remarks that acquiring the coalescence of battle intent requires a resolute heart and clear thoughts. Yi Xian opens his eyes, and a burst of qi follows as he raises his sword, indicating his successful acquisition of the skill. Seeing this, the elder realizes what a genius Yi Xian is, acknowledging that he is now both a martial arts master and a sword master. After consolidating his newfound strength, Yi Xian informs the elder that his sword intent seems to have become stronger. The elder confirms that it should be the case, otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Then, the elder shows Yi Xian a small box, telling him to open it as it is a little gift from him. Upon receiving the box, Yi Xian's curiosity gets the better of him, and he eagerly opens it. Inside, a radiant jade plate with an intricate engraving of Sergeant catches his eye. Puzzled, Yi Xian inquires about its significance. And the elder explains that it is the Ning Kingdom's special license plate. This plate will allow Yi Xian to move freely within the Ning Kingdom in the future. The elder further explains that the plate contains a small formation called the Dragon's Formation. By using the highest quality spirit stones, Yi Xian can activate this formation to gather dragon energy. Grateful for the gift, Yi Xian thanks the elder, who bids him farewell, expressing the hope of meeting again in the future. Yi Xian agrees, looking forward to the day they might meet again. Rejoining the rest of the group, Anji questions Yi Xian's sudden disappearance. Apologizing for the delay, Yi Xian brushes off the concern, mentioning that he had some matters to attend to. Mu Yun teases Yi Xian, jokingly suggesting that Anji would have killed them if he hadn't returned promptly. Anji counters, saying that it is Yi Xian himself who is known for killing others. However, Anji's attention shifts as she shares her concerns about not being able to contact her grandfather. A sense of urgency fills the group, and they agree to leave immediately. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Kanglin Academy, Dinji offers 3 sticks of incense to a small statue of a person. Following this, an elder materializes from the statue, recognizing the use of transboundary smoke and inquiring about the situation. Dinji seeks the elder's assistance, but the elder questions him, reminding the dean of his previous departure from the main academy and his audacity to threaten the academy's president to apologize. The elder chuckles at Dinji's current predicament, comparing it to his former heroic stature and questioning where his pride and strength of character have gone. To further add to the dean's distress, the elder reveals that he has been removed from the main academy. Additionally, he warns that the Kanglin Academy has never opened a branch in Qingzhou, leaving the dean with a warning that he will not be spared if he insists on using the Kanglin Academy's name without permission. Staring at the used-up incense, Dinji's face reflects sadness as he quietly acknowledges the news of his expulsion from the academy. Suddenly, the hall's tranquility is shattered as a powerful force of qi obliterates the roof. Multiple figures emerge, demanding Yi Xian's presence. Realizing that Yi Xian must have succeeded in his endeavor, Dinji braces himself. Gathering his own qi in his hand, Dinji launches a formidable attack against the intruders, vowing to send them to their doom. Unscathed, the leader of the group expresses surprise at encountering someone at the peak of the Dharma realm in the humble Qingzhou. Dinji identifies the group as Kongmu Academy, and the leader confirms his assumption. In a swift motion, the leader vanishes from sight, reappearing in front of Dinji with his qi-infused hand poised to strike the dean's stomach. The leader remarks that before they can destroy the Kanglin Academy, they must eliminate the dean. Managing to create distance between himself and his assailant, Dinji questions the leader about hiding his true realm. In response, the elder lunges at Dinji, expressing his dilemma of deciding from 1,000 ways to kill him. The ensuing explosion from the impact leaves behind a massive crater, with Dinji lying collapsed at its center. However, just then, Yi Xian and the rest of the group arrive, witnessing the dire situation that the dean is in. The elder addresses Yi Xian, revealing that he was the one who killed Gon Shizhen, the elder's own disciple. With unwavering courage, Yi Xian confidently admits that it was indeed him. The elder observes Yi Xian's prowess and dual training in sword and martial arts, acknowledging that such a solid foundation and unique talent are rarely seen even among the most exceptional individuals in the Great Cloud Empire. Following this, the elder orders one of his disciples to avenge his fallen comrade and fight against Yi Xian. After acknowledging the elder's command, the disciple wields his dual swords, taunting Yi Xian to do his best not to lose his head too quickly. Yi Xian readies his own sword, intrigued by the fact that he can't discern the disciple's cultivation level, wondering if he's deliberately concealing it. As his swords crackle with electricity, the disciple charges at Yi Xian with ferocity. Yi Xian meets his attack head-on, resulting in a clash that shakes the ground and creates visible cracks upon their disengagement. Yi Xian observes that the disciple's cultivation path is elusive and complicated, leading him to believe that he practices various martial arts simultaneously. Unfazed by the ongoing confrontation, the disciple presses on, noting that Yi Xian's killing intent is lacking. Yi Xian confidently responds that he will take the disciple's life, channeling his determination into his fist and connecting with the guy's stomach, sending him flying back to the elder. After this display, Yi Xian questions the disciple if that fulfilled his desire for a show of killing intent. In response, the disciple voices his realization that Yi Xian is a martial arts master. Yi Xian then asks if the disciple is now afraid. The disciple retorts that there's nothing to fear, as a man should be prepared to fight to the death. However, the elder intervenes, advising the disciple not to be reckless since he is weaker than Yi Xian. With wisdom, the elder concludes that the Kongnu Academy of Jian has a strong motive to eliminate Yi Xian, recognizing him as an extremely dangerous individual who must be eradicated at all costs. With the elder's intent of sending him to hell, Yi Xian stares at the vortex forming in the sky, acknowledging the elder's strength as he witnesses the manifestation of his powerful fighting spirit. To shield Yi Xian from harm, Dingji stands courageously in front of him, instructing him to get out of the way. Confused, Yi Xian questions Dingji's decision, but the dean insists that Yi Xian must take the group and leave immediately. While Yi Xian points out Dingji's injury, the dean intercepts the elder's attack, insisting everyone to leave urgently. In his inner thoughts, Dingji acknowledges the elder's formidable skills and resolves not to let his disciples fall into the elder's hands. Impressed by Dingji's strength, the elder remarks that with someone as powerful as the dean, it's no wonder that the Kanglan Academy has endured for so many years, making anyone think twice before challenging him. With this conclusion, the elder throws a punch towards the dean's abdomen. However, the elder points out that his punch is not that simple, and soon it becomes apparent as the chi surrounding his fist swirls around it, inflicting even more damage to the dean. Seeing their dean in peril, Yi Xian and the others attempt to save him, but the elder's companions block their path, warning that they'll have to leave their heads behind if they want to advance. Undeterred, Yi Xian charges forward with his sword, only to deal minor damage to the shield produced by the opposing group. Just then, the dean is thrown outside the shield. Witnessing this, Yi Xian rushes to his heavily injured mentor, attempting to administer a gold sword pill to save him. However, the dean stops him, weakly remarking that he is already on the edge of death. With tears in his eyes, Yi Xian vehemently disagrees with the dean's statement, but the dean insists that he won't be able to protect them anymore. Surrounded by his disciples, Dingji instructs them not to cry, emphasizing that the people of Kanglan are allowed to bleed but not shed tears. He then addresses Yi Xian, urging him to take care of the rest and protect them from bullies, especially Anji. Yi Xian solemnly agrees. Dingji proceeds to make two final requests. First, he asks Yi Xian to ensure that the bodies of the fallen disciples are returned to the academy in the future, as it will be his responsibility as the new dean. Yi Xian firmly promises to fulfill this request. For his second request, Dingji reveals that he originally hails from the main academy of Kanglan in the Middle Kingdom. He expresses indifference in the academy, but admits to feeling ashamed of his master. If possible in the future, he asks Yi Xian to go to the main academy, kneel in front of his master on his behalf, and tell him that he will repay his kindness in his next life. Yi Xian accepts both requests wholeheartedly, vowing to fulfill them. In the midst of this emotional exchange, the elder approaches, remarking on the touching scene but asserting that there is no need for final words since they will all meet their end in hell. With his remaining strength, Dingji propels his disciples away using his chi, remarking that they are all his good disciples, showing his love and concern for them until the very end. Determined to prevent their escape, the elder prepares to attack. Seeing this, Dingji declares his determination to protect his disciples until the very end by using his life. Understanding the dean's intention, the elder urges his companions to flee. However, before they can escape, Dingji immediately creates an explosion large enough to be visible from below the mountain, leaving the rest of the elder's companions collapsing in its aftermath. As he suffers from injuries, the elder remarks on the rare spectacle of witnessing someone at the peak of the Dharma realm self-destructing. The elder's disciple inquires about his master's condition and their next plan for Yi Xian. The elder assures him that his injury is minor and not a concern. As for Yi Xian, he declares that they must pursue him, determined to end Yi Xian's life today. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kanglan Mountain, Yi Xian and the rest watch the spectacle with sadness, possibly witnessing the explosion from afar. Fueled with anger, Mu Yun clenches his fists and vows to kill the elder, referring to him as an old dog. Yi Xian and Bai Zhe voice their agreement, ready to confront the elder. However, Anji interrupts, demanding them to be quiet. She reminds them that her grandpa sacrificed himself to save them so they could survive. She questions if they want his sacrifice to be in vain, especially when they would likely die if they go after the elder now. Yixian calls out her name, but the ninth floor master and Yutian suddenly appear, urging Yixian to come with them. The ninth floor master informs Yixian that the enemy will come after him soon, suggesting they take refuge in the drunken immortal house for a while. Suspicious of the ninth floor master's intention, Yixian drew his sword, questioning him about why he was offering help. Nervously, the elder explained that the third master had sent him to secretly protect Yixian, knowing he was being hunted by the Kangmu Academy. Curious, Yixian then asked Yutian why he had come. Yutian responded that he considered it his duty to protect Yixian, as he was not only a friend of his granddaughter but also a rare talent from the Jiang Kingdom. Suddenly, as if to alarm Yixian and his group, a shout from a stupid individual was heard, urging their comrades to go after Yixian. Concerned, Mu Yun turned to Yixian, seeking guidance on their next move, as their pursuers were closing in. The ninth floor master urged Yixian to leave immediately, emphasizing the need to act swiftly. Grateful for the elder's help, Yixian thanked him, and the elder instructed them to follow him. In a blink of an eye, they vanished from their position, just before Xiankang and his group could reach them. Observing the situation, Xiankang questioned the sanity of the drunken immortal house for opposing his Kangmu Academy just to protect Yixian. Xiankang remarked that it was ridiculous for the drunken immortal house to defend Yixian, especially since more than a dozen experts from the Dharma realm were now after his life. He concluded that they were in for a fierce battle. As they watched the group chasing Yixian, Xiankang suggested they should let the tigers fight, believing that if the drunken immortal house fell, it would benefit his branch greatly without any harm to them. Meanwhile, at the center of the market, where the distinguished drunken immortal house stood tall, a voice urged everyone in the surrounding area to leave, preparing for an impending encounter. Observing from the top, Yixian apologized to the ninth floor master for involving the drunken immortal house. In response, the elder reassured him, stating that he wouldn't have brought Yixian here if he was afraid of the consequences. The elder declared that from now on, Yixian's enemies would be considered his branch's enemies as well. Grateful for the support, Yixian thanked the elder, promising not to forget his kindness. Seizing the moment, the ninth floor master requested Yixian to speak highly of the drunken immortal house in front of his master. Shifting the focus, the ninth floor master emphasized the need to protect themselves from the pursuers of the Kangmu Academy, and Yixian agreed. As the elder ordered the activation of the formation, the entire establishment of the drunken immortal house became enveloped in a blue beam of light that extended even into the sky. Multiple symbols emerged, visible from the windows. Witnessing this, Yutian expressed surprise that the drunken immortal house would employ the nine spirit formation to get on the good side of the people supporting Yixian. Curious, Mu Yun asked the elder about the significance of the nine spirit formation. Yutian explained that opening the nine spirit formation once required 300,000 finest spirit stones, and activating it once demanded at least 500,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Mu Yun broke into a sweat, remarking on the expensive cost of operating the formation and the apparent generosity of the drunken immortal house. The ninth floor master dismissed the concern, stating that money was an external thing not worth mentioning. In his inner thoughts, the elder revealed that he didn't care even if he spent 1,000,000 spirit stones, as long as he could befriend a sword immortal like Yixian's master. Following this, the ninth floor master inquires about when Yixian's master will arrive. The group expresses surprise upon learning that Yixian has a master. Before Yixian could respond, multiple streaks of light reached the protective formation, signaling the arrival of attackers. Alarmed by the situation, Mu Yun recognized the newcomers as Xiankang and his companions. Noticing that all of them are formidable opponents in the Dharma realm, Yutian pointed out the dire situation, suggesting that the drunken immortal house might be in trouble. Among the dangerous individuals floating from above, Xiankang infused his hand with qi and directed his anger at the ninth floor master, declaring that since he wanted to be their enemy, they would all face destruction together. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful attack on the protective formation, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding barrier. Reacting immediately, the ninth floor master activated the formation, emitting bright lights to reinforce the barrier. Not willing to wait, Xian Kang urged his companions to strike the formation together and destroy it. Following the elder's signal, the rest of his group simultaneously directed their qi at the formation, causing the building to start collapsing. Despite Yi Xian's urgent warnings to flee, it was already too late, and the structure crumbled around them. As Xian Kang observed the destruction, he coldly remarked that this was the fate of those who dared to oppose the Kangmu Academy. Approaching the collapsed group, Xian Kang cruelly stepped on Yi Xian's hand, asserting that not joining his Kangmu Academy was the biggest mistake he ever made, shamelessly claiming that it was not the Academy's fault. Defiant despite the pain, Yi Xian stared at Xian Kang with unwavering determination, telling him that he would never forgive him. Enraged by Yi Xian's response, Xian Kang launched a brutal attack on Yi Xian's back, questioning his audacity to talk back when he was about to meet his end. Bai Zhe and Mu Yun called out to Yi Xian in worry, but Xian Kang callously tossed them aside, causing them to crash onto the ground. Focusing on Yi Xian once again, Xian Kang accused him of being responsible for the deaths of many disciples from the Kangmu Academy. Continuing his word, Xian Kang expressed his desire to make Yi Xian watch his friends die before him. After voicing his intention, Xian Kang immediately delivered a powerful kick to Anji's stomach, sending her flying to the side. With his sword in his hand, Yi Xian attempted to stand up, demanding Xian Kang to let them go as he tried to retaliate with his signature move. However, Xian Kang mocked him for relying too much on that move, effortlessly countering it and slamming Yi Xian forcefully enough to create a crater on the ground. Approaching Yi Xian with an intimidating presence, Xian Kang demanded to know if Yi Xian had a backer, ordering him to call for help as he delivers a vicious kick to his stomach. Suddenly, Yi Xian's master arrived, surprising both Xian Kang and the elder and causing them to question her identity. Ignoring their inquiry, Yi Xian's master addressed him sternly, criticizing him for allowing someone like Xian Kang to beat him up, finding it embarrassing for her as his master. With exhaustion evident in his eyes, Yi Xian called out to his master. Seeing her arrival, the ninth-floor master excitedly exclaimed like a child. Curious, Yu Tian inquired about her identity. Smiling like a fangirl, the ninth-floor master revealed that she was not only Yi Xian's master but also his idol. Outstretching her hand, a radiant green glow emanates from her palm, drawing the surrounding leaves to fuse into a majestic sword in her grasp. Witnessing this, Xian Kang rudely questions her identity, and the master replies that she is the backer he was asking about. Without hesitation, the master directs the sword towards them, creating havoc as Xian Kang trembles in fear, stunned by his realization that he is dealing with an actual sword immortal. His eyes wide open as he realizes the onslaught that has occurred, leaving only him and the disciple as they stare at the elder, inwardly in awe at the sight of someone at the peak of the Dharma realm destroyed in a second, leaving him wondering at the immortal's identity. Addressing Yi Xian, Xian Kang expresses his surprise that he is backed by a sword immortal. Inwardly, he reflects on his mistake, wondering how he will survive after crossing paths with such a powerful being. With no hope for escape, Xian Kang resolves to kill Yi Xian as his last act of retaliation, declaring that they should die together. However, in the blink of an eye, Xian Kang realizes that his arm is already gone as the master reminds him about his demand for Yi Xian to call her out. Before he can have his warrior moment, the master calls him out for his shameless actions and separates his body from his soul using her sword. Perplexed by the situation, Xian Kang wonders how the master was able to do such a thing. Addressing Yi Xian, she instructs him to get up and learn a new sword technique if he is still alive. Yi Xian, in turn, responds that he is indeed still alive. The master inquired about Yi Xian's experience of being bullied, and he replied that he was unhappy. In response, the master told him that he would still face bullying in the future. She reminded him that if his temper outweighs his strength, it would be foolish on his part. Using herself as an example, the master illustrated that having a temper was acceptable, as long as one possessed the power to back it up. She demonstrated her point by displaying her ability to cut down whoever she pleased, using Xian Kang's soul to emphasize her words as he was completely obliterated. Witnessing her display of power, the ninth-floor master celebrated the success of the drunken immortal house's bet on the treasure, smiling like a maniac as he acknowledged the presence of a formidable force behind Yi Xian, confirming her as a true sword immortal. Addressing Yu Tian, the ninth-floor master encouraged him to join the celebration, affirming that betting on Yi Xian had been the right decision. The master asked if he felt relieved, and Yi Xian responded affirmatively. The master then introduced her unique sword technique, known as one sword to set the soul, explaining its potency against soul-bodied opponents, and how it could gauge the strength of one's soul, even if they lacked a physical soul. This technique targeted weaknesses, rendering demons and spirits vulnerable. Enthused by the prospect, Yi Xian expressed his willingness to learn the technique. However, Yi Xian couldn't help but question his master about her decision not to kill the disciple. The master calmly responded that she was waiting for the disciple to call upon his great master. As if to hear this, Vegeta and Goku suddenly appear beside the disciple, demanding to know the person responsible for killing the Kungmu Academy's members. Nervously, the disciple pointed to the master, identifying her as the culprit. The elder addresses the master, arrogantly questioning her if she is Yi Xian's master, seemingly doubting her ability. With a tone of indignation, the master questions him if she doesn't look like a master. The elder responds with disdain, questioning her audacity to call herself a master in front of him. Following this, the elder declares his intention to send her to hell, sending a powerful chi in their direction. However, the master calls him ignorant as she casually neutralizes his attack midway, surprising the elder. Seizing the moment, the master directs her flying sword towards the elder, piercing him in the chest. Witnessing this, the other elder calls the master arrogant, immediately sending an initially small vortex of chi that turns into a giant and violent vortex, seemingly attempting to swallow them alive. Amidst the chaos, Yi Xian tells his master that he can no longer hold on. In response, the master envelopes him in her chi, criticizing him for not being able to handle that much. With a flick of her hand, a beam of chi penetrates the top of the vortex, causing a huge explosion that sends the disciple and the elder crashing to the ground. As he opens his eyes, the elder pleads for mercy when he realizes that the master is already standing before him, demanding to know the location of their academy while her flying sword is pointed at his head. With a trembling hand, the elder points at the mountains, indicating that it is over there. In response, the master thanks him, piercing his head as she sends her sword in the pointed direction, landing on a building, specifically on the academy's sign with the elder's body still stuck on the sword, leading to a display that seems to mock the academy. Addressing Yi Xian, the master instructs him to retrieve her sword within 6 months, threatening to break his legs if he fails the task. Hearing this, Yi Xian is left wondering how he will be able to accomplish the task. The rest of the group inquires if they should also bring back the sword, but the master disagrees, stating that they are too weak for such a task. Her words hit them like a brick, causing them to voice out their respective reactions. Addressing Yi Xian directly, the master informs him that she is returning, leaving him with the instruction to only call for her during critical moments. Yi Xian and the rest watch as she departs, expressing their gratitude and bidding their goodbyes. Turning to the elders, Yi Xian expresses his heartfelt gratefulness, thanking the seniors for their invaluable help. Yu Tian humbly insists that it is they who should be thanking him instead. Supporting his words, the 9th floor master points out that with the help of his master, they will be able to reach greater heights in just 6 months, considering it a great blessing for both of them. Yu Tian concurs, suggesting there is no need for formality. Continuing the conversation, Yu Tian inquires about Yi Xian's future plans, suggesting that he can take some time to recuperate in the palace if he has no immediate plans. He mentions that the 9th princess has recently returned, so she can keep him company. In response, Yi Xian appreciates the elder's kindness. However, he firmly explains that his home has been destroyed, and his absolute determination is to rebuild it. Bai Zhe and Mu Yun concur with his decision, and the 9th floor master assures Yi Xian of his support, inviting him to the Drunken Immortal House where they will offer assistance to the best of their ability. Similarly, Yu Tian expresses his support by promising to arrange manpower from the Public Works Department to help. In gratitude, Yi Xian and the group bow and thank the elders for their unwavering support. In the magnificent hall of the Great Cloud Empire branch of the Kungmu Academy, a gathering of revered elders engages in a passionate debate. One of the elders stands up and solemnly reminds everyone that this hall is a sacred place, dedicated to the memory of the esteemed deans and ancestors of Kungmu. He voices his strong opposition to a certain individual who has committed the grievous act of defiling this hallowed ground. However, another elder interjects, pointing out that the person in question is a formidable sword immortal. Despite this revelation, the first elder dismisses her status, emphasizing that she has slain the protector of the Kangmu Academy and displayed his lifeless body in this very hall. He deemed this act as an outright disrespect to the legacy of Kangmu Academy. Nevertheless, the second elder cautions against acting impulsively. He acknowledges that none within the academy possesses the strength to confront the sword immortal, and engaging her in battle would be tantamount to courting death. Unexpectedly, a figure who had been quietly engrossed in reading abruptly interrupts the debate, urging them to stop arguing. This individual sides with the first elder's view, asserting that sparing the sword immortal would only invite scorn and label them as weak and inept leaders in the great Cloud Empire. Yet, in agreement with the second elder, the person acknowledges that facing the sword immortal would be a perilous endeavor beyond their capabilities. Caught in this dilemma, the leader of the elders sighs, admitting that he hasn't found a definitive solution to this conundrum. Suddenly, a tall and enigmatic man, garbed in dark attire, materializes seemingly out of thin air. He proposes an idea to the elders, suggesting that they unite with the dark world. The elders, taken aback by this unexpected presence, recognize the man as the infamous Dark Lord, the enigmatic leader of an elite assassin group. Bewildered, they speculate about his motive for being there. Politeness and curiosity compelled the person seated on the throne to apologize for the distant reception, welcoming the Dark Lord cordially. In response, the Dark Lord brushes off the need for formalities and poses his proposition once more, asking them if they are willing to form an alliance. The person on the throne probes further, inquiring about the Dark Lord's plan. With a hint of doubt, he reminds the Dark Lord that even with their combined strength, defeating the formidable sword immortal might be an insurmountable challenge. As the Dark Lord closes his eyes, he addresses the person on the throne, acknowledging him as Dean Mu Xianqing. He points out that Xianqing is underestimating himself, emphasizing that by joining forces, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to deal with a sword immortal like her. The Dark Lord speculates that the sword immortal they face is likely injured. Perplexed by his claim, Xianqing asks the Dark Lord about the basis for his belief. In response, the Dark Lord explains that if the sword immortal weren't injured, they wouldn't have the opportunity to strategize against her. The other elder interjects, dismissing the Dark Lord's assumption as mere speculation. In an attempt to persuade them, the Dark Lord points out that the sword immortal not only killed the protector of the Kangmu Academy, but also tarnished the Academy's 1,000-year reputation. Hearing this, Xianqing contemplates the gravity of the situation, realizing that the reputation of the Academy must not be destroyed by his hands. With this realization, Xianqing makes a firm decision and demands to send an order to the main academy to eliminate the sword immortal. Meanwhile, back at Kanglin Academy, Yi Xian and the group return, and Yi Xian notices that he has stepped on something. As he lifts his foot, he realizes it is Dean Ji's gourd. Bai Zhe recalls the gourd's significance to the Dean, mentioning how the Dean has always kept it close, and Mu Yun adds that the Dean doesn't allow him to touch it. Yi Xian speculates that the Dean must have left it behind, fearing that they would forget about him. Their words evoke a poignant moment, and Anji sheds tears as she remembers her grandfather, Dean Ji. Yi Xian stands resolute with the gourd securely fastened to his waist, vowing to carry it with him from that moment onward. As he kneels on the ground, his heart brimmed with determination as he made a sincere promise to take care of his comrades and retrieve the bodies of the disciples on Kangmu Mountain Trail, vowing to fulfill the Dean's final wishes by bringing them to the main academy of the Middle Kingdom. But as he attempted to rise, an unexpected weakness overcame Yi Xian, causing him to collapse to the ground, prompting concern from his comrades. Later, as Yi Xian showed signs of waking up, Anji inquired about his condition. However, as Yi Xian opened his eyes, Anji's expression changed to shock, pointing out something unusual about his eyes. Yi Xian questioned what was wrong with his eyes, unable to see anything as everything appeared dark. A familiar voice responded, informing him that the Tower of Boundary Hell had backfired and swallowed his eyes. Recognizing the voice, Yi Xian concluded that it was his master, and she confirmed it. The master explained that each time she intervenes, a significant burden would fall upon the boundless Tower of Hell, and as its master, that burden will be transferred to him. Shocked by the revelation, Yi Xian grappled with the realization of his blindness. The master clarified that the boundless tower was meant to consume his entire life, but his strong body had saved him, leaving only his eyes vulnerable. Anji, in her concern, implored the master to help him with her immense power. However, the master revealed the dangerous consequences of such an intervention, with the seal inside the boundless tower of hell threatening his very life. Concerned for his future, Anji couldn't help but wonder how he would manage without his sight. Yi Xian reassured her, saying he could still manage with a cane. However, his master instructs him not to worry too much since she could provide him with a new pair of eyes. With surprise in his voice, Yi Xian sought confirmation, and his master points out that he still has a sword, suggesting that he cultivate a pair of sword eyes using the sword. Yi Xian was intrigued by the master's words, and Anji shared his curiosity, wondering how a sword could become eyes. The master patiently explained that Yi Xian's body was akin to a sword, and that sword was intertwined with his flesh and blood. Consequently, it was natural for him to cultivate a pair of eyes through this connection. She guided him to utilize his heart as a sword and his sword as his eyes. If he mastered this technique, he would gain the ability to defeat his enemies with just a glance. The only question is if he can cultivate it. Yi Xian acknowledged his commitment to finding his sister, fulfilling the promise he made to Enlongxiu, and rebuilding the Kanglin Academy. Deep in thought, Yi Xian realized the multitude of responsibilities he had to handle. With determination in his expression, Yi Xian implored his master to teach him the technique. The master warned him that the cultivation process would be arduous and unconventional, and it would cause immense pain and difficulty. She asked if he truly believed he could endure it. Yi Xian responded resolutely, stating that he was not afraid of the pain, but he feared losing the chance to see the people he held dear. Both the girls momentarily stared at Yi Xian, seemingly smitten by his words. Pleased by his determination, the master agreed to pass on 2 sets of martial arts techniques to him, instructing him to practice them according to the prescribed method, adding that it was up to him to decide whether he could succeed or not. As the master places her hand on Yi Xian's forehead, their surroundings suddenly change, and 2 mysterious scrolls float around him. Intrigued, Yi Xian asks his master about the scrolls. His master replies that they are the martial art technique known as the sword fix the soul and the sword technique known as the sword eye skill. Yi Xian observes the scrolls, noticing that the words seem to come alive, forming multiple swords that converge on him, stabbing his eyes and causing excruciating pain. He describes the sensation as if knives were cutting through his eyes. The master offers to stop the process if the pain becomes unbearable, but Yi Xian bravely insists that he will, never gonna give you up. In a moment of intense agony, lightning flashes in his eyes, and he falls to the ground. When he opens his eyes again, he sees a blurred figure of his master, and she asks how it feels to have his sight restored. Tears of joy fill Yi Xian's eyes as he exclaims that he can see the light once more. The master then informs him that it's time for her to go and recuperate. Before she leaves, she reminds Yi Xian that the great masters of the boundless prison are awakening, and he must find the second Tao to help control the tower of the boundless prison and prevent them from breaking through the seal. Additionally, she warns him that his enemies are not only on the continent but also within the tower of the boundless prison, emphasizing the need for him to become stronger. In response, Yi Xian assures his master that he will search for the Tao after rebuilding Kanglin Academy. He promises to double his efforts in cultivation and become stronger on his own, without relying on her. He believes that the only way to survive in this world is to become immensely powerful. Hearing his determination, the master responds approvingly, stating that she will be waiting for his success. Upon their return from the hunt, Bai Zai and Mu Yun immediately express concern about Yi Xian's condition. Anji, overwhelmed with emotion, struggles to answer their question and starts shedding tears. Curious and worried, Mu Yun asks what happened. Anji reveals that Yi Xian has lost his sight, surprising both Bai Zai and Mu Yun. Contradicting her statement, Yi Xian opens his eyes, questioning Anji about what she is talking about. Seeing this, Mu Yun and Bai Zai smile with relief, while Anji is puzzled by what she is witnessing. Yi Xian explains that his master's method proved effective, reassuring Anji that he is fine now. Despite his assurance, Bai Zai and Mu Yun couldn't hold back their tears, prompting Yi Xian to wonder why they are crying when he is still alive. Mu Yun responds that Yi Xian nearly scared them to death the day before. Bai Zai agrees, thinking that Yi Xian would follow Dean Ji in the afterlife. Yi Xian reminds them that he couldn't just leave, as he made a promise to the dean. Changing the topic, he invites them to practice martial arts together, emphasizing the need for revenge. While observing them from the distance, Anji smiles through her tears while asking her late grandpa to bless the trio and the Kanglin Academy if he is ever in heaven. Later on, at the back mountain of the Kanglin Academy, the banners of the Drunken Immortal House and the Industrial Empire wave proudly as their men work tirelessly on the Academy's reconstruction. Yi Xian and his group gather, and he points out the treasures before them, obtained from the secret realm and from defeating Xian Kang and the others. He instructs them to take what they can use, while the finest items will be kept for cultivation, and the rest will be auctioned to raise funds for the Academy's repairs. Mu Yun chooses a pair of boots, immediately noticing a significant increase in his speed, estimating it to improve by 30 to 40%. He believes that even those in the God Harmony realm might struggle to catch up to him. Bai Zhe selects a pair of arm guards, realizing they contain a beast soul that should enhance his power by 40%. Yi Xian expresses his approval. Yi Xian then turns to Anji, inquiring if she hasn't chosen yet. Anji shakes her head, explaining that there is no special weapon that fits her. Yi Xian reassures her that he will find a good sword for her later. Changing the topic, Yi Xian assigns Mu Yun and Bai Zhe the responsibility of recruiting people from the Empire. They will seek out educated individuals, emphasizing that future Kanglin disciples must be proficient in both culture and martial arts. Curious, Mu Yun asks if Yi Xian intends for them to study and learn scholarly subjects. Yi Xian confirms this, explaining that they will focus not only on their disciples' strength but also their knowledge and critical thinking. He wants to avoid raising students who are solely profit-oriented. Mu Yun wholeheartedly supports this idea, rejecting the notion of their disciples becoming like those from Kangmu Academy. Anji also voices her support, emphasizing the importance of combining the heart of a Qin and the skill of a sword, embracing both civil and martial arts. With a serious expression, Yi Xian addresses Anji, revealing that he needs her assistance in finding a suitable location for a burial hall. He shares his plan to bring back the deceased disciples' bodies from Kangshan Trail and provide them with a final resting place, allowing them to return home. Tears of joy well up in Anji's eyes as she wholeheartedly agrees to assist with his plan. Later, at the Drunken Immortal House branch, Yi Xian shows the remaining treasures to the 9th floor master, requesting his help in auctioning them off. The 9th floor master realizes the value of these treasures and wonders if Yi Xian is in need of money. Yi Xian explains that they cannot solely rely on the Drunken Immortal House and the Jiang dynasty's royal family to rebuild Kanglin Academy. They also need to gather resources for cultivation, which requires funds. The 9th floor master suggests buying the treasures at their estimated price and then taking them to Qinzhou for auction. He assures Yi Xian that they will reimburse him for any additional premium paid. Yi Xian expresses his gratitude and agrees to the plan, and the elder tells him not to be overly polite. Changing the topic, the 9th floor master takes out a card from his sleeve, excitedly presenting it to Yi Xian as a gift from the 2nd floor master, and revealing that the card is the highest level VIP card of the Drunken Immortal House. With the help of this card, owners of the 5th floor and below must pay their respect to Yi Xian when they see him. Moreover, it grants him the ability to mobilize the strongest members of the Drunken Immortal House to fight 3 times, and he gets a 40% discount on every purchase from the establishment. Perplexed by the generous gift, Yi Xian inquires why the 2nd floor master would give him such a valuable item despite never having met him. The 9th floor master reveals that the higher-ups of the Drunken Immortal House are already aware of the recent events. He expressed his gratefulness to Yi Xian and his master, revealing that he is now the owner of the 5th floor. Yi Xian congratulates the elder on his promotion and expresses his gratitude for the kindness of the Drunken Immortal House, promising to remember it. 10 days later, the sun accentuates the newly rebuilt Kanglin Academy as Yi Xian gazes at it with pride, while Anji speculates that her grandpa would be pleased to see it. Yi Xian agrees and suggests renaming the mountain that holds the foundation of Kanglin Academy for 100 or even 1,000 years to be called Ji Meteor Mountain. Anji tearfully agrees with his suggestion, recognizing the significance of the name. At that moment, Mu Yun inquires if Yi Xian is ready to go. With determination burning in his eyes, Yi Xian confirms, resolute in their mission to make those responsible pay the price for Ding Ji's demise. Returning to the very spot where his fateful encounter with the dean had occurred, Yi Xian stands fiercely with his sword as he questions MANHWA Academy if anyone wants to fight him. Answering his call is Mook Song, an air of defiance accompanying him as he shamelessly accuses Yi Xian of being a bully, a vein protruding from his head as he threatens to take his life. Upon hearing Mook Song's words, Yi Xian remarks that his words also align with his own intention, declaring that he will die by his sword as he charges at Mook Song. With mirror-like determination, Mook Song charges forward, goading Yi Xian to engage. In a clash that mirrors their unwavering resolve, the clash of their forces creates a spray of blood. Mook Song finds himself severed from the companions who once shared his lonely nights, and in this solitude, he ponders how Yi Xian could possess such a powerful force, speculating whether the sword immortal behind him had taught him that. His final words are partially left spoken as he stares at Yi Xian, who coldly slashes his head off, leaving his body kneeling as they continue their ascent, reaching the summit where a stunning sight awaits them, a formation of swords, each one representing a student of Kanglin Academy. Tears flow in her eyes as Anji reveals that beneath this formation rest the remains of the Academy's disciples, once proud and honorable in their lives, now desecrated by MANHWA Academy. Hearing this, Mu Yun expresses his disgust for MANHWA Academy, assuring that they will pay a heavy price for this action. He resolves to remove the swords and carry his fallen predecessors back to their rightful resting place. Bai Zhe offers his aid, ready to assist. However, Yi Xian intervenes, urging them to halt. Observing the swords before them, Yi Xian states his intention to force the people of Kangmu to return them back to the academy, all while on bended knees. His proposal finds unanimous agreement among the group as they intercept the approaching enemies. They issue a demand that, in order to survive, they must humbly transport the remains of the fallen disciples back to Kanglin Academy. Failure to comply would result in their bodies finding rest in the Kanshan Trail. Hearing this, veins protrude from their heads as anger flares in response to his demand. Sensing their intention, Yi Xian accepts their challenge, leading Ku Mu to acknowledge Yi Xian's remarkable speed as he charges with his sword raised high, eventually striking down Ku Mu. In his final moments, Ku Mu acknowledges Yi Xian for causing the collapse of Kangmu Academy before succumbing to his wound. Witnessing the demise of their vice president at Yi Xian's hands, fear courses through the students. However, a few amongst them remain steadfast, seeking vengeance for Ku Mu and charging at Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian coldly remarks that they are seeking death. In response, he immediately slashes through the charging group in one swing, leaving no one standing. Another student tries to attack Yi Xian from behind. However, Anji intercepts the attack, reminding them of her presence. Mu Yun and Bai Zhe join in, emphasizing that Yi Xian is not alone in the fight. Despite the increasing number of enemies, Yi Xian and his group eventually assert their dominance, leading the remaining enemy to realize the end of Kangmu Academy. As the life of the final opponent fades away, Yi Xian and his comrades change their attention to those students who refrain from joining the fight. With pointed queries, Yi Xian inquires if the students still desire life. The students reply approvingly, trembling in fear as they confirm their desire to live. In response, Yi Xian points his sword at one of the students, explaining that 36 corpses from Kanglin Academy lie beneath the hill. He orders the students to take the corpses back while kneeling, encouraging them by threatening to kill the last person to arrive. Hearing this, the students immediately hurry to their task, fearing for their lives. Observing this, Yi Xian remarks that Kangmu Academy of the Jiang Kingdom is completely destroyed. Anji reflects that this is the consequence of unkindness and unrighteousness, a sentiment echoed by Mu Yun. Shifting his attention to a nearby building, Yi Xian notes that Kangmu Academy is already in ruin, its former possessions now their own. He proposes relocating the valuable items within Kanglin Academy. In a light-hearted tone, Mu Yun and Bai Zhe jest that they're about to turn into bandits for the day. Returning to Ji Meteor Mountain, Yi Xian and his companions behold the remains of the Kanglin students, while the Kangmu students kneel off to the side. The latter inquire if they're now free to depart. However, Yi Xian's response comes in the form of an intense glare, inducing panic within the questioning student who reminds Yi Xian of his earlier assurance. In response, Yi Xian draws his sword with an intimidating demeanor, issuing a curt command for them to leave. Hearing his words, the students waste no time in fleeing for their lives. With his sword pointed downward, Yi Xian embeds it into the earth, creating a modest crater. He resolves that the fallen student's remains should rest there, near Dean Ji, ensuring he is not alone. Mu Yun contributes his idea, constructing a stone tablet and inscribing the names of the deceased upon it. Bai Zhe expresses agreement, emphasizing the importance of these individuals being remembered by future generations of Kanglin Academy. Amid the moment, Anji's thoughts turn inward. After years of turmoil, her family and fellow members can finally find solace. In a subsequent scene, Anji is seen kneeling within a hall. Yi Xian gently reminds her that she hasn't eaten throughout the day. In his attempt to persuade her, Yi Xian reveals that he has prepared a delicious meal, encouraging her to eat. However, Anji responds that she doesn't have the appetite to eat. As he sits by her side, Yi Xian remarks that she has been kneeling for the entire day and suggests that she should take some rest, offering to keep watch in her place. In response, Anji shares that her grandfather had conveyed to her that he held no regrets after meeting them. Expressing his gratitude, Yi Xian acknowledges the dean's kindness and mentorship. He reflects that if it weren't for the dean's intervention, he and Linga would likely still be wandering aimlessly. Shifting the topic, Yi Xian grabs Anji's attention by proposing that they go to the main academy of the Middle Kingdom to fulfill the dean's wish. Anji raises practical concerns about the considerable effort and financial resources required for such an endeavor. Undeterred, Yi Xian notes his readiness to endure hardship and spill more blood, emphasizing that his only fear is being unable to walk alongside her. Anji's cheeks faintly blush as Yi Xian, the restless Rizzler, strikes again. Agreeing with his sentiment, she affirms that they will embark on this journey together, leaving no one behind. On the following day at Kanglin Hall, Yi Xian warmly welcomes the new fifth-floor master and invites him to take a seat. However, the fifth-floor master declines the offer, explaining that he has come to present the earnings from the auction of the heavenly treasures Yi Xian had brought to the drunken immortal. Just as he was handing a card to Yi Xian, the fifth-floor master playfully prompts Yi Xian to guess the sum within. However, Yi Xian suggests that it's better to simply reveal the amount rather than attempt to guess. In response, the elder discloses that the card contains 360 million gold coins. Yi Xian is left with a gaping mouth as he reacts with astonishment to the elder's revelation. On the contrary, the fifth-floor master brushes it off, noting that it takes 200 million gold coins to advance each stage after attaining the Tongyu realm, and even more resources are required to reach the Dharma realm, a cost that a small kingdom wouldn't be able to bear. Yi Xian connects the dots, commenting that Enlancio and his master are wealthy. The fifth-floor master concurs, mentioning that Enlancio is reasonably well off, yet his revered master's wealth is beyond imagination. Shifting the topic, the fifth-floor master delivers concerning news to Yi Xian. Kungmu Academy has rallied together with the intention of eliminating Yi Xian's own master, the Sword Immortal. Yi Xian raises a question about the feasibility of quelling this threat, prompting the fifth-floor master to explain that suppressing the Jiang branch of Kongmu Academy is feasible, but not the one in the Middle Kingdom. He notes that while sword immortals are formidable and rare, they're not invulnerable, thus advising caution for his master. Despite this warning, the elder reassures Yi Xian that there's no need to panic, disclosing that higher authorities have given their instructions. If Yi Xian's master gives the command, the drunken immortal house will dispatch an individual above the Dharma realm from the Middle Kingdom. Grateful for the information, Yi Xian thanks the elder who departs, agreeing to keep him informed of any further developments. Turning our attention back to the Kongmu Academy, we see the body of the deceased elder lying with a sword embedded in his head, under the watchful eyes of onlookers. An astute elder observes the potency of the sword but notes the absence of any sword intent. From this, he deduces that the responsible party is not a sword immortal but rather a sword emperor. Xianqing reacts with astonishment to this revelation, which is also confirmed by another elder who asserts that he is familiar with all the sword immortals in the Middle Kingdom, and the individual responsible does not belong to their ranks. Relieved by this news, Xianqing remarks that without the threat of a sword immortal, there is no need for fear, as they can simply eliminate the person. Switching the topic, the elder inquires about the impending arrival of individuals from the Dark World. Xianqing responds that they have indicated their imminent arrival. Suddenly, an elder arrives on a bamboo branch, greeting the two esteemed elders as he lands gracefully on the ground. Curious about the newcomer's identity, one of the elders poses the question. However, the bamboo elder reminds them of the Dark World's rule that only the deceased are allowed to know their names. Without further delay, the elder encourages everyone to proceed. However, the bamboo elder interjects, insisting on waiting for one more individual. Curious, the elder inquires about this additional person's identity, and the bamboo elder smugly reveals that it is a sword emperor. Satisfied with this revelation, Xianqing predicts the inevitable downfall of the false sword immortal with the involvement of the sword emperor. Yet, the bamboo elder presents a query to Xianqing, pondering how they should distribute the spoils if successful, given that a sword emperor is on their side. Returning the question, the other elder asks how the bamboo elder proposes to divide the spoils. The bamboo elder suggests that the Dark World only seeks the woman's body, and in exchange, they will relinquish the original golden core. Should she possess any other treasures, they will be divided equally. Both elders contemplate this proposition. However, Xianqing motions for a pause, speaking on their behalf that the distribution of rewards matters less as long as they achieve their goal of eliminating the impostor and restoring Kongmu Academy's century-old reputation. The bamboo elder agrees, confirming that the plan to eliminate the impostor will proceed once the Sword Emperor arrives. Meanwhile, in the back of the mountains, Baizhe takes a swing at a massive boulder, seemingly imitating a certain bald individual. Seeing the result, Baizhe jubilantly exclaims that he's reached the psionic realm. Simultaneously, Mu Yun's remarkable speed becomes evident as he springs into action. Seeing this, Baizhe playfully challenges him, jokingly claiming that a psionic realm master wishes to spar with him. Puzzled, Mu Yun inquires about the person that he is calling a master. In response, Baizhe charges at Mu Yun, asserting that he's referring to himself. However, Mu Yun deftly evades Baizhe's flurry of punches with remarkable agility. As they step back from their mock confrontation, Mu Yun criticizes Baizhe for his unexpected assault. Just then, a rush of air startles both of them. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, a figure urges them to flee without delay. Recognizing the newcomer as the elder, Mu Yun inquires about the cause of his urgency. In response, the fifth-floor master queries them about Yi Xian's whereabouts. Hearing this, Yi Xian questions the elder's reason for seeking him out. The elder imparts an urgent message: the most formidable individuals from Kongmu Academy and the Dark World have arrived in Xingzhou. Inquiring about their numbers, Yi Xian receives an uncertain response, but the elder speculates that they likely aim to target Yi Xian's revered master. He advises the group to hide and escape. However, Mu Yun asserts that the elder has found himself in trouble on their account, and it would be ungrateful for them to flee. Echoing this sentiment, Baizhe declares that they'll face whatever comes their way without fear. In that instant, an expansive circle of qi materialized in the sky. The fifth-floor master discerned this as the arrival of their adversaries, and his conclusion was promptly verified as the figures of the previous elders emerged through the qi portal, accompanied by an individual bearing a substantial sword on his back, presumably the Sword Emperor. Observing the newcomers, Yi Xian and his companions realize that these individuals are all above the pinnacle of the Dharma realm. One of the elders recognized the fifth-floor master as an elder of the Drunken Immortal House, prompting the fifth-floor master to inquire about the elder's identity. In response, the elder queried whether he intended to intervene in the unfolding situation. Struggling to formulate a response, the fifth-floor master found assurance in Yi Xian's assertion that he had already offered enough assistance, and should now depart. Despite a potential disagreement, Yi Xian insisted on his stance, driving the fifth-floor master to finally relent. As he took his leave, he reminded Yi Xian that they could call upon him should his master ever require aid. Yi Xian expressed gratitude in response. Directing his attention to the elders, Yi Xian asserted that they would need to pass through them before reaching his master. Sizing up Yi Xian, one elder deduced that Yi Xian had reached the peak of the sky realm with a remarkable foundation so solid that it is rare. He had not only comprehended battle intent but also cultivated both swordsmanship and martial arts. Furthermore, the elder speculated that Yi Xian could potentially secure a place in the top 5 of the martial arts rankings if he were to achieve the psionic realm. This sentiment found agreement from another elder, who surmised that Yi Xian might even surpass Tohu of the Ning in the future. Turning his attention to Yi Xian, the Sword Emperor addressed him, requesting that Yi Xian summon his master, as he had no desire to engage with youngsters. Unyielding, Yi Xian asserted that they must first confront him before earning the right to confront his master. The elder's words sliced through the air, suggesting that Yi Xian's master had a tendency to sacrifice her own. He channeled Qi into his hand, forming a formidable circle that enclosed Yi Xian and his group. The circle emitted a potent gravitational force, pressing down on them intensely. Despite the weight of this pull, Yi Xian urged his companions not to give in. Witnessing their defiance, the elder escalated the pressure, causing Yi Xian to cough up blood. Despite this, Yi Xian remained resolute, standing tall as his qi bursts out from his body, a reflection of his refusal to let his master fight his own battles. Taken aback by Yi Xian's display, the elder expressed astonishment, acknowledging the convergence of two realms and inquiring how Yi Xian had achieved such a feat. With a newfound regard, the elder raised his hand and chose to take Yi Xian seriously, intensifying the pressure on the group even further. Amidst this trial, Mu Yun admitted his inability to endure any longer. Furious at the elder's torment of his friend, Yi Xian lunged at the elder, driven by anger and determination. However, despite Yi Xian's determination, the elder belittled his power, comparing it to that of an ant. He raised his qi-infused hand, directing an enigmatic qi towards Yi Xian, thwarting his attack and causing him to expel blood as he crashed brutally onto the ground. With a tone of indignation, the elder reprimanded him for overestimating himself. Amidst this exchange, the bamboo elder interjected, musing that if this was Yi Xian's capability, the master couldn't be much worse. Unexpectedly, a voice from behind startled the elders as the master inquired whether they were looking for her. In response, the elder questioned if she was the Sword Emperor, while the bamboo elder commented on her femininity. Amused by this, the master chuckled and questioned whether the title of Sword Emperor is truly worthy of her. Turning her attention to the trio, the master instructed them to pay close attention, declaring that it was time to rid themselves of the worthless individuals. With a similar phenomenon from before, the master creates a sword from the surrounding leaves, prompting the Sword Emperor to marvel at her technique. Equally intrigued, Mu Yun turned to Yi Xian, seeking answers about his master's identity. Yi Xian admitted he was equally in the dark, highlighting his master's mysterious nature. Bai Zhe concurred, echoing Yi Xian's sentiment. Addressing the elders, the master beckoned them to engage her in combat together. In response, the Sword Emperor respectfully inquired about her identity, acknowledging his knowledge of every Sword Emperor and Sword Immortal in the Middle Kingdom but not her. However, before he could complete his query, the master interjected, criticizing him for talking too much as she raised her sword and pointed it in his direction. The previously unnoticed sword intent became palpable in the atmosphere. The Sword Emperor instinctively tightened his grip on his own weapon, poised to counter her impending attack with a single swing that generated multiple slashes. Yi Xian and his group observed, concluding that the impact could potentially obliterate the Ji Meteor Mountain. With the swords launched and slashes produced, the two sword techniques clashed, driven by their respective masters. However, amidst this intense exchange, the Sword Emperor's expression suddenly shifted as he notices an attack which he managed to fend off. However, almost like a boomerang, the directed attack eventually penetrates his head from behind, leaving him wondering in his final moment. Witnessing this turn of events, the first elder inwardly wonders how a Sword Emperor could be killed in seconds while the other elder trembles in fear, realizing that the master neither fell into the category of a Sword Emperor nor a Sword Immortal, noting that the swiftness with which she had ended a Sword Emperor's life was beyond the norm. Angered by their incompetence, the bamboo elder questions if the Kangmu Academy is full of trash, remarking that her cultivation is clearly above the Sword Immortal. He adds that even if they sent 100 Sword Emperors, they would merely be a bunch of ants in front of her. Despite his previous demeanor, the other elder questions why he should be afraid of her, pointing out that she is just a woman. Continuing his sentence, the elder prepares to attack as he remarks that he will deal with her if they are afraid of death, charging at the master with his qi-infused hand and sending multiple streaks of qi in her direction. In reaction to this, the master elevates her sword once more, clashing with the elder's attack and penetrating it as it hits its mark on his chest. The stupid elder falls as he wonders how it was possible for him to lose to someone who is supposedly stronger than a Sword Immortal, a person who they had already concluded is a force they are not capable of defeating. Directing her sword at the bamboo elder, the master addresses both of them, her voice authoritative as she inquires about the order of their demise. The bamboo elder concedes, acknowledging their inferiority to her. Simultaneously, the other elder remarks that she is free to act as she sees fit, given her intent to kill him. In response, the master issues a stern threat. She warns them that if they dare to send individuals 2 or more levels above her group to target them, she will show them the true meaning of bullying the weak. She commands them to leave. Confused, the elder asks whether she has no intention of killing them. Her response is concise and sharp, questioning whether he is seeking death. Subsequently, both elders bow before her, expressing gratitude for sparing their lives. Following the departure of the elders, the master turns her attention to Yi Xian, instructing him to approach. As he complies with her command, Yi Xian asks what instructions she has for him. In response, the master questions him if he knows her reason for not killing the elders. Yi Xian answers with another question, inquiring if the master is worried that they will seek revenge on him in the future. In turn, the master queries if that's the impression he gets. Awkwardly, Yi Xian then inquires about her motivations for this choice. In response, the master reveals that her reason is that every time she makes a move, it would be a huge burden for him, and that if he had killed those 2 people, the tower of the boundary prison would not have been able to withstand it, and he wouldn't be able to bear it. Hearing this, Yi Xian thanks his master. However, her master tells him that it is useless to thank him, pointing out that the road of sword cultivation is not a path for others to help him out, and that it is not paved by others for him. Rather, he should walk by himself one step at a time. In turn, Yi Xian assures his master that he will give his best effort. Acknowledging his determination, the master assures him that she recognizes his commitment. Shifting the topic, she suggests that he should endeavor to gain the submission of the big-eyed creature on the 2nd floor willingly, otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Grateful for her reminder, Yi Xian thanks his master as she takes her leave. In his inner thoughts, Yi Xian reflects that the big-eyed creature has been relatively inactive as of late. Addressing his comrades, Yi Xian invited them to go home with him. Mu Yun criticizes the old bastards for being a bully, adding that if it weren't for Yi Xian's master, they'd all be finished. In response, Bai Zhe points out that it is their own fault for being weak. Amidst their exchange, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changes as he experiences the burden of the boundless prison tower, which leads to his collapse, causing his comrades to worry. As they approach Yi Xian, Bai Zhe's concerned inquiry about Yi Xian's well-being is met with his reassuring response, while Mu Yun counters with a retort, questioning how it would be possible for him not to worry. Yi Xian insisted that he was all right, adding that he will be fine after a good night's sleep. However, his sight gets surrounded by black, causing his comrades to call his name before he loses consciousness. On the following day at the Kanglin Academy, Yi Xian reflects on the previous event that probably scared his comrades to death. He concludes that he must get stronger as soon as possible, knowing that this is the only way for him to withstand the repercussions of the boundless prison tower. At this moment, Anji suddenly barged into his room. Surprised, Yi Xian questions her for her reason for not knocking on the door, pointing out that it had scared the hell out of him. In response, Anji questions him if he is afraid that she will see him doing some dirty things, adding that she wouldn't care if she sees it. As she takes his hand, Anji informs him that people from the main academy have arrived. Confused, Yi Xian inquired if it was from the Kanglin main academy, to which Anji confirms, adding that they want to see the dean. Within the halls of Kanglin, Yi Xian and his companions encountered 3 individuals who belittled them as rats. The trio delivered an order from the main academy, instructing them against using the name Kanglin Academy to establish a school. Adding to the decree, the group's leader forbade them from practicing Kanglin Academy's martial arts techniques, enforcing the order with a threat of death for any transgressions. Sarcastically, Yi Xian quipped, asking if there were any other restrictions. The leader retorted negatively, displaying disrespect by questioning Yi Xian's origins and insolently addressing Dean Ji, demanding his appearance. Without hesitation, Yi Xian's palm met the leader's cheek in a slap. Infuriated, the leader questioned Yi Xian's audacity to strike him. In response, Yi Xian coolly challenged the leader, questioning why he wouldn't dare to hit him. He added a query, pondering if the leader was even worthy of addressing Elder Ji with honorifics. Preparing for a confrontation, the leader poised himself for an attack, asserting that Yi Xian was courting death. However, Bai Zai's swift action intervened. His foot connected with the leader's abdomen, sending him crashing into a pole. Observing Bai Zai's display of power, the remaining 2 students acknowledged his demonic beast lineage, recognizing his potent bloodline. Bai Zai's reply was succinct, none of their concern. Addressing the group's leader, Yi Xian declared their unwelcome presence and demanded their departure, threatening to eject them forcibly. In response, the leader retorted, highlighting their status as representatives from the main academy of the Middle Kingdom. He questioned the audacity of Yi Xian and his group in treating them disrespectfully. Approaching the leader, Mu Yun evokes fear as he stares at him with fierce eyes, questioning if he referring to being treated like that. In his attempt to scare him, the leader points out that if they dare make a move on him, the main academy will send someone to wipe out the place. Unfazed, Mu Yun maintains his expression, seemingly mocking the leader as he questions his claim. He then raises his chi-infused hand as he encourages them to come. However, before he could land his punch in the leader's face, Yi Xian immediately urges him to stop. Hearing this, Mu Yun questions Yi Xian for his decision. Yi Xian responds with wisdom, reminding Mu Yun that they have to be virtuous. With an awkward smile, Mu Yun inwardly wonders about Yi Xian's sudden change of heart, noting that it was always him who would provoke the enemies. Going along with Yi Xian's charade, Mu Yun pretentiously notes that in order to convince people by virtue, they should prove it first. Addressing the leader, Yi Xian orders him to go back and tell the people from the main academy that they don't need any help from them. In exchange, they are not allowed to tell them what to do. Additionally, Yi Xian declares that from now on, their academy is no longer related to the main academy. Retorting to this, the leader angrily points out that Yi Xian's academy is still using the name of the Kanglan Academy. In response, Yi Xian declares that what Dean Ji left behind is not something that he would change. He then challenges the main academy that if they want to change it, then they should send someone with the ability to come and remove the plaque from the door. Having exchanged words, Yi Xian issued a decisive order for them to depart. With Yi Xian's unwavering gaze upon him, the leader reluctantly agreed to leave, yielding to the circumstances. However, as they began to depart, the leader left them with a final ominous warning, a reminder that their paths might cross again, and the consequences would be dire. Evident concern appeared on Mu Yun's face, predicting trouble from Kanglan Main Academy if they returned. Unperturbed, Yi Xian responded without a hint of worry, stating to let them come. Taking a seat on the throne reserved for the dean, Yi Xian emphasized the necessity of strengthening themselves before facing any adversaries. He pointed out that with sufficient strength, they need not fear any challenges that come their way. Bai Zai concurred, asserting that their strength would deter anyone from crossing them. Echoing the sentiment, Mu Yun added that not even 100 sword emperors would daunt them. Continuing the discussion, Yi Xian acknowledged they had 10 days until the official admission process. He turned his attention to Anji and Mu Yun, inquiring about the time required to reach the secluded realm. Their eyes locked momentarily, then each raised a finger. Mu Yun confidently stated he needed a month, while Anji proclaimed she could manage it in a single day. Surprised, Mu Yun questioned Anji's remarkable speed, to which she nonchalantly asserted her fierce nature. Yi Xian swiftly informed them that they had merely 8 days. Playfully, he issued a humorous threat, stating that if they failed to reach the secluded realm in time, their coveted chicken legs would all go to Bai Zai. Bai Zai agreed with a smile, while Mu Yun was left with a gaping mouth, likely contemplating the chicken legs he would lose. 10 days later, beneath the towering Ji Meteor Mountain, amidst a vast gathering of people, a conversation unfolds between 2 lively girls. One of them notes how challenging the entrance examination for Kanglan Academy is, while the other insists that they must succeed for the sake of their idol, Dean Yi. A third individual joins the discussion, expressing a different motivation. His presence is because of Sister Ji. Amidst the bustling scene, Mu Yun, along with the group, marveled at the crowd. He posed a question to Yi Xian, wondering if their resources would suffice for such a turnout. Yi Xian responds positively, stating that the large turnout is a sign of their fame. Reassuring the group, Yi Xian encourages them not to worry about finances since he will manage to earn the necessary funds. Amidst his observations, Yi Xian notices a particular girl, prompting him to wonder how she ended up there. Noting his curiosity, Anji queried if he knew her. Yi Xian identified her as Yi Jia, the granddaughter of elder Yi Zhang. Anji's skepticism arose. She asked if he had truly severed ties with his clan or if it was a mere coincidence, and that the girl was simply unaware of his status as the dean of Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian replies that it doesn't matter, emphasizing that what's important is her ability to succeed on her own merits. Observing the time, Yi Xian addresses the assembled crowd, extending a warm welcome to the Kanglin Academy and introducing himself as the dean. Continuing his address, Yi Xian informs them that they are seeking 30 students to join the academy. These candidates will need to pass 3 rigorous examinations, and upon success, they will be welcomed as disciples of the academy. He further assures them that even after reaching the desired number of disciples, those who meet the criteria can still join Kanglin Academy. Upon hearing this, the crowd bursts into celebration. Speculation arises that this offers a second chance for recruitment, while others eagerly anticipate the commencement of the event. Continuing with the event, Yi Xian took the stage to introduce Mu Yun, who was visibly nervous, as the instructor responsible for explaining the upcoming exam. Internally, Mu Yun rallied his confidence, reminding himself to stay calm despite his inexperience in such situations. Sensing Mu Yun's unease, Yi Xian offered guidance, suggesting that he approach the task as if he were interacting with Bai Zhe, aiming to alleviate his nervousness. Mu Yun expressed doubt about this approach, but Yi Xian assured him that it would prove effective. Addressing the assembled candidates, Mu Yun introduced himself awkwardly as Mu Jiamao. However, the name failed to resonate with the crowd. Reacting swiftly to the response, Mu Yun initiated the first level of the test. A grand formation in the sky conjured a sweeping wave of sword-like qi. He explained that anyone struck by these falling swords would be eliminated from the examination. Observing the examinees, especially his cousin, Yi Xian recollected her previous struggles with swords. He was surprised to witness her newfound proficiency. At that moment, the head of the Li family approached Yi Xian, accompanied by the head of the Zhang family. They exchanged greetings with him, mentioning that it had been some time. Taken aback by their visit, Yi Xian inquired about their purpose. In response, both family heads paid their respects to Yi Xian. Master Li explained that they had brought their clan's young talents to participate in the Kanglin Academy recruitment. Master Zhang added that Yi Xian's reputation in Qingqing had grown, and the younger generation looked up to him as a role model. Acknowledging their kindness, Yi Xian noted that he wouldn't be where he was without their support during the Qingqing life-and-death battle. In turn, Master Zhang points out that Yi Xian was originally a diamond in the rough to begin with. Shifting the conversation, Yi Xian asked about the whereabouts of their sons within the crowd. Pointing out 2 individuals, Master Li indicated that those 2 aspired to join the Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian took note of their faces but mentioned that he couldn't show them any favoritism. Understanding his position, Master Zhang emphasized that if their sons couldn't enter the academy based on their own merits, it meant they hadn't fought hard enough for themselves. Agreeing, Master Li asserted that their children held pride in Yi Xian and wouldn't accept him using his influence to assist them. Pleased with their perspective, Yi Xian expressed approval, stating that this was the spirit befitting a Qingqing man. After the conclusion of the exam, a total of 42 selected individuals were reported to the dean. In response, Yi Xian extended his gratitude to everyone. He informed them that there were no rules at the moment, but assured them that rules would be established soon. He also mentioned that although there were only 4 cultivation instructors, students were free to choose their instructors based on their own abilities. Upon hearing this, one of the students expressed joyous celebration, while others engaged in conversations amongst themselves about whom they would prefer to follow. In the meantime, Mu Yun introduced the 4 instructor puppets positioned to their left. He explained that students could select a mentor by placing their name tags on these puppets. Prompted by Mu Yun's announcement, a flurry of excitement ensued among the students, resembling a bustling fish market. One student boldly declared their intention to choose the dean, another asserted their determination not to let anyone take Sister Ji as their mentor, and yet another confidently claimed their decision to follow Instructor Bai. Amidst the commotion, Mu Yun encouraged them to maintain their composure. Meanwhile, Yi Xian directed a question to Bai Zhe, inquiring whether he had invited a scholar to join them. Bai Zhe promptly confirmed that the scholars had indeed arrived. Shifting his attention, Yi Xian pondered whether the invited instructor was indeed Miss Lu. Playfully, Miss Mu interjected, asking if she wasn't welcome. Yi Xian warmly assures her that she is very much welcomed. However, he playfully questions her resolve to become a mentor at Kanglin Academy, noting the relatively modest salary. Miss Lu responded confidently, assuring Yi Xian that the salary was not an issue. Furthermore, Miss Lu introduced the two esteemed elders accompanying her, Mu Yuan and Feng Lan, both renowned scholars in the Jiang Kingdom. Yi Xian introduced himself with a respectful bow to the elders. In turn, the elders humbly suggested that excessive politeness was unnecessary. Yi Xian then proceeded to inform them that Miss Lu and the two elders would oversee the academic aspects of the disciples' education. As for the curriculum, they were given the freedom to decide what to teach based on their expertise. During their discussion, Elder Mu Yuan raised a query about Yi Xian's decision to reintroduce academic classes, as he was aware that both Kangmu and Kanglin academies had abolished such classes centuries ago. Yi Xian responded by sharing his conviction that a person's worth should not be solely determined by their physical strength. He emphasized that while strength was important to survive in this world, being a good human being held equal importance. Impressed by this perspective, Mu Yuan commented on the rarity of such thinking, while Feng Lan noted that the person Miss Lu favored was truly exceptional. Acknowledging their praise with a modest bow, Yi Xian expressed gratitude, humbly remarking on their kindness. He then turned his appreciation towards Miss Lu, who appeared slightly surprised by the gesture. Prompted to explain, Miss Lu revealed that it was actually the 9th princess who had implored her to come. Thus, Yi Xian's gratitude should be directed toward her. In response, Yi Xian stated that he would express his gratitude to the 9th princess in person someday. In a midnight scene within the corridors, Yi Xian's steps abruptly halted as he reprimanded an individual for trailing him instead of resting in her room. Curious about his cousin's intent, Yi Xian questioned her purpose for following him. As she struggled for an answer, Yi Xian urged her to respond promptly, noting that she had been following him throughout the day. Drawing closer to her face, he reiterated his question about her motives for trailing him. Flustered, Yi Jia addressed Yi Xian as cousin. Swiftly, Yi Xian demanded that she address him as Ding. Complying with his request, Yi Jia inquired about Linger's whereabouts, explaining that she had searched for her without success. Yi Xian pointed out her past mistreatment of Linger before questioning her sudden interest in finding her. With that said, Yi Xian entered his room, leaving her with an instruction to focus on her training. Left to herself, a tear falls on her hand as she comes to the conclusion that she and Yi Xian are still a family. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Jiang Kingdom, the king engaged with the envoy from Chu, seeking information about his lord's condition. Responding with a mix of indignation and sarcasm, the envoy from Chu expressed backhanded gratitude to the Jiang Kingdom, implying that his lord was facing difficulties because of them. In response, a distant official retorted that the envoy's words held no true substance, while another opined that the envoy was likely present to cause trouble. Unfazed, the envoy reiterated his claim that his lord's health had deteriorated due to the actions of the Jiang Kingdom. Infuriated by this accusation, one of the officials ordered the envoy to be thrown out, an action met with the envoy's vehement protest against such a display of force. The king intervened, ordering the commotion to cease and allowing the envoy to provide an explanation. Addressing the king as the ruler of Jiang, the envoy from Chu pointed out that their third prince had been killed by Yi Xian within the secret realm of Ning. Using this as the foundation, the envoy demanded an explanation from the Jiang Kingdom. To his surprise, the king responds by questioning his motive for seeking an explanation. The king points out that battles within the secret realm are intended to be matters of life and death, wondering why the prince chose to participate despite this understanding. He further highlights the prince's decision to enter the secret realm resulted in his demise, yet the envoy from Chu is shifting blame to others. With that pointed out, he questions the logic behind such an assertion. Trembling with anger, the envoy daringly pointed at the king as he questioned whether the king was trying to shield Yi Xian. With unwavering determination, the king affirmed his stance and boldly declared his commitment to protecting Yi Xian. With this revelation, the king questioned the envoy regarding their intended course of action. In response, the envoy from Chu posed a question of his own, whether the Jiang Kingdom was prepared to become an adversary of the Chu Kingdom and potentially instigate a war between the two nations. In response, the king clarifies that they harbor no desire for hostility with the Chu Kingdom. However, he underscores that Yi Xian is a national figure within their realm, and any attempt to harm him would be a challenge to the dignity of the Jiang kingdom. Unsatisfied by the king's stance, the envoy warned of the impending conflict and left, declaring the possibility of an upcoming war. As they watched the envoy depart, one of the officials questioned whether war could be precipitated so lightly. He went on to wonder if the king of Chu had no regard for the welfare of his own people. In response, another official characterized the king of Chu as a tyrant, implying that he wouldn't let anything deter his pursuits, even if it meant disregarding the lives of his subjects. With a somber realization, this official contemplated the potential consequences for the people of Jiang in the event of an actual war. Drawing the king's attention, an elder introduced as a stone chamber officer invoked two principles: that the well-being of the kingdom should take precedence, and that the people were a guiding light. Acknowledging the elder's point, the king affirms his understanding. However, he questions the notion of maintaining a kingdom if its people are lost. Additionally, he highlights that Yi Xian is a soldier of his kingdom, and if he were to send him to the Chu kingdom for reconciliation, it would equate to relinquishing both a valuable asset and an insult to their nation's prestige. Challenging this perspective, the elder pointed to the historical camaraderie between the Chu and Yu kingdoms. He suggested that these two realms had held a long-standing interest in their country and might unite against them. Responding to this, an elder named Lin Zile, a martial figure of the Jiang kingdom, reassures that there's no need to fear them. He asserts that if a fight is what they want, then they should be prepared for it. He confidently states that he has never been afraid of them. Hearing this, the elder posed a strategic question about the potential of an unexpected assault by the Ning kingdom, causing the martial figure to reconsider his stance. Reinforcing his argument, the elder elaborated that they could still withstand the combined power of the Chu and Yu kingdoms. However, should they manage to provoke the attention of the Ning kingdom, or if the Ning kingdom exploited the chaos to launch an attack, their focus would be divided. To compound matters, the elder highlighted the close proximity of the Ning kingdom to their own, coupled with its robust military and wealthy population. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the other officials concurred, acknowledging that the involvement of the Ning kingdom would significantly diminish their chances of victory. In agreement with this perspective, the king announced his intention to dispatch a representative to negotiate with the ruler of the Ning kingdom. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, capturing the attention of everyone present in the hall. As their focus shifted to the source of the voice, the king exclaimed in surprise, realizing that it was Yi Xian, accompanied by Miss Lu. Yi Xian reiterated his request, formally asking the king for permission to travel to the Ning kingdom. Expressing his concern, the king highlighted the historical animosity between the Ning and Jiang kingdoms. Before the king could finish his thought, Yi Xian interjected, reassuring him not to worry. He emphasized his ability to protect himself and argued that the Ning kingdom wouldn't risk killing him, as doing so would lead to widespread resentment. Listening to Yi Xian's conviction, the king turned to Miss Lu for her opinion. Miss Lu responded affirmatively, stating that she believed it was worth a try and encouraging the king to grant Yi Xian the opportunity. With full trust in Miss Lu's judgment, the king swiftly agreed. He issued a formal decree to send Yi Xian to the Ning kingdom for negotiations, specifying that only success was acceptable. Failure was not an option. Furthermore, the king added that if Yi Xian were to fail, he himself would face the might of the Ning's forces with unwavering determination. Acknowledging the king's orders, Yi Xian accepted and agreed to fulfill the role entrusted to him. Upon his arrival in the Ning kingdom, Yi Xian took in his surroundings, his mind occupied with thoughts about locating the envoy arranged by Miss Lu. In the midst of his observations, an elderly figure caught his attention, his wave of greeting warm and inviting. Stepping off the cloud boat, Yi Xian found himself met with the elder's respectful welcome and news of an upcoming dinner. Despite this gracious reception, Yi Xian's impatience got the better of him. He approached the elder with determination, urgently conveying his intent to head straight to the Ning palace. He emphasized the pressing nature of his business. While they lingered at the entrance of the palace, Yi Xian's patience began to wear thin. He voiced his perplexity at the absence of attendants, noting that he had already been waiting for half an hour. Flustered by this, the elder admitted to his own confusion. Growing weary of waiting, Yi Xian braced himself to forcefully enter the palace, voicing his inability to wait further, knowing his life was at stake if he failed. Sensing Yi Xian's intent, the elder panically tried to dissuade him. However, a voice, tinged with interrogation, suddenly surprised them. Turning his attention to the source of the voice, Yi Xian broke into a sweat as memories flooded back, reminders of the passionate night they had shared. Tuba Yen questioned Yi Xian about his method of entering the palace, to which he responded casually, stating that he had simply walked in. He then inquired about her presence, curious if she was following him. Nervous about the situation, the elder urged Yi Xian to show respect to Tuba Yen. In response, Yi Xian draped his arm over the elder's shoulder, his tone assuring as he explained that they were ambassadors sent by the Jiang kingdom to meet the Lord of Ning. He emphasized that there was no cause for fear. Despite Yi Xian's assurance, Tuba Yan's irritation becomes evident as she readies herself for action, her chi coursing through her fist as she admonished him for being noisy. Witnessing this, a surge of panic envelopes Yi Xian as he questions Tuba Yan's intent, urgently noting their location within the Ning Palace. Reacting swiftly, Yi Xian infuses his arms with his chi, a defensive stance against her impending attack. The power of her strike generates a shockwave, forcibly propelling bystanders away from the scene. Continuing her attack, a minor explosion sends Yi Xian propelling backward, his feet dragging along the ground as the clash unfolds. Despite his evident improvement in strength compared to before, Yi Xian couldn't help but acknowledge the substantial gap between him and Tuba Yen. As he glanced at the fallen elder, Yi Xian realized he couldn't afford to squander any more time on their confrontation as there were more pressing matters at hand. With this realization, Yi Xian prompted the elder to rise, emphasizing the urgency of moving to the Lord's Hall to await the Lord's arrival. However, the flustered elder corrected him. Perplexed by the elder, Yi Xian inquired about the issue, highlighting that his life was at stake if he remained. Before the elder could reply, Tuba Yen intervened, asserting that they could return now and affirming that she had no intentions of waging war against Jiang, let alone forming alliances with the Chu and Yu kingdoms. Baffled, Yi Xian questioned her identity, and the elder revealed the truth: she was none other than Tuba Yen, the ruler of the Ning kingdom. Stunned by this revelation, Yi Xian's mind retraced his steps to the past, realizing that he had shared an intimate exchange with the very ruler of the Ning kingdom. Flustered and overwhelmed by this realization, Yi Xian's thoughts scattered as he struggled to regain his composure. Observing his state, Tuba Yen urged him to cease his confusion. She then clarified her stance. She was notifying him that the Ning kingdom would abstain from participating in any wars and would not align with the Jiang kingdom. Acknowledging her words, Yi Xian expressed his understanding and gratitude as he rose to his feet. However, Tuba Yen dismissed his thanks, stating that her actions weren't aimed at assisting him personally but were driven by the well-being of their respective kingdoms and societies. She emphasized the shared border between Jiang and Ning, underscoring the idea that a neighboring kingdom's trouble would inevitably impact the other. As Tuba Yen prepared to take her leave, she emphasized her commitment to not letting the instigator evade consequences. Before departing, she imparted a crucial piece of information: the allied army of Chu and Yu, numbering 180,000 strong, had reached the border of Jiang in the morning. Adding intrigue to the situation, she noted their nocturnal assistance from the Great Cloud and the skilled individuals of the Dark World. Given Jiang's limited strength, Tuba Yen believed they would struggle to resist. Prompted by this revelation, Yi Xian sought guidance, inquiring about her proposed solution. Tuba Yen responded by revealing the existence of a mercenary group in the vicinity. Though consisting of only 12 members, each possessed formidable prowess in the secluded realm. Elaborating further, she suggested that if Yi Xian had the means, he could employ their services. Deep in thought, Yi Xian contemplated her proposition, seemingly considering the potential course of action. In a later part of the day, at the Ning border Forged Knife Mountain, Yi Xian's journey comes to a pause as he arrives at a settlement. Here, he comes across a muscular man who is in the process of skinning a deer. Upon approaching the man, Yi Xian inquires whether he is affiliated with the Forged Blade Mountain mercenary group. Appearing disinterested, the man doesn't make eye contact with Yi Xian as he queries the purpose of Yi Xian's presence. In response, Yi Xian tosses a card in his direction, and the guy skillfully catches it with his mouth. Yi Xian then suggests discussing business with him. Observing the card, the muscular man recognizes its significance to the drunken immortal house. Recognizing who he's dealing with, the muscular man invites Yi Xian to follow him. Moving deeper into the mountain, Yi Xian and the muscular man eventually stop, and the latter informs another individual that they have a new business opportunity. In response, the girl questions the nature of the business. Yi Xian responds, saying it involves protecting people. Following this, Yi Xian smirks as he inwardly questions whether they are truly worth hundreds of millions. Manifesting his sword in the air, Yi Xian catches it as he proceeds to charge toward the woman with his signature move. Reacting swiftly, the woman kicks a bucket of water, manipulating it to create a cover as she questions the source of Yi Xian's confidence as a sword master. Unfazed, Yi Xian maintains his momentum and eventually meets her counterattack with his sword. However, in a single graceful motion, the woman easily overpowers Yi Xian, sending him to the ground while his sword embeds itself in the ground. Convinced of her strength, Yi Xian smiles as he compliments her skills. He then offers to hire their legion for a month. Realizing that Yi Xian was testing her older sister, the muscular man erupts in anger and threatens him. However, the older sister gestures for him to cease, and she proceeds to question Yi Xian about the potential opponents they would be facing. Yi Xian responded, stating that the adversaries they would be facing are the Great Cloud, the Dark World, and the Kangmu Academy. Upon hearing this, the elder sister insisted on tripling the price for their services. Yi Xian proposed an alternative, suggesting that they double the price but also include an earth-ranked martial arts skill. Taking a moment to consider, Yi Xian inquired about their stance on the matter. With a smile, the leader of the mercenaries agreed. Prompted by her agreement, the other members of the mercenary group revealed themselves. With everyone assembled, the leader asked about their departure time. Observing the group, Yi Xian confirmed that they all possess formidable strength above the sky realm. Responding to her query, Yi Xian stated that there was no need to rush. He speculated that they might not often have opportunities for business and might not have substantial funds. Therefore, he suggested embarking on a significant endeavor. The leader placed her hand on her chest, questioning the scale of this undertaking. Somewhat flustered by her gesture, Yi Xian questioned her actions, stating that such a gesture wasn't necessary. However, clarifying the situation, the leader produced a piece of bread from her jacket, expressing her hunger and asking Yi Xian to explain his grand plan. Observing this, Yi Xian slumped his body, realizing the misunderstanding and noting that women often have a strong affinity for food. Seated on the ground, he picked up a stick and began to explain. Yi Xian revealed that several kingdoms were preparing to launch an attack on the Jiang kingdom. However, he pointed out that this crisis could also be seen as an opportunity. Responding to his vague statement, the leader urged him to be direct and concise. In response, Yi Xian gestured with the stick, proposing a plan to rob these attacking kingdoms of their resources, wealth, and treasures. One of the mercenaries repeated his words incredulously, while another voiced concern, stating that the plan was risky and something they hadn't attempted before. Undeterred, Yi Xian commented that they were accustomed to danger but seemed hesitant now. He suggested splitting the loot evenly, and challenged them to show courage. In agreement, the leader supported his proposal, acknowledging his authority in the matter. Yi Xian responded positively, suggesting that their destination should be the Tang Kingdom. The leader's whistle echoes through the air, and a pack of wolves emerges from the rugged mountain terrain. The sudden appearance startles Yi Xian, who recognizes them as demonic beasts. Baffled by this situation, Yi Xian notes that there are few demonic beasts in the Ning territory, and questions their origin. In response, the leader, now riding one of the wolves, asks Yi Xian about his own demonic beast. Yi Xian responds awkwardly, explaining that he doesn't have one and asking if he could borrow one. The leader obliges and introduces him to a fierce-looking wolf, noting that despite its appearance, it's actually very gentle. Yi Xian expresses his thanks, though with a doubtful expression and seemingly avoiding the creature's eyes. With arrangements settled, Yi Xian and the mercenaries continue on their journey. Later that night, within the Tang Kingdom, the leader discreetly positions herself behind a tree, assessing the surrounding walls. Addressing her group, she reveals that the city is well guarded with stationed soldiers. She cautions that if a battle starts, the Tang army would swiftly return to defend, jeopardizing their survival. In response, Yi Xian asks about the location of their provisions and ammunition. The leader informs him that they're stored in the barracks on the north side of the city, which is heavily defended. Following this, the leader asks Yi Xian about his plan and how they should proceed. Yi Xian suggests that he will divert the soldiers' attention while the rest of the group forcefully enters the barracks. He proposes seizing the money and destroying the provisions as part of the strategy. Agreeing to the plan, the leader signals her comrades to follow as they charge towards the enemies. Following their devised strategy, Yi Xian initiates an assault on their adversaries, smashing through the gate and incapacitating the guards in the process. Alerted by Yi Xian's attack, multiple guards rush towards him. Yet, with a swift swing of his sword, Yi Xian forces them to keep their distance. Meanwhile, the leader and her group surge towards the gate, causing the guards to realize that Yi Xian had merely served as a diversion. Addressing the muscular man as Lin Han, the leader issued a command for him to hold his ground. Lin Han responds, urging her to press forward, as he believes their chances of success would diminish if any enemies got past him. Following this exchange, the mercenaries continued to defend their position, while the leader entered a nearby door. Within the room lay several chests, which greeted her presence. Opening one of the chests, the leader verified its contents before stowing everything away in her ring. Just in the nick of time, Lin Han reminded her to hasten. Prompted by his words, the leader confronted the enemy with renewed fervor. She skillfully employed her whip as she directed her group to remain close, ensuring a path of escape. With their adversaries neutralized, the leader instructed her group to assist Yi Xian. Meanwhile, despite valiantly facing off against the surrounding enemies alone, Yi Xian gradually came to the realization that his stamina was waning. At that critical moment, the leader and her group arrived, positioning themselves beside Yi Xian. The mercenary force launched a coordinated assault against the opposing enemies. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Yi Xian suddenly detected an irregularity as the leader's attack closed in on him. However, Yi Xian's confusion was swiftly dispelled, as the leader's strike found its mark on an enemy soldier behind him. She quizzically questioned the enemy, asking whether they had sought her permission before attempting to attack him. Subsequently, the leader extends her hand to Yi Xian, urging him to join her. In response, Yi Xian compliments her impeccable timing as he takes her hand, using his sword to fend off the approaching enemies as he leaps to safety. He expresses gratitude to the leader for her assistance. The leader playfully mentions that if Yi Xian dies, she wouldn't be able to ask for payment. However, it becomes clear that enemy reinforcements have arrived, complicating their situation. Reacting swiftly, Yi Xian proposes that they head to the other side for an escape. The leader, however, points out that going to the Tang hinterland wouldn't be strategically advantageous for them. Yi Xian counters that they are under attack from both sides, leaving them with no choice but to make their move. With Yi Xian's persistent urging, the leader concedes, acknowledging the risk as they make their escape. Meanwhile, the enemy commander, Pei Xiaohu, commands his troops to stop pursuit. He orders the identification of the culprits, and requests aid from the Lord of the Kingdom, asking for the deployment of the Black Sword Guards. He further orders the recall of the 30,000 iron horsemen and the blockade of the surrounding borders, determined to prevent the group from leaving the Tang Kingdom. After 2 hours of running deep in the dense forest within the Tang Kingdom, Yi Xian and the group eventually halted their movement. The leader reveals that they've managed to steal a total of 70 million gold coins. Alongside this, they've obtained 8 pieces of exceptionally fine spirit weapons in the golden box. These weapons are valued at around 5 million each. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Han quickly calculated that it amounted to hundreds of millions. Another member chimed in, considering it not an enormous sum but certainly sufficient to sustain them for a while. Observing the discussion, Yi Xian caught the leader's attention. She instructed him to take half of the spoils, while the remaining half would be distributed among the rest of their group. Yi Xian, however, shook his head in response, asserting that everyone had contributed equally, and thus he wasn't entitled to such a large share. Instead, he proposed a more equitable division based on the number of people present. The leader questioned the sincerity of his suggestion. Yi Xian responds with conviction, emphasizing that he's absolutely serious about it. The mercenary group responded with joyful agreement, praising his sense of fairness. Later that night, the leader and Yi Xian shared a piece of bread. During their quiet moment, Yi Xian inquired about their journey from the Middle Kingdom to Qinzhou, considering the significant distance between the two places. The leader explained that it had involved a combination of experience and infiltration. Shifting the conversation, she noted that she hadn't yet learned his name. Yi Xian introduced himself, and then turned the question back to her. Upon hearing his name, the leader recognized Yi Xian as the renowned dean of Kanglin Academy. In return, she identified herself as Lu Banzwang from the Lu family of the Middle Kingdom, expressing her pleasure at becoming acquainted with him. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's expression abruptly shifted as he deduced that someone had hired her to assassinate him. Banzwang assured him, revealing that the offered price had been paltry, leading her to decline the proposition. Shifting the conversation, Banzwang raises a new topic, asking Yi Xian if he had ever considered venturing to the Middle Kingdom. She pointed out the growing influence of his Kanglin Academy in that region. Yi Xian's response was indifferent, stating that the Kanglin in the Middle Kingdom has nothing to do with him. However, he expressed an interest in visiting the Middle Kingdom someday, albeit not in the present circumstances. He explained that he had a myriad of tasks to complete before he could consider such a journey, emphasizing that only when everything was settled would he be able to truly explore. In the midst of their conversation, the sound of birds in the surrounding mountains alerts them to the arrival of someone. The group prepare themselves, with Yi Xian cautioning everyone to stay alert. Responding to this, Banzwang instructed everyone to assume defensive positions as they observe the unfolding events from above. Upon arriving at the scene, the leader of the enemy forces issued commands for his troops to track them down. Observing the situation, Lin Han praises Yi Xian for attracting attention, noting the significant efforts the formidable experts from the Great Cloud Empire were making to eliminate him. He pointed out their advanced skill levels, all at the peak of the secluded realm. Amidst the perplexity, Yi Xian humorously admitted that he couldn't fathom why he held such a prominent position in their crosshairs. In the midst of the tension, a cavalryman's voice emerged, clarifying that the troops approaching were allies, urging against any unnecessary conflict. In unison, the disciplined forces of the Tang Kingdom, composed of the Death Guard and the Black Sword Guard, acknowledged the alliance respectfully. Surveying the dire circumstances, Banzwang turned to Yi Xian for guidance on their next steps. With a resolute stance, Yi Xian decisively ordered the elimination of all adversaries. With strategic insight, Yi Xian issued another directive, commanding his allies to secure the enemy's crossbows. In response to Yi Xian's instructions, Banzwang and her companions descended gracefully from the trees. Her voice carries a sense of urgency as she instructs him to eradicate the enemy within 15 minutes, while she takes charge of facing off against the pursuing cavalry. With his sword in his hand, Yi Xian rallies the remaining mercenaries as he gracefully descends to the ground, skillfully dispatching 2 opponents before being noticed by the enemies. Reacting to this, the enemy forces prepare their crossbows and tension fills the air as they release their arrows. Yi Xian reacts quickly, positioning himself as he activates his earth armor. He readies his sword and swiftly destroys all incoming arrows with a single swing. He then transitions to using his fists, knocking down one of the keyboard warriors among the enemies, while the others flee for their lives. In the midst of the chaos, an enemy notices a sharp whip about to encircle his neck, while Banzwang's voice rings out, remarking that escape is not going to be easy while concurrently ending the escaping enemies with a single swing of her weapon. Addressing Yi Xian, Banzwang comments on the extraordinary skills of their enemies and the unusual number they're facing. Yi Xian responds by asking if she regrets accepting his commission. As Banzwang effortlessly defeats an enemy, she replies that the mercenary group never regrets their actions. In the meantime, Lin Han informs his sister about incoming support for the enemy. Banzwang asks about the number of incoming reinforcements, and Lin Han replies that there are quite a lot of them.